A group of early adopters start using it, and they figure out the tricks to leverage the platform to get traffic. For the next few months or years, they use these concepts to mine out tons of traffic at very low costs. Eventually, more people find out about it and start using these channels. With more demand for this new traffic, the supply goes down, and the platform starts charging more money for each click. An entrepreneur may see the opportunity that this new tactic has created and try to capitalize on it by teaching others how to do it. After learning how to exploit this new traffic, tens of thousands of new people start using the platform. Demand goes up, supply goes down, and the price quickly increases. Others see the success of this new course teaching this new tactic, and they want in. A few dozen copycat courses come out, and now there's a small army of people selling courses on how to leverage this new type of traffic. Demand goes up, supply goes down, and the price keeps going up. Somewhere in this process, you or the marketing person on your team sees the ad for the course, so you buy it, you study it, and you start leveraging this new loophole. How much you are paying for these ads will depend on how early you got in, which also determines how much success you'll have when using this tactic. Eventually, the costs will get high enough that most businesses will no longer be able to profitably use these tactics. Those who understand funnels will last much longer because they will make more money from each visitor who clicks on their ads, but this tactic will soon become obsolete. This process is how most people learn to get traffic to their websites and into their funnels, and that's where the problem comes from. How are you supposed to build your foundation for your company on a slippery slope like that? The reason why I am here today is because I started playing this game 15 years ago. There weren't any traffic courses teaching the latest tactics. The people I studied with didn't have the internet when they were growing their companies. The people I learned from were some of the old school direct response marketing greats like Dan Kennedy, Bill Glazer, Gary Halbert, Jay Abraham, Joe Sugarman, Chet Holmes, Fred Katona, Don Lepre, Eugene Schwartz, David Ogilvy, and Robert Collier. These guys didn't have the luxury of Facebook or Google. They learned the strategies of driving traffic before there even was an internet. Instead, they drove traffic with direct mail, radio ads, TV, and newspapers. These direct response marketers forced me to look at marketing and sales in a completely different way than people do today. They trained me on the core strategies of what makes a direct mail campaign work, how to get radio, magazine, or classified ads to profitably drive customers to you. The strategies I mastered during a decade of studying direct response marketing gave me a very different lens, which has given my company the ability to be on the front of the new trends, master the emerging tactics before most people even know they exist, see opportunities that are invisible to most everyone else, and laugh every time there's a Google slap or a Zanos snap. Moving forward, you have to understand that traffic is people, and people are extremely predictable. The core strategies that I'm going to teach you will outlast and supersede any particular platform so that you can apply them anywhere. The big challenge. Some of you may be shocked or even offended that nowhere in this book, a book entirely about traffic, will you see a single image of the Facebook ads editor or a detailed explanation showing you how to set up your Google Ads campaign. I didn't put any platform-specific screenshots inside this book because I wanted this work to remain evergreen for you. The backends of each of these systems are constantly changing, and any snapshot I take today would be out of date before you even started reading. Instead, we'll be focusing on strategies that don't change, including identifying your dream customers, finding out where they are congregating online, learning how to work your way in, understanding how to buy your way in, creating your own publishing platform, building your own distribution lists. All of these strategies have one big thing in common. When the storms come, the user interfaces change, or the traffic moves, they will still work. They leverage the big media properties such as Google, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram when they are hot. But also when these platforms change, you can easily move to where the eyeballs go. It worked for me when I was forced to move from Friendster. Most of you don't even remember Friendster, do you? To MySpace to Facebook. And it will work when we have to move from Facebook and Google to the next big networks too. This book will give you the safety and security you need to know that your business, traffic, and leads are all on stable ground. In Section 1, you will learn how to identify exactly who your dream customers are, where you can find them, and how to get access to them. In Section 2, I will show you the simple pattern you can use to drive traffic into your funnels from any advertising network, including Facebook, Instagram, Google, and YouTube. I'll also demonstrate how mastering the simple pattern will unlock the doors to a consistent stream of traffic on any of these networks. Finally, Section 3 will reveal powerful growth hacking techniques that will help you to increase your traffic even if you don't have access to Facebook or Google or any of the other advertising networks. Mastering these growth hacks will give you the ability to build your traffic foundation on solid ground. I spent over 15 years learning and mastering these concepts and strategies, and I'm so excited to finally be able to share them with you right now. Section 1, Your Dream Customer. The phone rang. It was Chad. Well, he was Chad to me, but to his patients, his name was Dr. Woolner. Hello? I answered. Hey man, I know it's late, but do you have some time to talk? I'm in a really bad place right now. Sure, I quickly responded. I'll be right over. Just 5 years earlier, Dr. Woolner had graduated with his Doctorate of Chiropractic degree. Shortly thereafter, he moved his family to Boise, Idaho to work as an associate chiropractor for a new clinic in town. His goal wasn't to work for someone else, though. While Chad was an amazing chiropractor, he's an even better entrepreneur, and he wanted to start his own practice. He went through the process of writing a business plan, getting a small business loan, remodeling a new office, getting logos designed, and everything else that goes into starting your own business. I knew that business had been slow ever since he had opened his doors, but I didn't know how slow until I got to his office that night. "I'm not going to make it," he said. "We're out of money and we have no way to get more patients in the door." I spent some time talking to him about the situation and gave him some possible ideas to get more business. He then said something that hit me like a ton of bricks. "I went to college for 4 years to get my degree, and then I spent an additional 4 years at chiropractic college to become a chiropractor. Yet all that time, not once did they ever talk about how to actually get patients to come to my clinic." Isn't that unbelievable? They could lock up an entrepreneur for 8 years to teach them a skill, but not even spend 10 minutes showing them how to market that skill? To me, it's the biggest problem with our education system, and it's one of the biggest issues that plague new entrepreneurs in any market. They believe that if they build a great product or create an amazing company, the customers will automatically follow. I see entrepreneurs who will invest every last penny they have to create the products and services they think will change the world without ever considering who their dream customers are or how they're going to reach them. They'll happily invest in coaching, product creation, design, education, almost everything. But when you tell them to buy ads on Facebook or Google, they freeze. Or when you tell them they're going to have to put in their own time and sweat equity to get visitors organically, they often think that they're above it. Some think, "My product is so good, I don't need to pay for traffic." Still, others believe that they're entitled to customers because they feel they built a better product than their competitors. So they wait, all the while thinking, "If I built it, why aren't they coming?" Yet after coaching hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs, I can tell you that people who put all their focus on creating something amazing, instead of also focusing on getting people to actually see what they created, are the people that fail. The biggest problem they have is getting their future customers to discover that they even exist. Every year, tens of thousands of businesses start and fail because the entrepreneurs don't understand this one essential skill: the art and science of getting traffic or people to find you. And that is a tragedy. I feel like I've been called and placed on this earth with a mission to help entrepreneurs to get their messages out to the world about their products and their services. I strongly believe that entrepreneurs are the only people on earth who can actually change the world. It won't happen in government, and I don't think it's going to happen in schools. It'll happen because of entrepreneurs like you who are willing to risk everything to try to make that dream become a reality. For all the entrepreneurs who fail in their first year of business, it's a tragedy when that one thing that they risked everything for never gets to see the light of day. Waiting for people to come to you is not a strategy, but understanding exactly who your dream customer is, discovering where they're congregating, and throwing out hooks that will grab their attention to pull them into your funnels where you can tell them a story and make them an offer is the strategy. That's the big secret. The good news for Dr. Woolner is that after that night, he started geeking out on funnels. He built a client acquisition funnel and learned how to buy ads on Facebook and Google. His funnel now generates new patients for him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and to this day, he has a thriving practice. I'm assuming that if you're reading this book right now, you have a product or a service or a skill that you focus countless hours on mastering. This book will become your education on getting people to actually see your art. This section of the book will be focused on answering 2 very important questions. Question number 1, who is your dream customer? And question number 2, where are they congregating? When you have a perfect vision of who your dream customer is, it becomes easy to find out where they are congregating. On the contrary, if you don't have perfect clarity on who that person is, it's really hard to find them. When you have completed this section, you'll know exactly who your dream customer is and where they are hiding so you can get their attention long enough to tell them your story. Secret number 1, who is your dream customer? "I don't know if Alexis will like this," said an executive at Sally Beauty Supply. Confused, my friend Perry Belcher said, "What?" He set down his new scented hand sanitizer that he had brought in to pitch at the meeting. He picked up his new UV nail polish, handed it to the group, and said, "Okay, well, how about this product?" he said. They looked at it, opened it up, and smelled it. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure Alexis won't like this one either," they replied. More confused than ever, and now a little frustrated, Perry brought out his third and final product to pitch to them. In a similar fashion, they looked at the product, gave it a quick once-over, and said, "Sorry, Alexis definitely wouldn't be interested in this one either." More frustrated, Perry looked at the 2 executives he was talking to and finally blurted, "Who is Alexis? Is she the decision maker? Why isn't she in this meeting instead of you 2? Is she here? Can I just talk directly to her? I know that I can convince her that your company needs to sell these products." There was a moment of silence, and then both of the executives burst out in laughter. "Alexis isn't a person, she's our customer avatar," one replied. "What?" Perry asked. He had never heard of a customer avatar before. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Alexis isn't a real person? The executives just smiled at each other and then asked Perry to follow them into another room. When they entered the new room, he saw a wall full of pictures of Alexis, a fictitious character who represented Sally Beauty Supply's dream customer. The wall also featured a full bio about who she was, how many kids she had, where she lived, how much money she made, and the type of home that she lived in. The executives then went on to explain that everyone in the company was trained that when they made any decision about what products to purchase, what colors to use in their stores, or what branding, what ads to run, what promotions to create, what their websites looked like, and what music to play in their locations, everything was run through the lens of Alexis's eyes. If it was something Alexis would love, then the answer was yes. If it wasn't something she would love, then the answer was always no. They didn't run a product-centric company. They ran a customer-centric company. Their customer avatar is what drove everything from the products they created to the ads that they ran. When Perry first told me this story, I had my big aha. Most entrepreneurs mistakenly think that their business is about them, but it's not. On the contrary, your business is about your customer. If you want customers or traffic to come into your funnels, then you have to be able to find them online. And if you want to find them online, then you have to start to understand them at a much deeper level. Becoming obsessed with your dream customers. The first step in this process is to become obsessed with your dream customers. Companies that become obsessed with their products will eventually fail. As we've grown ClickFunnels, I've seen this happen time and time again. Every company we've competed against, even though some of them had hundreds of millions of dollars in funding behind them, eventually lost to us because they were busy focusing on their products while we became obsessed with our customers. What do I mean when I say obsessed? Well, being obsessed with your customer means understanding them just as well, if not better, than they understand themselves. For many, this is the most difficult part of the process, even though you may have actually been your dream customer not too long ago. Often just remembering how you felt when you were trying to solve the very problem that you're now solving for people is usually hard. I was recently talking to my friend Nicholas Bayerly about the fact that most businesses are created from a problem that an entrepreneur had, and their product or service was a result of them figuring out the solution to that problem. Our mess becomes our message, Nicholas said. When you're frustrated about a problem you're having, you look for a solution. If you're not able to find the solution that gives you the results that you want, then you'll likely go on a journey to find or create your own solution. In that way, your problem becomes your business. In other words, your mess becomes your message. If that's true, then you need to look back in time to find the point where you were struggling with the same problem that your dream customer has now. Then you need to remember what you were feeling when you were in that pain. In our community, we have some amazing examples of leaders who have made their mess their message, and one of my favorite power couples is Stacy and Paul Martino. Years ago, they found themselves at a crossroads. Their relationship was broken. Paul had tried for months to stay, but eventually he felt so much pain that he decided to leave. As he broke the news to Stacy late one night, she broke down and cried. Her relationship was over, and the pain she felt was too much to bear. I won't tell the full story here, but the short version is that because of this experience, Stacy knew that to save her relationship, she needed to change first. She put in the work to transform herself, and in the process of her changing, Paul changed as well. After saving their own marriage, they developed a unique process to heal marriage that doesn't require couples work. Instead, they believe that it takes just one person in a relationship to change it for the good. Their mess became their message, and now they've dedicated their lives to helping others find relief from the same pain that they felt years earlier. With their unique systems and tools, they've helped to save thousands of marriages. In a society where more than 50% of all marriages end in divorce, the students who go through their program only have a 1% divorce rate. Stacy and Paul are successful at finding and helping their dream customers because just a few years ago, they were their dream customers. Because they really deeply understood the pain, they could identify their dream customers' goals and aspirations and can identify where they were congregating to help move them towards those goals. They are a product of their product. In the early 20th century, Robert Collier published one of the great books on copywriting, the Robert Collier Letter Book. In this book, he shares how to really understand your customers. If you're going to find them, persuade them to follow you, and hopefully change their lives with the products and the services you sell, you need to know and understand them better than they understand themselves. Collier believed that we as marketers should not be trying to figure out how to create the next amazing ad campaign, but instead we need to learn how to enter the conversations already taking place in the customers' minds. If you want to really understand who your dream customers are and where they are congregating online, you need to be able to enter the conversation that's already taking place inside of their mind and see the world the way that they see it. When you can truly understand the core pains they are trying to move away from and the core desires and passions they are trying to move towards, it becomes really easy to identify exactly where they exist online. As soon as you know where they are online, then you can hook them and bring them into your funnels where you can serve them. We will go into greater detail on how to do that throughout the rest of this book. Now that we have the foundation covered, let's dive into identifying your dream customers with the 3 core markets, sometimes known as the 3 core desires. The 3 core markets/desires. In Expert Seekers, I introduce the concept of the 3 core markets or the 3 core desires. The 3 desires, in no particular order, are health, wealth, and relationships. When people purchase any product from anyone, they're hoping to get a certain result in one of those 3 areas of their lives. So the first question you need to answer is this: which of these 3 desires is my future dream customer trying to receive when they buy my product or service? This is the very first layer to getting inside the minds of your dream customer, and for most people, the answer is pretty simple. However, sometimes people get stuck in this question for one of 2 reasons. Reason number 1, my product fits into more than one of these desires. Many products can be marketed towards getting a result in more than one of these desires, but your marketing message can only focus on one of them. Anytime you try to get your potential customer to believe in 2 things, your conversions will usually cut in half, most times by 90% or more. To target 2 different desires, you need 2 different ads leading to 2 different funnels. Only focus on one desire with each message you put into the market. Reason number 2, my product doesn't fit into any of the desires. This false belief was best resolved at one of our recent events where someone told one of my head coaches, Steve J. Larson, this exact same thing. Steve responded by telling the story of Gillette razors and asking which desire a razor fulfilled. At first, everyone was quiet, and then a few people started guessing. Health, another mumbled, or maybe, Steve then played one of the Gillette ads. In it, you see how the story develops. First, a man is shown shaving. After the shave, a beautiful woman gets closer to him, and then the 2 go out for the night on the town. Finally, the ad shows the 2 together back at home in their room. After showing the ad, Steve asked the question again a little differently. What desire was this marketing message created for? Instantly, everyone responded, relationships. Most products can fit into multiple categories, even if they may look like they don't fit into any category at all. But no matter what, the key is that your marketing message can and must be focused on only one of the 3 core desires. I want you to take a few minutes and decide which of the 3 core markets or desires your product or service currently fits into. Away from pain towards pleasure. Now that you've identified which core desire your product or service is focused on, the next step to entering the conversation inside your customer's mind is to understand which direction they are moving. Every human being on this planet is always moving in one of 2 directions when they make a decision: away from pain or towards pleasure. Moving away from pain. The first direction that people can be moving in is away from pain. Let me show you a few examples of moving away from pain for each desire. Health, moving away from pain. I'm overweight and I don't feel comfortable in my clothes. I don't have energy and I feel tired all the time. I hate what I see when I look in the mirror. Now, wealth, moving away from pain. I hate my job and I want to fire my boss. I have no money saved and I'm scared I could lose my job. Everyone around me makes more money than I do. Relationships, moving away from pain. I'm in a bad relationship and I don't know how to get out. I feel alone and I want to feel what love feels like. I feel awkward when I'm around people I don't know. Each of those statements above are conversations that people are having inside of their own minds. While these are broad examples, when I actually wrote down the thoughts that my particular dream customer was having, I did 3 things to try to understand the conversations they were having with themselves each day. Number 1, I wrote out hundreds of phrases that I used to say to myself when I was trying to solve this problem for myself initially. Number 2, I looked online in forums, message boards, and groups to see what other people are saying when they're trying to get out of pain. And number 3, I really tried to put myself in their shoes and wrote out what I believe people were thinking. Exercise. For this exercise, I want you to write down at least a dozen things that your potential future customers are saying or thinking as they're trying to move away from pain. This exercise is something that you should be continually doing every day. I'm always looking for the questions and the statements that people in my market are saying as they try to move out of their pain. Moving towards pleasure. The second direction that people can be moving in is towards pleasure. They don't have a desire for health, wealth, or relationships because they're unhappy. They have a desire because they are happy and looking for more. Let me show you a few examples of moving towards pleasure for each desire. Health, moving towards pleasure. I want to get 6-pack abs. I want to be able to run a marathon. I want to eat healthier so I can have more energy. Wealth, moving towards pleasure. I want to buy my dream house or my dream car. I want to grow my company so I can have more impact. I want to learn leadership so I can grow my team. Relationships, moving towards pleasure. I want more passion in my relationships. I want to spend more time with my spouse and my kids. I want to meet more people through networking. Do you see how different these phrases are, even though they are addressing the same core desire? You can refer to the supplemental PDF to see them side by side. It's powerful to see that while everyone may be trying to accomplish the same goal, the reasons why they are doing it is almost polar opposites. Exercise. Now, I want you to spend a few minutes doing the second exercise. Write down at least a dozen phrases that people in your market who are moving towards pleasure may have running on a loop in their heads. The more phrases you can find, the more traffic streams you'll be able to tap into. So make it a continual process to identify and write down the conversations happening inside your customers' minds. And as you'll see in the next secret, understanding the phrases that are going on inside your customers' minds in both directions, moving away from pain and towards pleasure, will guide you to finding them. The searcher and the scroller. To really understand how to use the conversations that are going on inside the minds of your dream customers, we need to go back in time a few hundred years ago, before the internet, before TV, and before radio, to where traffic began. Until the early 1800s, people mainly obtained products based on what they needed. They would be in some type of pain, and they would go search for a solution to solve it. It started with food. Our ancestors had a desire for health, food, so they would search for food, kill it, and bring it home. In more modern times, we have stores. When you need food or something else in your home, you would go to the local store, search for what you need, and buy it. In 1886, the Yellow Pages directory was created, and it was awesome for consumers because you could find exactly what you needed, and business owners had the luxury of people simply showing up, looking for what they had to sell. It seemed like the perfect solution, except for one thing. As a business owner, if you wanted to make more money or grow your company, you were not in control. You had to wait for people to have a need in order for them to come and to find you. But then, in 1927, the television was invented, and just 15 short years later, on July 1st, 1942, during the Brooklyn Dodgers-Philadelphia Phillies game in Ebbets Field, the first ever TV commercial aired. At the time, there were over 4,000 televisions in New York, and on that day, while families gathered around to watch the big game on NBC, it was interrupted by the first ever TV commercial. That ad, which was just 9 seconds long and cost only $9, featured a map of America with a Bulva watch clock face in the middle. At the end of the ad, a voice announced, "America runs on Bulva time." And with those 9 seconds, the shift from search advertising to interruption advertising had officially begun. People watching TV that night were not searching for a new watch, but as they saw the commercial and the pictures of the watch, it placed a seed of desire in their hearts and their minds. They didn't need this watch, but they wanted it. This TV commercial gave business owners a window where they could grab their potential customers' attention long enough to plant a seed of desire and show the perceived value of what they were selling. No longer would people only buy when they needed something. Now advertisers had the ability to create desire and sell people stuff that they wanted. This interruption advertising started happening in other types of media such as radio, newspapers, and direct mail. The process was simple. Get a captive audience, entertain or educate them, and then, when they have their full attention, interrupt them with your message. You can then grab their attention and create a desire for the product or service that you are selling. Nowadays, this type of interruption advertising happens every day around you, but I'm guessing you didn't realize how profound of an impact those advertisements actually made on your buying decisions. To show you how effective interruption advertising is versus traditional search advertising behind the scenes, I want to share with you a story from my friend Trevor Chapman. Trevor used to run a big sales team of people who sold alarm systems door to door. At the time, if you were to go to Amazon and search for home security systems, you would quickly find hundreds of options, each one competing on price. If someone had a need for an alarm and went to Amazon to buy it, usually they would buy the cheapest one that still had the highest ratings. Trevor then compared people searching online for home security systems to what his sales team did every day. He explained, "We would go down the street and knock on people's doors and interrupt them from their days. Minutes earlier, they had no desire for a home security system. Because we interrupted them, though, we had a small window where we could make a presentation and show them the perceived value of our home alarm system. This presentation would create a desire in them to buy the alarms from us. We would then make them a special offer that they could only get from us right there, right then. In less than an hour, we'd walk away with a monthly monitoring contract that would be worth over $2,999 to us in the next 5 years, as opposed to the $199 version they would get by buying the alarm on Amazon." It's interesting to note that when the internet started just a few decades ago, it followed a very similar pattern. It began with searches. People had some type of need, usually to get out of some type of pain, and they would immediately go to the search engines looking for a solution to their problems. Later, we were all introduced to social media through platforms like MySpace, Facebook, and Instagram. And just like the Bulva ad in 1941, in 2007, Facebook announced the first ever social interruption advertising with Facebook ads. People would be online talking to their friends, posting pictures, liking images and videos, and then, suddenly, your ad would show up in their Facebook feed. You had a small window of time to grab their attention, create a desire for your product or service, and to make a special offer. The pros and cons for search. The pros for search-based traffic is that when they come to you, they're hot buyers who are ready to buy. This is similar to people who walk into your store or find you in the yellow pages and give you a call. The con with search-based traffic is that they're not just searching, they're also comparing options with your competitors. You got to be the price leader as well as the quality leader and the niche leader. People who are searching are also researching all of those things. So until you become good at funnels and offers, you're likely going to be trying to beat your competitors by lowering your prices. Unfortunately, trying to be the cheapest product is never a good strategy. The pros and cons for interruption. As a marketer, you can target people who are interested in certain people, ideas, TV shows, or bands, and then you can interrupt them with your ads. You open a small window of time where you can grab their attention and show them the perceived value of what you're selling. You no longer have to wait around for someone to come looking for you. You can now create desire in your dream customers. The pros for social-based interruption traffic is you can target warm traffic based on people's interests. Therefore, you can sell based on the perceived value of your product or service. The con for social-based interruption traffic is that because the customer isn't actively looking for you, you have to become good at your hook, story, offer, where you can grab their attention, tell them a story, and then make them an offer. We'll be covering how to do this in more detail in secret number 3. Now that you've identified who your dream customer avatar is, what their core desires are, and if they're moving away from pain or towards pleasure, the next question we ask is, where are they congregating? As you will learn in the next chapter, there are congregations where the scrollers are hanging out and congregations you can target for the searchers. Secret number 2, where are they hiding? The Dream 100. One day in college, I knew I was supposed to be doing homework, but my ADHD mind couldn't take it anymore. I had to stop writing, even if it was just for a few minutes. I looked around to make sure that no one else was looking, and then I opened up a new tab on my browser. I started typing www.themat.com. And then within seconds, I was taken to a new universe, a universe occupied by hundreds of thousands of wrestlers just like me all around the world. This was our playground where we could talk about wrestling, post pictures and videos, and debate about who was going to win every match happening in the next big tournament. I read a few articles and watched a video showing new ways to finish a single leg takedown. Afterwards, I went to the forums. Oh, how I love the forums. Who is better, Dan Gable in his prime or Cael Sanderson now? Someone had just posted. Of course I had an opinion, and it took everything I had to not spend the next 90 minutes writing my thoughtful response about how if we shrunk Cael down to Dan's size and took him in a time machine back to the 70s, Cael would have destroyed Dan head-to-head. But I knew that I couldn't. My paper was due the next day, and I was locked away in study hall until it was done. Angrily, I closed down the tab and sat back in my chair to stretch before I made the trip back to reality. As I was leaning back, I started looking at my other wrestler friends who were locked away in study hall with me because of our bad grades. As I glanced toward the 133-pounder, I noticed a smile on his face. What? How could he be smiling in study hall? As I shifted my gaze from his face to the monitor, I saw it. He was also on the mat.com, and he was writing his comments on why he thought Dan would actually beat Cael. Then looking at the other wrestlers in the room, I decided I had to know what they were doing. Faking that I had to go to the bathroom, I stood up and I started to walk past their desks. I looked at our 157-pounder screen. Yep, he was looking at the mat.com too. The 178-pounder? The mat.com. But what about our heavyweight? He had to be actually doing his homework, right? Nope, he was also on the mat.com. And as I passed his computer, I quickly read his forum reply that Bruce Baumgartner, 2-time Olympic heavyweight champ and 4-time Olympic medalist, would beat both Dan and Cael at the same time. What? Was he crazy? There was no way that Cael would lose to Bruce. And that's when it hit me. The mat.com was our little corner of the internet. All of the wrestlers in study hall were congregated on that website talking about wrestling, but we weren't the only ones. Wrestlers in other colleges across the country, along with high school wrestlers and their parents, were on the website too. All around the world, hundreds of thousands of people were all gathered together in this one spot to talk about the topic that we loved most, wrestling. Honestly, that is the real power of the internet. It has allowed us to connect with like-minded people in a way that wasn't possible before. It's allowed each of us with our own unique and sometimes weird hobbies and interests to congregate with our people to discuss the things that mean the most to us. It wasn't always like that though. When I was in high school, we didn't have the mat.com, so the only people we had to talk about wrestling were the other few dozen wrestlers in our school. But we weren't the only group. High school is full of different groups, like the basketball players, the weightlifters, the jocks, the band members, and the kids who played Magic the Gathering. Before the internet, groups like this were limited to the size of how many people they could find that had the same interests and were located geographically near them. Pre-internet, it was expensive for marketers to sell products and services to each of these small groups. After all, how do you target just those people in every city who are interested in what you had to sell? If you had a huge mass market product like shampoo or painkillers, you could run ads on TV and know that almost everyone who saw your ads probably had hair or got headaches sometimes. But it was way too expensive to run ads for my wrestling shoes or training DVDs and pray that the dozen wrestlers in each city actually saw the ad. But the internet changed everything. It took the dozen wrestlers from my high school and every other high school around the world and put them together into one spot. If wrestlers were my dream customers and I had a product to sell them, I didn't have to go run huge mass media campaigns. Instead, I could go directly to themat.com or wherever they were congregating and just buy ads there, knowing that 100% of the people who actually saw my ads were people interested in wrestling, instead of wasting money showing my ads to millions of people who would not want or need my product. I can make sure that only my dream customers would ever see what I'm selling. This targeting has cut ad costs down to a tiny fraction of what people used to have to spend to get access to their dream customers. This is what made it possible for smaller businesses like ours to compete against and oftentimes even dominate the biggest brands. The same principle is true no matter who your dream customer is. The internet has made it so that when you find those existing congregations of your dream customers, it's like catching fish in a barrel. You simply have to find the barrel of fish with your dream customers and throw in your hooks. If your hook is good, it'll pull people from your barrel into your funnels. With secret number 1, you identified your dream customer. With secret number 2, you can locate where they're hiding or congregating. If I was selling a product to wrestlers, I shouldn't be asking, how do I get traffic to my funnel? Instead, I should be asking, where are my dream customers, in this case wrestlers, congregating? Exercise. Here's some questions you should be asking yourself at this point. What are the top websites that my dream customers already go to? What forums or message boards do they participate in? What are the Facebook groups that they engage in? Who are the influencers they follow on Facebook and Instagram? What podcasts do they listen to? What are the email newsletters they're subscribed to? What blogs do they read? What channels are they following on YouTube? What keywords are they searching for in Google to find information? These questions will help you to start identifying where your dream customers are hiding. The answers to these questions should be simple, especially if you are your dream customer. When I launched ClickFunnels, it was easy for me to find startup entrepreneurs, i.e. my dream clients, because I was a startup entrepreneur. I started looking at where I was already congregating, which podcasts was I listening to, which blogs did I read, which email lists was I on, etc. And instantly I knew exactly where my future dream customers were hiding. If you don't truly understand your dream customer, everything we talked about in secret number 1, then it'll be hard for you to find them. But if you really understand them, then you should already know where they're congregating to get out of pain and where they're congregating to move towards pleasure. And when you know where they're congregating, it's pretty easy to put your message or your hooks in front of them and pull them into your funnels. One of the common misunderstandings with traffic is that you have to create traffic. But as you can now see, that just isn't true. Traffic, your dream customer, is already there. Your job is to identify where they are, tap into those existing streams of traffic, throw out some hooks, and then get a percentage of your dream customers to start coming to you. The Dream 100, 1-to-1. Now that you understand that traffic already exists and isn't created, I want to share with you a concept I learned from one of my friends, Chet Holmes, called the Dream 100. He wrote about it in detail in his best-selling book, The Ultimate Sales Machine. The way that Chet teaches and uses the Dream 100 is a little bit different than how I use it, but understanding Chet's model will open up your ability to get unlimited traffic into your funnels. Early in Chet's career, he worked for Charlie Munger, who you may know as Warren Buffett's business partner in Berkshire Hathaway. Chet sold advertising for one of the company's legal magazines. At the time, they were really struggling. They were last in sales in their market. Chet was working with a database of over 2,000 advertisers. He made sales calls every day, but they were still dead last at number 15 out of 15 magazines in the industry. Then one day, Chet had an idea. He did some research and he discovered that out of those 2,000 advertisers, 167 of them were spending 95% of their advertising budgets with his competitors. So he defined those 167 spending all the money in the industry as his best buyers. Then he stopped marketing to everybody else and focused his time and his effort on those 167 advertisers. His strategy included sending out direct mail pieces with lumpy objects in them every 2 weeks, where he followed up on each package with a phone call. Twice a month he'd mail a package, and twice a month he'd call. Because these were the biggest buyers, they were the hardest people to reach. After 4 months of following the strategy, he got 0 responses. Pretty discouraging, right? But Chet was known for what he called PhD, pig-headed discipline, though, and he refused to give up. Then, in his 4th month, something changed. He landed his very first big account, Xerox. It was the biggest advertising buy ever in the company. By the 6th month, he had landed 28 of the 167 advertisers. And with those 28 advertisers, Chet doubled his sales over the previous year and went from number 15 in the industry to number 1. He kept doubling sales for the next 3 years in a row. By the end of year 3, he had successfully brought in all 167 of his Dream 100s as advertisers in their magazine. Chet said, the goal of the Dream 100 is to take your ideal buyer from, I've never heard of this company, to what is this company I keep hearing about, to I think I've heard of that company, to yes, I've heard that company, to yes, I do business with that company. Chet grew that company by using the Dream 100 to create one-to-one sales opportunities. Chet also used the same strategy to penetrate Hollywood. He had written a screenplay called Emily's Song, and he had decided he wanted to try to sell the screenplay to Hollywood. The only problem was he didn't know anyone in the entertainment field. So he bought an issue of the Premiere magazine that listed the 100 most powerful people in Hollywood, which became his Dream 100 list. He used the same Dream 100 process to contact these people, and within months, he was able to get Leanne Rimes to read the script. Together, they went to Warner Brothers, where the screenplay was purchased. The Dream 100, one-to-many. Chet Holmes' Dream 100 for one-to-one selling strategy is powerful when your business model needs a small number of big customers. But for most of us, we're looking for lots of customers, not just 100. When I was starting out, many of the things I sold weren't very expensive, so it didn't make financial sense to send out packages and make phone calls to try to sell a $20 product. That's why Chet's Dream 100 concept didn't make sense when I first heard it. I couldn't see how it applied to my online business. In fact, initially I completely dismissed the concept and figured it didn't apply to companies like mine. One day, though, as I was writing .com Secrets and thinking about how I was going to sell the book when I was finished writing it, I identified who my dream customers were that would want to read my book and where they were congregating. I made a list and wrote out everywhere that I could think that my dream customers might be gathering. On the list, I identified 10 top websites and forums they spent time on, 15 active Facebook groups they participated in, 50 influencers they followed on Facebook and Instagram, 30 podcasts they listened to, 40 email newsletters they subscribed to, 20 blogs they actively read, and 20 YouTube channels they subscribed to. After making the list, I added up how many subscribers, readers, and followers each of those channels had. I was so excited to find out that there were over 30 million of my dream customers on that little list alone, all congregated inside those 185 plus communities. Next, I tried to figure out how to get my message in front of those 30 million plus people. I brainstormed ideas, and that's when the bolt of lightning hit, the Dream 100. No, I couldn't do a Dream 100 campaign to all 30 million plus people because it would cost too much. After all, I was trying to sell my book for $7.95. So if I did get a yes from a customer, it was only worth $7.95 to me. But what if instead I did a Dream 100 campaign to the owners of those 185 plus communities, asking them to promote my book to their audiences? If I could build a relationship with one of them and get just one yes, that could turn into hundreds or thousands of new customers. So that's exactly what I did. I found the contact information for those 185 people, and I sent them each a copy of my book in the mail with a letter asking them if they'd be interested in helping to promote my book on launch day. Within a week of sending out that package, I started to get messages back. One message was from a podcaster on my Dream 100 list whom I've been listening to for years but never actually met, John Lee Dumas from eofire.com. He told me he loved my book and he asked me to be on his podcast to talk about it. I quickly agreed, and within a few days, I was being interviewed by John Lee Dumas. He asked me about my book, told people why he loved it, and then told them to go buy a copy. Within a week of that episode airing, we had sold over 500 books from that one interview alone. I didn't stop there, though. I kept following up with my Dream 100, and not only did I get on other blogs and podcasts, but people also promoted me in their email lists and more. I ended up landing over 30 of the 185 people as promotional partners. The second part of the Dream 100 strategy, which is covered in more detail in secret number 4, works even for those who didn't respond or weren't willing to promote my book. Advertising platforms like Facebook allow you to target your ads to people with certain interests. For example, Tony Robbins was in my Dream 100, and while he didn't directly promote my first book, he did directly promote Expert Secrets after over 10 years of being on my Dream 100 list. However, even though he didn't directly promote .com Secrets, I still wanted to market to his, at the time, 3.2 million person audience, as they were my dream customers too. On Facebook, I was able to buy ads that were only shown to his audience, and we were able to sell thousands of copies of my book to his people. Our launch campaign for my book may have seemed massive from the outside, as we sold over 100,000 copies in a very short period of time. But in reality, we just put a concentrated effort to market to the dream customers of 185 people. Recently, I was at a mastermind event in Puerto Rico, and I had a chance to spend time with Rachel Hollis, the author of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Girl, Wash Your Face. At the time, she was in the middle of launching her new book, Girl, Stop Apologizing. As I was in the middle of writing this book, I was curious about how she'd sold over 1 million copies of her book. I asked her for a secret to selling that many copies, and she told me. We asked ourselves this question: What are the tribes my women are already in? What network marketing companies are they in? What Facebook groups? What Instagram channels? What hashtags are they following? After we identified these things, we tried to figure out who are the tribe owners of these women. Who do we need to become friends with? Anyone who had over 200,000 followers, we would direct message them, tell them who we were, and ask them if we could talk. We started messaging everyone. Our focus was to find the tribes and then figure out the best way to infiltrate them. The Dream 100. She didn't call it that, but that's exactly what she had done to quickly become one of the best-selling authors of all time. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking. Russell, this may work for you and for Rachel when you're selling books, but I sell something different. So Dream 100 can't work for me. It always makes me laugh when people think that these concepts will work for every business except for their own, when the reality is that this concept works for every business, period. Let me show you some more examples. Recently, I was listening to the Founder podcast. They were interviewing Tom Bilyeu, the founder of Quest Nutrition, who had started his business with a few friends and quickly grew it into $1 billion company. During that interview, he was asked how he grew Quest Nutrition, and Tom replied, "We had a very different approach that got a lot of people excited, not just about the product, but they felt good about the way we treated them. We went old school, researching several hundred health and fitness influencers, and then sending them handwritten letters with free samples. This was all about showing an understanding of what other people were trying to achieve, and that Quest was interested in helping them connect with their audience. When people are building community, they have a real sense of service to that community. We would send them free product and just say, if you like it, tell people. And if you hate it, tell people that too. Not trying to steer people's comments gave us a pretty good recommendation. Some people didn't like it and said so, but the vast majority loved it and were grateful that we had shown an understanding of who they were and what they were trying to do, so they spread the word." Tom didn't realize it, but the Dream 100 struck again. It's a strategy that almost all successful companies, oftentimes without realizing it, are using as the backbone of their traffic strategies. When most people hear the title Traffic Secrets, they assume I'm going to show you how to run Facebook ads or YouTube ads. While those tools are great, they're just a small external tactic of a much larger strategy. The core strategy is to understand that your dream customers have already been congregated by your Dream 100. If you focus on identifying them and marketing to them, your dream customers will start flowing into your funnels faster than anything else you could do. A different Dream 100 on each platform. A few years ago, I decided to rebrand my podcast from the Marketing Your Car Show to the Marketing Secrets Show. When we did that, I set up a new podcast and invited all my old listeners to resubscribe and then join me on the new show. I had a lot of my faithful listeners move over to my new podcast, and then I brainstormed other ways to grow the show. I first started by leveraging the traffic that I owned. I sent emails to my list asking them to subscribe, sent out messages to my messenger list, and posted on my Facebook, Instagram, and about everywhere else that I had a voice. This did get a big influx of listeners as all my true fans came over and plugged in. I was so excited about the immediate growth that I figured this initial surge would be all that we needed as the catalyst that would grow the show. Unfortunately, it wasn't. In fact, the show quickly flatlined and then it started to shrink. I was completely freaking out, wondering if I had made a mistake starting a new show. After I sat in my office with a few people on my team brainstorming for hours about how we could get our podcast to grow and what things I could do to get people to share my message, it hit me, the big aha. It was so simple in my head, but as I blurted it out to my team, it sounded stupid. People who listen to podcasts, well, they listen to podcasts, I said. Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with this, Russell, my team responded. I half laughed. Think about it. We're trying to get people who love Instagram to move to Apple to listen to us. While our best fans did come, the majority didn't. Why? Because people who are on Instagram love to consume content on Instagram. The same is true for our blog. Our super fans will move from Facebook and other places to read our blog, but our best blog readers are people who read other blogs. People who love to watch YouTube videos love to watch videos on YouTube, and people who listen to podcasts listen to podcasts. We can spend a ton of time and money convincing people on other platforms to move to podcasts, or we can spend that same time and money focusing on the people who are already listening to podcasts. If they find a new show they love, they'll listen every day. That was the big aha that set into motion our strategy for building a special Dream 100 list just for our podcast through the other podcasts that our dream listeners were listening to. It also caused us to build out a Dream 100 list for every platform we talked about already. You see, prior to this big aha, we only had one big collective Dream 100 list with people from all the platforms. We hadn't respected the fact that people like to consume media in their own favorite ways. And while it's possible to move people from one platform to another, there's much less resistance when you just migrate people to you who are already on the platform that they love. What about brick and mortar type businesses? At this point, some of you may be thinking, but Russell, I'm not selling a book or a product online. I'm a local brick and mortar business trying to generate local leads online, so this won't work for me. For all of my brick and mortar business owners, don't worry. This strategy still works, even though you'll need to look at it a little bit differently. When building your Dream 100 list, instead of identifying the national influencers or leaders in your niche, you need to identify your local influencers. For example, if I owned a local juice bar, I would ask myself, who is my dream customer and where are they already congregating? My dream customer would be someone who is trying to get healthier. To find these dream customers, I would create a list of local gyms, health food stores, chiropractors, personal trainers, nutritionists, etc., and then start building my Dream 100 from that list. We'll show more examples of how these concepts work for brick and mortar businesses throughout this book, but I wanted to address it quickly here before you thought that this concept wouldn't work for you. Creating your Dream 100 list. The next step for you is to build out your Dream 100 list. Everything we do from this point forward, from paid ads to free traffic to joint ventures, will all build upon this core foundation of the Dream 100. But for some reason, even though I've been talking about this concept for years, and it seems easy enough for people to understand, very few people ever sit down to do the work and actually build it out. If you were to hire me for a $100,000 consulting day, the first thing I would do with you is spend the first 3 or 4 hours building out this list. That is how important it is, so don't skip it. Yes, it's simple, but it's the foundation to everything. In my friend Dana Derrick's book, The Dream 100, I wrote the foreword, which included, as the CEO and co-founder of the fastest growing non-VC-backed software company in history, hitting 9 figures in under 3 years, it would seem difficult to narrow down the one thing that really propelled us to where we are more than anything else. But it's not. It's the Dream 100. The Dream 100 is the foundation for our entire company. At ClickFunnels, we don't just leverage the Dream 100 approach for traffic. We use it for everything. How do you pick the markets we want to enter? We use the Dream 100 to research different markets and niches, and then we narrow in on the one that suits us best. How do we decide on our blue ocean strategy? We use the Dream 100 to find the red oceans and then carve out our place in the market. How do we create our own offers and figure out what's going to sell? We use the Dream 100 to model offers that are working in our marketplace, which takes out the headaches and the hassle of blind guessing. Everything we've done has come off of mastering the Dream 100, and specifically knowing how to complement as opposed to compete. That's how you build your foundation. From there, you just get traffic, again tapping into the Dream 100, and the rest is history. The Dream 100 is where all traffic leads, whether it's Facebook, ads, integration marketing, you name it, to and from. It all circles back to the Dream 100. If there's one area to invest as much time and money into your business as you possibly can from the beginning, it's the Dream 100. You see, the Dream 100 is the key foundation for traffic and the key foundation for your entire business because it helps you to figure out how to position your offers and tell your stories. I cover this extensively in .com Secrets and Expert Secrets, but I want to impress upon you here how important this key step is. The 2 types of congregations. As you're building out your Dream 100 list, there are a few important notes I want to make sure you remember. In secret number 1, we talked about how there are 2 ways your dream customers will find you. Either they're going to search for you or they're going to interact with things that interest them and you will interrupt them. I make these same 2 distinctions when I'm trying to identify where my dream customers are congregating. Interest-based congregations. The first type of congregation is based on interest. In most social networks, after someone joins, the first thing the network tries to do is figure out what things you're interested in. Facebook is believed to automatically track over 52,000 data points on each user as they're using their platform, which is super annoying as a user, but super awesome for us as advertisers. On top of that, advertisers have the chance to select the interests that people follow, such as who are the people, influencers, celebrities, thought leaders, authors, etc. you are following. What companies are you following? What movies, books, brands are you following? On the Dream 100 worksheet, I put a column for each of the main social networks. Depending on when you are reading this book, there may be new networks that have become more popular and or some of these networks may be dead. So just adjust the columns as needed. What matters most is that you are making a list of all the people, companies, movements, and interests that your Dream 100 are already following. Start with your favorite social network and try to write down between 20 and 100 Dream 100 names for that network. Then do the same thing for podcasts, blogs, email newsletters, and any other important types of congregations. Although we call this the Dream 100, I like to try to make this list as big as possible, and I recreate my list 2 or 3 times per year as I pull off names that aren't bringing us the right customers and add new names as we find them. After you've filled in as many names in the Dream 100 interest-based column as you can find, then move on to the search-based congregations. Search-based congregations. When someone goes to Google or any of the search platforms, they type in a keyword phrase looking for something like how to lose weight, emergency plumber in Boise, Idaho, best water filters. As soon as they type a phrase, they enter into an existing congregation of people searching for the same thing. Before I created my first product, How to Make a Potato Gun, one of the first things I searched for was how many people were currently searching for phrases around that topic. potato gun, spud gun, potato gun launcher, potato gun plans. At that time, there were over 18,000 people per month searching for all of these phrases. Of course, that was a while ago, so the number has probably increased dramatically. In my case, this congregation of people were looking for something that I had a solution for. This type of congregation is called a search-based congregation, and searches can occur on Google, Yahoo, or any other search platform. Some popular search platforms at the time of this writing are Quora.com, where people can ask questions to any topic, Pinterest.com, where people can search for images, and YouTube.com, where people search for almost everything. Later on, I'll show you how YouTube and a few other search platforms serve as both search and interest-based congregations. Exercise. To create your Dream 100 list, write out all the phrases that you believe people are actively searching for. There will be many ways that we will refine and use these congregations, from buying ads to doing SEO to getting those people's pages that are listed to push people into your funnels for you. But for now, just build a list from your best guesses. We'll discuss some amazing software tools later to help you identify phrases you might never have thought of on your own. And we'll also explore how to find out how many people are searching for each phrase. For this exercise, though, I want you to write out the phrases offhand that you think either you or your dream customers would search for each day. Where do I start? I found that most people can grasp the concept of the Dream 100 pretty quickly, but when they're actually trying to find 100 people, they get stuck. Oftentimes they're able to build a dream dozen, but they struggle to get more than that. At the end of the day, traffic is a numbers game. I want to find 100 or more people because even with 100 people, we may only get 5 or 10 of them who are willing to let us get in front of their audiences for free. After that, we may only get 10 or so others for whom we're able to successfully target their audiences on the ad networks. So it's essential that you cast a wide net. The easiest way to build a larger list is to go back to secret number 3 in Expert Secrets, where we explore the 3 core markets or desires. I'll quickly re-explain it here so you can see how it ties into the Dream 100. It starts with the 3 core markets or desires: health, wealth, and relationships. Each of these 3 markets have an unlimited number of submarkets. For example, inside of wealth, there's finance, investing, real estate, sales, and marketing. In health, there's nutrition, strength training, and weight loss. In relationships, there's marriage advice, dating advice, love, and more. Inside of each of these submarkets are the niches. So, for example, if my market is wealth, then my submarket would be marketing, and the niche that I would create is sales funnels. Wealth, marketing, sales funnels. Other niches inside the marketing submarket would be marketing through e-commerce, Amazon, dropshipping, SEO, PPC, Facebook ads, or online courses. Honestly, other niches in my submarket would include any way that someone would use the internet to market or to create a new business. With that in mind, when I build my Dream 100 list, I'm not just looking for other people who are selling sales funnel stuff. I do add those people, companies, and keywords to my list, but what I'm really looking for is for all of the other people, companies, and keywords that are within my sub-market. They are my warmest traffic and where I focus first. My goal is to provide my Dream 100 followers with my new opportunity. I can usually build my Dream 100 from this list pretty easily, but if you're struggling to identify all of the niches within your sub-market, just ask yourself this question: what other vehicles are people trying to use? And then insert result they desire with insert your sub-market here. To illustrate this even further, let me give you some real-world examples. In the wealth core market with the real estate sub-market, I'd ask, what other vehicles are people trying to use to make money inside of the real estate sub-market? The answer to this question would include house flipping, short sales, and wholesaling. In the health core market with the weight loss sub-market, I'd ask, what other vehicles are people trying to use to get six-pack abs inside the weight loss submarket? The answer to these questions would include the keto diet, vegan diet, meatitarian diet, and bodybuilding. In the relationships core market with a parenting submarket, I'd ask, what other vehicles are people trying to use to have better relationships with their kids inside the parenting submarket? The answers to these questions would include homeschooling, baby sign language, after-school sporting programs, and drama. Each of these answers is a niche within a submarket with dozens of influencers, companies, and keywords that you can target. Your submarket is where you should focus all of your Dream 100 efforts initially because this is your warmest traffic. After you finish filling in your Dream 100 worksheet, then you'll be ready to discover the hook, story, offer framework that you'll be using over and over again to pull people from your Dream 100 into your funnels. Secret number 3, hook, story, offer, and the attractive character. It was 9:27 p.m. and the last of Jessica's kids had just fallen asleep. It had been a long day that started way before the sun came up and was finally ending. While Jessica was exhausted, it was her time now, as she had a few precious moments to herself without the kids pulling her in a million directions. Soon she would have to start her nighttime routine of cleaning up the house, getting herself ready for bed, taking off her makeup, and finally falling asleep for a few hours before she had to wake up and start it all over again. As she fell onto the couch, she reached into her pocket and slowly pulled out her phone. What's been happening in everyone else's life today, she wondered. She opened Facebook and swiped through the lives of her friends and her family, hoping to find some comfort, knowing that she wasn't the only one who had a busy day. Soon she started to get bored, but as she was about to close the app, she saw an image fly past her screen. She almost missed it, but she slowly moved her finger back up her phone, bringing the picture into the middle of the screen. Yep, she thought she saw that right. It was a picture of a woman about her age in workout clothes with gray shorts on. The thing that caught her eye wasn't the shorts, though. It was the dark gray spot in the middle of her shorts. A little confused, she looked above the image and read the words. "Let me tell you about the time I peed my pants during a workout. I was filming for Dollar Workout Club and I had never been so embarrassed before." Jessica was right. It was a picture of a grown woman who had peed her pants. She laughed for a second, but then that laughter turned into uneasiness as she realized that she knew exactly how this woman had felt. She had experienced the same thing earlier that year when her kids had wanted her to jump on the trampoline with them. She wanted to be a good mom, but after a few jumps, she just had to get off because she had peed her pants. She had quickly come up with the reason why she couldn't jump anymore, and after apologizing to her kids, she had to run to the house to get changed. She knew the story she had told her kids wasn't true, which added to her mom guilt even more. This also made her think about other activities that she knew she would love to do but were off limits for the same reasons. After a few seconds of looking at the image, Jessica decided that she wanted to see why in the world this woman would post a picture of herself on Facebook telling others that she had peed her pants. She clicked on the image and was immediately taken to a page that had the video from the same woman in this picture. Jessica clicked on the video and started listening to the story. The woman's name was Natalie Hodson, and she was a fitness blogger and mom of two amazing kids who were both 10-pound babies. Natalie told her embarrassing story when she accidentally peed her pants during a workout she was filming for her blog. She then talked about a doctor that she had met who specialized in helping women with this problem. She shared how this doctor was able to help her, and after she had success, she wanted to share it with other women. Natalie mentioned that she had worked with the doctor to create an online program that anyone could do from home with simple exercises to strengthen their abs, core, and pelvic floor. Together, Natalie and the doctor made an ebook that also came with bonus diet and nutrition tips, exercises and movements, and specific training programs. They wanted to make this offer for all the moms who had struggled with accidental leaks after having babies, but didn't have the ability to meet with the doctor in person. Instead, you could get the same advice without ever leaving the comfort of your home. And you could get the ebook and all the bonuses mentioned for just $47. Excited, Jessica jumped off the couch and ran across the room to find her credit card. After typing in her credit card numbers, within minutes, she had access to the ebook, which would solve her problem forever. Now, even though Jessica's story is fictional, this type of experience does happen each and every day to women who are embarrassed when they accidentally pee their pants a little bit when they cough, sneeze, or even jump on a trampoline. Over the past 3 years, over 120,000 women have purchased Natalie's ebook. This has made Natalie Hodson a household name, given her the ability to change the lives of countless women around the world, and made her very wealthy in the process. The framework that Natalie uses to get 120,000 people to buy her books, Abs, Core, and Pelvic Floor, is called Hook, Story, Offer. The hook is the image in the headline that Jessica saw as she was scrolling through her feed. It hooked her and stopped her long enough to get her attention. It then asked Jessica to click on a link, which gave Natalie a moment to tell her story, build their relationship with Jessica, and then explain the perceived value of the offer that she would be making. Finally, Natalie made her an irresistible offer that would help Jessica to get out of pain and move towards pleasure. This hook, story, offer framework is the pattern that you will see over and over again in most ads and funnels online. Hook, story, offer. This framework of hook, story, offer is something that I talk about often. It's the core foundation for how we sell anything online. It's how we diagnose what's not working in every funnel that we set up. If an ad isn't working, it's always either because of the hook, the story, or the offer. If a funnel isn't converting, it's always because of the hook, the story, or the offer. It really is that simple and probably the most important framework that I'm teaching you to master. In .com Secrets and Expert Secrets, I spend multiple chapters talking about hook, story, offer, where I fully explain how to make irresistible offers and the frameworks we use for story selling. I will be talking about story and offer in this chapter in relation to traffic and ads, but Expert Secrets is the definitive guide for mastering these concepts. With that said, let's jump into the hook, story, offer framework. Hook. Now that we know where our dream customers are congregating, our job is to throw hooks to them to see if we can grab their attention. In the next secret, we'll be talking more about how to do that. But for right now, I want you to understand what a hook is. A hook is the thing that grabs someone's attention so you can tell them a story. You see thousands of hooks every day. Every email subject line is a hook, trying to grab your attention for just a moment so you'll read that email. Every post, picture, and video you see in your feed on Facebook is a hook that's trying to get you to engage so they can tell you a story and then make you an offer. Every picture on Instagram, thumbnail on YouTube, and the headlines on a blog is a hook designed to grab your attention. We see hooks all the time, yet it's hard to define exactly what they are. Are they the words? Yes, they can be. Are they images? Yes, they can be. Are they the backgrounds of your videos or the goofy things you do in the first 3 seconds to get someone to stop scrolling? The answer is yes. Anything that grabs someone's attention is a hook, and the better you get at creating it and throwing it into your Dream 100's congregations, the more attention you will get. I always picture my end customer sitting on the toilet or lying in bed or sitting on the couch in the moments of their day that they are alone, holding their phone, scrolling through their feed on Facebook or Instagram. What hooks can I throw out that will cause them to stop scrolling and listen long enough to hear my story? Pay attention the next time that you're scrolling to what hooks grab your attention. Why did you stop? Why did you click play? What did the hook say and how did it make you feel? Answering these questions will help you to become amazing at developing hooks. Story. After the hook grabs their attention, you now have a small window to connect with them through story. There are 2 core goals from that story that you are about to tell them. First, the story will increase the value of the offer that you are going to make. By telling the right story, or Epiphany Bridge stories mentioned in Expert Secrets, you can show the perceived value of what you're selling, and the story will create a desire for them to buy now. Second, the story will build a connection with you as the attractive character and your brand. Even if someone doesn't buy something today, if they connect with you, they will become your follower, and then your customer, and eventually your raving fan. Your stories will help them to build a relationship with your brand. Your personality, or your attractive character mentioned in .com Secrets, is becoming more and more vital to the success of your traffic campaigns. Anyone can throw up an ad and get someone to buy once, but if you are willing to share your stories, build a connection with your audience, and actually serve them instead of only selling them something, they will continue to buy from you over and over again. They will become your advocates and share your message and your ads with their friends. Offer. The hook gets customers' attention. The story creates desire, and the last step of every message, post, email, and video is the offer. The offer doesn't always mean asking people to buy something amazing, although this is my favorite type of offer. The offer could be as small as telling them that if they like this post, or comment on my video, or subscribe to my podcast, or join my list, then you'll give them a special thing in exchange. The better the offer is, the more likely someone is to do the thing that you actually want them to do. If people aren't doing what you want them to do, joining your lists, clicking your ads, or buying your stuff, the simplest way to fix it is often to increase the offer. For example, if I tell you that I'll give you $1 if you take out the trash, you may say no because that effort isn't worth $1 to you. But if I increase the offer and tell you $10, you may say yes. If I increase the offer to $1,000, that offer would be too good for almost anyone to say no. The same thing is true with your ads. If you hook someone, tell them a story, and then make them an offer and they still don't buy, it's likely that the offer isn't good enough for them. You may need to tell a better story to increase the perceived value of the offer, or maybe just need to make the offer better. Add more bonuses, increase how much they get, make it sexier, whatever they need for the offer to be irresistible. Yes, each ad has a hook, the image or the video or the headline that gets people to stop scrolling, a story, the thing that you show after you have people's attention, and an offer, typically what they're going to get if they click on the ad. If you can show customers what's in it for them, you will have success utilizing the strategies taught inside of Traffic Secrets. If any of your traffic campaigns aren't working, it's always the hook, the story, or the offer. If the conversion on your landing page isn't working, it's always the hook, the story, or the offer. If the attendance on your webinar, the close rate on your pitch, the upsell take rate, or your email open rate is not working, it's always the hook, the story, or the offer. And if you want to solve all these problems, create better hooks, tell better stories, and make better offers. Secret number 4, work your way in, buy your way in. It was just weeks before we were going to officially launch ClickFunnels.com to the world. For the past 12 months, my co-founder Todd Dickerson has spent almost every waking moment painstakingly writing tens of thousands of lines of code. I had spent every last penny I'd earned trying to keep the doors of my little company open so that we could feed our families, all the while waiting for the launch of our new company that we believed would change the world. And it was almost go time. With 1 month left, Todd and our other co-founder, Dylan Jones, flew to Boise to grind out the last 10% of the code before we went live. Fueled by Red Bulls and a fire to see their baby come to life, they would code each night until 3 or 4 a.m., go back to the hotels for a short nap, and then back to the offices by 9 a.m. These were the days I would never forget. As the non-technical co-founder who had no skills in coding, I wasn't able to help during these hackathons, but I knew my role. When the cart opened on launch day, I needed to have a pipeline of people waiting and begging to sign up for their free trials. So while Todd and Dylan were coding, I was working on the Dream 100. For every platform, I would research and find the people who already had my dream customers, add them to my list, and then send them messages to introduce myself. My Dream 100 list grew into my Dream 200 and then my Dream 500, and by the time ClickFunnels was ready to go live, it had become my Dream 736. I remember looking at that list that day before the launch, thinking that these people had already congregated my dream customers and already had relationships with them. I just had to figure out a way to get my message in front of those audiences. Looking back, just 5 years since that moment, it's amazing to look how far we've come in such a short period of time. This morning, as I'm writing this chapter, we just passed 100,648 active monthly paying customers using ClickFunnels. The majority of those members, my dream customers, came from the followings of the 736 people that I identified as my Dream 100. Now, if you skip the exercise in Secret 2, please stop here and go back and do it. It's the key to filling your funnels with traffic. Remember, if you hired me for a $100,000 consulting day, this is the very first thing I would have you do. If you need help doing it, pretend like you just wired me $100,000 and then go and do it. The reason I emphasize this so much is because I've seen the companies that make 8 and 9 figures a year complete this vital step. Step 1, dig your well before you're thirsty. Now you have your Dream 100 and they have your dream customers. The next question you should be asking yourself is the same question I asked myself. How do I get my message in front of their audiences? The first key to the Dream 100 is that you need to dig your well before you're thirsty. In his networking book, Dig Your Well Before You're Thirsty, Harvey Mackay explained that if you want to build a business relationship with someone that's worthwhile, you have to start before you're ready to make the deal. The most common mistake that entrepreneurs make when they start their Dream 100 is to wait to start building relationships with those people until their product is ready. As soon as I identify someone as being part of my Dream 100, I immediately start digging my well. I personally do this in a few ways. First, I subscribe to everything that my Dream 100 are publishing. If they're on your Dream 100, they're probably publishing on at least one, if not many, different platforms. I'll listen to their podcasts, read their blogs, watch their stories on Instagram, and join their email newsletters, because there will likely be a time in the near future that I'll have the chance to actually speak to them. I've met people in the past who have somehow made it through all of my gatekeepers and got a precious few minutes of my time, and I figured out within seconds that they didn't know who I was and only cared about what they thought I could do for them. These conversations never turned into anything fruitful for either of us. To avoid that situation, do your homework so that when your moment comes with your Dream 100 person, you're prepared to talk about them. Ask them questions about their life, things that they post, and topics that they care about. I also watch what my Dream 100 are publishing because in the future, I might be creating ads for these same people. If I know the things that an individual member of my Dream 100 are saying to their followers, I can model the same language patterns in my messages. Usually when I tell people to subscribe to everything, they kind of freak out because they don't want to join over 100 people's email lists, subscribe to 100 podcasts, or follow over 100 influencers on Instagram. After all, it would take several hours a day to manage that, right? But the truth is, it actually won't. For the email newsletters, I create a new email address that is set up specifically for my Dream 100 campaign, and I use that new email address to join everyone's list. I make a filter that pushes each person's email instantly into a folder so that my inbox stays clean. That way, when I'm about to call or message a certain person, I can log into that email account, click on their folder, and quickly look at the last dozen or so emails and catch up on what they're publishing. I also only use social apps, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, etc., for two purposes: to produce and publish content and to spy on my Dream 100. I don't use them to be social because this is the fastest way to ruin your life. Okay, well, not really, but seriously, from this point forward, you should never look at yourself as a consumer of social media, but as a producer of it. You produce content and you pay close attention to what your Dream 100 is doing on each of these platforms. That's it. Personally, I spend about 15 minutes twice per day swiping through each app to keep my finger on the pulse of my market, and then I close my phone down and I get back to producing. After subscribing to my Dream 100's content, I try to buy some of their products. This allows me to see their funnels and what they're selling on their backend and get a good idea of what they're doing. We call this process funnel hacking, where you go through their sales process to get ideas of what is working in this market, as well as being able to get on their customer list to see what type of things they send to their customers. When you're a customer, you can tell them why you love their products. Few things build rapport better and faster than being able to tell someone that you're a happy customer. The third and the last thing I do is look for ways that I can serve my Dream 100. Remember, right now I'm not asking them to do anything for me. I'm digging my well before I'm thirsty to see what I can offer them. One of the best things I can do to help someone after buying their product or listening to their podcast or reading their blogs is to talk about it socially. I may make a post on my Facebook wall or on my Instagram stories talking about an awesome podcast I heard or a product I bought, telling other people that they should go buy it while tagging my Dream 100 person in the post. I found that this is one of the easiest things I could do to get someone's attention and provide value to them. But it could also be anything from sending them a gift to creating videos or images that they can use for their own marketing. This process may seem like a lot of work, and it is, but it's the foundation for your entire company. Not only is the foundation for getting traffic, it's also the best way to figure out your place in the market ecosystem. What value do you have that you can provide to this market that's different? What problems are being unsolved by others in your Dream 100 that you are uniquely qualified to do? Seeing what your Dream 100 is promising and trying to sell to your dream customers, what hooks they are putting out and what offers they are making and what beliefs your market has will become the best market research you could ever do to figure out what the gaps are in the market and what offers you need to create. As discussed, when we launched ClickFunnels, I had built a very large Dream 100 list. My first goal was to dig my well before I was thirsty, which is the key step to do before you work your way in. I started doing this through 4 very strategic phases. Phase number 1, day 1 through 14. I started the process of following my Dream 100 by subscribing and listening to the content that they were pushing out. During my twice-a-day, 15-minute social media binges, I would watch what each of my Dream 100 were doing, and then I would look for things that resonated with me. I would quickly comment on what they were publishing, sharing what I thought was special, and looking for ways that I could serve them. Phase 2, day 15 to 30. I would then contact my Dream 100 through email, direct messages, etc., and open up a dialogue. My goal was never to pitch them anything during this time. Currently, I conservatively get over 1,000 messages a day among all my social platforms, and there are some huge red flags that keep me from responding to people, as well as a few green lights that give me an open door where I'll actually respond. Red flag number 1, don't send a templated message. So many times I see the copy and paste emails that have been sent to 500 other influencers that day, and these messages don't get a response. Write each person a personal message or don't send anything at all. Red flag number 2, don't tell me your story yet. There will be a day and a time that your Dream 100 will care about your story, but it's not with the first message. You telling them your story is them serving you, and you have not built up the reciprocity yet. Serve first or they will never have a chance to serve you later. Pretend that you are trying to date your Dream 100 because you kind of are. Treat them right and one good relationship can be worth millions of dollars to you. But now that you've seen the red flags, let's talk about some of the green lights that make me want to respond. Green light number 1. This isn't the first time I've ever seen your face. Most of my Dream 100 spent time publishing things they believe in, and if you don't think that they've read the comments on the things that they publish, you're wrong. Make sure they've seen your face actively participating in meaningful ways in the discussions that they create, so that when you pop in their inbox or direct message, they recognize you. During this phase, you are selling you to the Dream 100, not your product. If they don't like you, they'll never want to know more about your product. Green light number 2. They tell me how great I am. I know that sounds shallow, but come on, there's a reason we're doing this. I personally feel very uncomfortable when people give me direct praise, especially in front of other people, but I love reading it in comments or messages, and I remember the people who tell me how what I'm doing has impacted them. Green light number 3, they've done their homework. They know who I am and what I care about, so when we do talk, they ask me about stuff that's important to me. When people ask me about my wife or my kids or wrestling or things that I'm really passionate about, I relate to them differently and I remember who they are. Green light number 4, they don't ask for anything now. Just don't do it. Trust me. If you ask too early, the answer will always be no. There will be a time, but that time is not now. Phase number 3, day 31 to 60. Make your Dream 100 your fan. I never ask someone to promote something for me if they haven't experienced it. When we were launching ClickFunnels, I gave my Dream 100 free accounts with no strings attached so that they could use the product. When I was launching my book, I sent free copies. With my courses, I provide free access. Your best promoters will always be your biggest fans. After I plugged into each person on my Dream 100 and started the process of digging my well before I'm thirsty, there are now 2 ways I can get my message in front of my Dream 100's audiences. First, I can work my way in by getting traffic that I earn. And second, I can buy my way in by getting traffic that I control. Let me show you how each of these work. Step number 2, work your way in, traffic that you earn. I want you to think about the last big blockbuster movie that you were excited to see. Usually it starts with the movie trailer getting linked online. From there, they start showing the trailer before all the other movies leading up to the premiere. With all that marketing, I think that most of us consumers are aware that it's happening. But then, usually about a week out from the big day, the covert marketing strategy that pushes everyone to watch the new movie on opening night begins. Hollywood knows that if they don't fill the theaters on launch day, then the sales for the life of the movie will suffer, so they pull out the big guns. What is Hollywood's covert strategy? Well, it's simply working their way into the Dream 100 just like you do. Do you notice what usually happens 1 week before a new movie or TV series premiere, music album, or book launch? Where do the lead actors, singers, or authors show up? They show up on TV. They put out a hook to grab curiosity. They tell a story to create desire, and they make an offer to get people out on opening night. That's it. They have their Dream 100 and they're working their way in. I was talking to Tony Robbins after his last book launch, and he said that between TV, radio, and the internet, he did over 260 interviews during the week he launched his book. While I'm sure that week was intense for him, it also helped him sell millions of copies of his book for free by allowing him to work his way into the shows that had already congregated his dream customers. Now, while it's easy for Hollywood to get booked on daily talk shows, oftentimes it's harder for smaller entrepreneurs like us. The good news is that you can utilize your Dream 100 in a way that is as powerful as, and sometimes even more powerful than being on the big nationally syndicated shows. These shows have a ton of people, but there's no targeting at all. By using your Dream 100, you're able to have your interview shown to the exact target market who is likely to buy your product or your service. When I launched .com Secrets, I knew that I was going to spend a lot of money on paid ads. In other words, buying my way into my Dream 100. But I also wanted to get as much free initial traffic as possible. I started by sending a pre-release copy of my book to everyone on my Dream 100, including dozens of podcasters, bloggers, email list owners, and influencers. I wanted them to read the book, and if they liked it, I hoped that they would promote it to their followings. A few days later, I sent them a certified letter in the mail. I could have sent an email, but I wanted to make sure it got their attention, telling them that if they liked the book, I would love to have them help promote the book on the launch date. I'd even be willing to pay them $20 for every book they sold. Almost instantly, I started getting responses from people on my Dream 100 list who now read my book and wanted to help me promote it on launch day. As I mentioned previously, one of the first responders was John Lee Dumas from Entrepreneur on Fire podcast. He said that he loved the book and would love to do an interview with me about the book and have it go live on my launch day. We recorded an interview in the weeks leading up to our launch, and on a book launch day, his podcast also went live. From that one interview alone, we sold more than 500 copies of my new book, and that result was from just one of my Dream 100. We ended up getting dozens more people to help promote the book on their various platforms. On opening week, we sold tens of thousands of copies, and that book continues to be a bestseller to this day. When we launched Expert Secrets, I wanted to take the same strategy to the next level. We took our Dream 100, and as soon as I had a cover design for the book, I sent them a copy of the book with 300 blank pages inside. I hadn't started writing yet, but I wanted them to be aware that I was writing another book. As I got closer to my launch date, I sent them a copy of the book with the first 4 chapters in it to help them get excited. And as soon as I had the first unedited draft, I sent them another copy. They had a chance to see me create this book with them, and because of that, many of them had a vested interest in its success. We decided about a month before launch to coordinate a virtual book tour just like the bigwigs in Hollywood do if they were about to launch a new movie. I asked each of the Dream 100 if they would interview me on their platform, but we added a twist. I asked if they would add the person who runs my Facebook ads as a temporary user to their account so that I could add in my credit card and spend my money to buy ads through their ad account and point it to the interview on their platform. Here's an example of how it worked. About a decade ago, one of the first people on my Dream 100 list was Tony Robbins. To make a really, really long story short, I had the chance to meet him in person during one of his Unleash the Power Within events. I then went on to speak at his Business Mastery event in Fiji and was interviewed for his new Money Master DVD program. Yes, I had been digging my well for over a decade. I had tried to serve however and whenever he asked. And when Expert Secrets was done, I decided I was finally going to ask Tony for something. I asked if he'd be willing to interview me about my new book on his Facebook page. Now, this step is very important. I didn't want to interview him on my page because then only my people would see it. If he interviewed me on his page, then all of his, then 3.2 million followers would see it. He agreed, and the second we started the interview, over 1,500 people watched live. When the interview was over, I asked Tony if I could spend my money to buy ads to that video through his profile, and I'd still pay him the $20 commission on every book he sold, in addition to me covering the cost of the ads. I tried to make this a huge win-win for him, and he said yes. During our launch week, that interview was seen by Tony's fans over 2.8 million times. Since then, it's had over 3.1 million views, and that result was from just one of my Dream 100. I ended up doing countless numbers of interviews on every possible platform, and during launch week, we sold over 71,248 copies of Expert Secrets. The average New York Times bestseller only sells about 10,000 copies during opening week. This is how we worked our way into the audiences of our Dream 100. Not all promotions are an interview, although I think that this is one of the easiest ways to illustrate this concept. Many of my Dream 100 had an email list, and they promoted my books to those lists by sending out an email recommending purchase of the book. Some wrote reviews and posted about it on their blogs, while others talked about it inside their Instagram stories. Everyone published to their own platform in different ways, so I let them do what was most comfortable for them. I will always be grateful to them for putting me in front of their audiences, my dream customers. Now, this concept isn't just a launch strategy. It can and should be a consistent part of your business. To this day, I still do multiple interviews each month for people who have a platform that want me to be on as a guest. I would recommend trying to do that at least 2 per week as a starting goal. This may seem like a lot, but it's how you fill your funnels with consistent leads. Usually at the end of the interview, the host will ask me what I'm working on or where I'd like people to go for more information, and I direct them towards whatever funnel we are focusing on at the time. Sometimes I'll tell them to get a free copy of one of my books, while other times it's to get a free trial at ClickFunnels, download a free report, or subscribe to my podcast. This can and should be a consistent part of your traffic strategy. This organic, earned traffic oftentimes converts at a much higher rate than almost any form of paid traffic. It's harder to scale, but your hottest, best buyers will typically come from an endorsement from your Dream 100. We call this earned traffic because you typically aren't paying for it with money. You are paying for it with your time. When people are getting started and don't have an advertising budget, I always recommend starting with earned traffic. The first 8 years of my business were entirely fueled by earned traffic. I worked my way into my Dream 100, got in front of their audiences, and with their endorsements drove traffic into my funnels. For those of you who are starting with a big budget who think that you can skip this part, I would be very careful. I found that paid ads will get you started more quickly, but the second you turn off the ads, the traffic stops. On the other hand, when you have been constantly and consistently working on earning traffic, your traffic will hit a point of critical mass where you can't turn it off even if you wanted to. In Section 2, I'll be going deeper into each of the platforms that we leverage, and I'll show you more specifics on how to get this earned traffic. For now, I just want you to understand the foundational concepts behind earned traffic and how it works. Now let me transition to the next type of traffic you control. Step 3, buy your way in, traffic that you control. In a perfect world, every one of your Dream 100 would say yes and promote you to their audiences on all their platforms daily. You'd get unlimited free traffic and you never have to risk any money on ads, and business would be really easy. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Typically, if I contact all of the 100 people on my list, I'll usually get about 30 that will say yes, they will help, and then usually only about 10 people will actually do any real promotion. Sometimes they're too busy or they get caught at a bad time, while other times they may just have a competing product. Honestly, sometimes they may look at you as their competitor or maybe just flat out hate you, and that's okay too. Just because you can't get them to promote you for free doesn't mean you can't still get in front of their audiences by running paid traffic. Yes, you can even get in front of the audiences of the people who hate you. However, when I got started over 15 years ago, I was trying to sell my potato gun DVDs and other products I created. This wasn't an option. You had to work your way in. And if that person who controlled the traffic said no, you had no other options. But now, thanks to Facebook and now pretty much all social platforms, you can usually target the followings of your Dream 100 and show ads directly to them. Yes, that means that before Tony ever did a live interview and promoted Expert Secrets on his page, I had spent a decade buying ads on Facebook that only showed up to his followers. Now, while I'm digging my well and building relationships with people, at the same time, I'm buying my way into their audiences. I do this for a few reasons. First, it's faster. Paid ads can give you immediate feedback. I can turn an ad on and within minutes have people flooding into my funnels. Second, it gives me the ability to test out different hooks and see what things people in each of my Dream 100's audiences are clicking on. Before I did the interview with Tony, we tested dozens of headlines and images and ideas with his audience as ads and saw what things got the most clicks and engagement. Then, when I had the opportunity to be interviewed by Tony, I knew what his people actually wanted to hear and I could craft my message around that. Third, 90% of my Dream 100 will likely never actively promote me on their own, but I still want to get in front of their audiences, and this is the only way. It's not as powerful as an endorsed promotion, but it's the second best thing. Fourth, paid ads are how you scale a company fast. My number one goal with every funnel I create is to have a break-even funnel, where for each $1 we put into ads, we get back at least $1. You see, this is the big secret I share in .com Secrets, which was proven with the launch of ClickFunnels. About a year after we launched ClickFunnels, we were approached by the first big venture capitalist company who wanted to give us funding. They had funded another Boise software startup and wanted to add another hypergrowth company to their portfolio. I went to lunch with one of the partners of the company to find out what they had in mind. As we started eating, he started to ask me questions that I've seen so many times while watching Shark Tank. How much does it cost for you to acquire a customer? I smiled knowing that he wouldn't understand my answer, and I said, well, we were paying about $250 to get a free ClickFunnels trial, but then we turned those paid ads off. Wait, what? That's a great CPA, cost per acquisition. With those numbers, if we were to give you $10 million, we could help add another 40,000 members. Not only would that make you worth a lot more, but we could also take another round of funding afterwards. I stuttered a little and then explained, we actually turned them off because I'm paying for the ads out of my own pocket. I don't have the luxury to go $10 million in debt to get 40,000 members. Every customer I bring in needs to be profitable from day one. Then I showed him the .com Secrets book funnel and explained that while it cost me about $23 on average in ads to sell a book, we actually made over $37 on average from every person who bought the book. Wait, that makes no sense. How do you make $37 selling a free book? You only charge $7.95 shipping and handling. I laughed and said, that's the big secret of a funnel. People paid me $7.95 for the book, but then we upsell our courses after they buy the book. I then went on to explain the concept further, as I'm about to do for you right now. Because we can get lost in the weeds with numbers, I've broken it down as simply as possible into 4 steps a customer goes through. Be sure to reference the supplemental PDF to help you grasp how average cart value works. The product. We made $7.95 immediately from each person who bought the book. Total cart value, $7.95. I spent $23 in ads to acquire a customer, which made for a negative $15.05. Order form bump. On the order form, we had our first upsell for the audiobook, and 20.8% of our buyers added the $37 product to their order, otherwise known as a bump. New money collected for each buyer. $37 times 20.8% equals $7.70. Total average cart value, $7.95 plus $7.70 equals $15.65. I spent $23 in ads, which makes me negative $7.35. OTO number 1. After the buyer's order, they immediately see the first of our 2 special upsells, which are also called one-time offers, or OTOs. Our first OTO was $97 for one of our online digital courses to help implement what they could learn in the book. This first OTO had 9.92% order conversion in a one-click upsell that allowed them to add it to their order without having to re-enter their credit card information. New money collected for each buyer. $97 times 9.92% equals $9.62. Total average cart value. $15.65 plus $9.62 equals $25.27. I spent $23 in ads, and we finally made a profit of $2.27. OTO number 2. Then we offered a second OTO selling a course on how to get traffic into your funnels for $297. The second OTO had a 4.19% order conversion using a one-click upsell. New money collected for each buyer, $297 times 4.19% equals $12.44. Total average cart value, $25.27 plus $12.44 equals $37.71. I spent $23 to get a customer with an average cart value of $37.71 in sales. We made a net profit for each new buyer who came into our funnel of $14.71. I continued, so when you do the math and add up all the orders, we averaged $37.71 in total sales for each book that was sold. We call the number the average cart value, or ACV. After the customer bought the books, we used a follow-up funnel through emails, retargeting, Messenger, and other follow-up tools to introduce them to ClickFunnels over the next 90 days. Because we acquired the customer profitably with our funnel before they were shown our software, we got a customer first and made a profit before we ever introduced them to the core product. And that's how we've been growing so fast without any outside funding. He sat there for a minute and said, if what you're saying is true, this will change business as we know it forever. I smiled and told him, yes, that is the message I've been called to bring to this world. You see, there are really only 2 ways to scale a company fast. The first is to take on outside funding and then use that money to either acquire other companies or pay to acquire customers. However, this way is lazy and inefficient, and I don't recommend it. I liken the strategy to taking steroids to win a bodybuilding contest. Yes, you won, but you cheated. The better, smarter, and more efficient way to scale a business is to create a funnel that's profitable and then to put as much money into paid ads as possible. When you have a funnel that at least breaks even, then you don't have an advertising budget, and you can spend as much money as you want without ever costing you anything to acquire customers. I remember when we had this realization with ClickFunnels. We'd been buying ads into our funnels and slowly growing them. We went from spending $100 per day to spending thousands per day. And our front-end break-even funnels that we're driving traffic to was making us money for each new customer that came into our door. Even better, a huge percentage of those customers then joined ClickFunnels at $97 per month. meaning that we no longer had an advertising budget. As long as we watched the ads closely to make sure that we didn't buy ads in places that weren't going to be at least break even, we could grow fast. Soon we were spending over $25,000 per day and growing at a pace that no one had ever seen before. You might be asking yourself, which is better, controlled traffic or earned traffic? Is it better for you to work your way in or to buy your way in? The answer is both are essential to the long-term success of your company. If you only focus on paid ads, you are left at the mercy of the networks that allowed you to buy the ads. If and or when Google or Facebook slaps or snaps, you can lose the lifeblood of your company overnight. If you only rely on earned traffic, you're completely relying on other people to get your message out to the market. While the blend of these two types of traffic is the key to building a solid foundation for your company, there's still one other type of traffic that trumps both earned and controlled traffic. Given the chance to have only one, I'd always choose this third and last type of traffic that you own. Secret number 5, traffic that you own. Those numbers couldn't be right, could they? I thought as I did the math again. If I had 10,000 people on my list and I was selling a $50 product, if just 1% of them bought a product from me, I mumbled under my breath, 1% of 10,000 people is 100 people times $50 that hit me. I'd make $5,000, right? No, that can't be right, can it? I hadn't made that much money so far this year, let alone from sending one email. But wait, what if I had 100,000 people and sold the same product? That would be $50,000. And that is if just 1% of the people I sent an email to actually bought a product from me. But what do the numbers look like if 2% buy? $100,000? Whoa, that's more money than most people make in a year. I must be doing these numbers wrong. But even after running the numbers a second time, I came up with the same results. Then a new idea flew into my head, and I was so excited that my hands literally started shaking. The words that were in my head couldn't stay there any longer, and I actually started to say them out loud. Wait, this is from just one campaign. What if I did it once per month, or once per week, or even once per day? Is that even possible? Suddenly, I realized that I was still in class, even though the bell had rung 15 minutes earlier. The teacher was gone, and most of the kids, outside of a few people lingering who were talking about their plans for the weekend. Luckily, no one was close enough to hear what I was actually saying to myself. I felt like I was just given something illegal, some type of insider trading where no matter how I did the math, as long as I focused on this one thing, I was going to win. I looked around for those few people still in the room just long enough to know that no one was even aware that I was there, and then I half smiled and started writing again. As I was scratching numbers on the back of a pad of paper, I had one of those experiences. You know what I'm talking about? That feeling where you found something that was just too good to be true, but no matter how many ways you looked at it, you couldn't disprove it. I had stumbled upon the key that could change everything for me. I was just trying to figure out how to play the game of online marketing when I came across a short reply to a forum post online regarding if people were really making money online or if it was all just a big scam. I wish I knew who this author was so that I could thank him for this insight. Well, I can no longer find the original post. It went a little something like this. Every so often I hear the skeptics ask this question, and I always smile because I know that they don't understand how leverage works. They're used to working 8 hours a day and getting paid for those hours. If they want to make $100,000 per year, they have to make at least $50 per hour, work 40 hours per week for at least 50 weeks per year. When they hear about the gurus online making $100,000 in a weekend, it doesn't make any sense to them, and they think it's a scam. But it's actually quite simple. When someone has spent the time to build a list of followers of 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 plus people, they can send an email out to that list selling a product. To make $100,000, they only need a small percentage of those people to buy the product. Yet to someone working the hourly wage, it would take them all year to earn that amount. Recently, I sent an email to my list of 32,000 subscribers and offered them a chance to buy one of my $37 ebooks. Of those 32,000 people, only 232 of them decided to purchase, just 0.7%. But that put a quick $8,584 into my pocket. That would have taken the skeptics more than 171 hours at $50 per hour to earn the same that I did from less than 15 minutes writing the email and sending it out to my list. My heart was beating out of my chest. I needed a list and I wanted it now. I turned to Google and started searching for the how. The next day, I learned all the secrets about how to send mass emails. I purchased the software, got the computer set up. Mass emails used to be sent directly from a computer. And all that was left was I needed a list of email addresses to plug into the software and I'd be rich. So where do people get these lists? I couldn't understand that part of the puzzle, so I went back to good old Google for the answer. Within a few searches, I found a honeypot, a website that would sell me a CD with over 1 million spam-free email addresses. I didn't know how they got them, but they guaranteed me that they were spam-free, so I was in. I sent them the money and patiently waited for the CD to arrive. Everything seemed so easy. Each step was falling into place. Why wasn't everyone doing this? Was I missing something? I waited and I waited for the means to test my theories, but the days turned into weeks and nothing showed up. I emailed the company asking them when I'd get the CD, but I didn't get a response back. Had I fallen for a scam? Where was my list? And then it happened. After a long day at school and an even longer day at wrestling practice, I got home late, beat up and tired. My wife Colette was working 2 jobs to support her jobless student athlete at the time, and she was worn out too. I walked through the door, gave her a kiss, but right before I sat on my couch for a few much-needed minutes of rest before starting on my homework, I saw it. On the kitchen countertop was a cardboard envelope just big enough to hold a CD. All of my tiredness disappeared and excitement flooded into my body as I ran over, ripped it open, and held in my hands the CD that would guarantee my freedom. 1 million names and email addresses of people who wanted to send me money for cool stuff I was going to sell them. I quickly started spewing out what I had written down a few weeks earlier to try to explain to Colette what this thin disk meant to us. This has 1 million people's email addresses on it. If we send out an email selling a $50 product and just 1% buy, I grabbed a pad of paper and a pen and calculated the math again. 1% of 1 million people is 10,000 people. 10,000 people times $50 is 500,000. $500,000. What? Colette asked. I know $500,000 seems like a lot, so let's just say it's 10% of that. That's still $50,000. That's almost double what we made last year from just one email. We could literally send out emails every week. And then I dropped the bomb. Colette, you should go and quit your job tomorrow. There's no way that this could fail. Even if just a fraction of that 1% buys, we're going to be rich. My wife probably tried to talk some sense into this husband of hers, but I don't remember much of what she said because I was too busy running to the computer. I unplugged our phone line, I plugged it into my modem in the wall, and I started writing the email. I wrote about an amazing product I had yet to create and ended the email with a buy now link to my personal PayPal account. I loaded the email addresses in where all I had to do was click send. I sat there for a minute, visualizing what was about to happen. I did the math one last time in my head, and then I took a deep breath, smiled, and clicked send. 0 out of 1 million emails sent. 1 out of 1 million emails sent. 5, 9, 21 of 1 million emails sent. It was going a lot slower than I expected, but knowing that $500,000 would be my PayPal account soon, I was okay waiting a little longer for it. With that, we went to bed, and like a kid on Christmas Eve, I lay in bed dreaming about how much money would be in my account in the morning. The next morning, I was woken up by my wife. At first, I was a little groggy, but her getting ready for work reminded me that she was supposed to quit today. That is, as long as we woke up rich. I needed to check our sales. I ran the computer and I woke up the monitor. 6,423 of 1 million emails sent. What? Only 6,000 emails have been sent so far. This was completely throwing off my calculations. Instead of sending 1 million emails a day, it was going to take weeks to send a full million. As I was rewriting my business plan in my head, Colette told me that she needed to use the phone. And for those of you who don't remember dial-up modems, that meant that I had to pause the email, crawl under the desk, unplug the modem, and replug in the phone. Within seconds, the phone rang. I crawled out from under my desk, almost hitting my head as I answered it. "Hello?" I muttered. "What the bleep are you doing?" explained the stranger on the other line. "In the past 6 hours, we've received over 30 spam complaints from your IP address. We're going to shut you down." "Wait, what?" "Sir, you don't understand. The people I'm emailing have spam-free email addresses. They want me to send them emails. I purchased a list of emails from—" "Son, that's the definition of spam," he yelled. My heart sank. I vaguely remember him talking about lawyers and fines, but honestly, I just wanted to get off the phone line and hide. After what seemed like forever, I hung up with a huge lump in my throat. "Who is that?" Colette said. No one." But then I blurted out, "Just promise me you won't quit your job today, at least not yet." Colette smiled, took the phone, and turned to make her call. I was so frustrated. I thought I had cracked the code. Other people were emailing their lists, so why did I get in trouble when I sent emails to mine? I grabbed my backpack and started the trek back to the college campus, but I felt numb as I walked out the front door. Instead of going to class, I slipped into the computer lab just to see if anything had happened during the night. I logged into my PayPal account with this question spinning through my mind. Of the 6,423 people who did get my email, had anyone bought? I waited for the loading screen. Loading, and then I saw the dashboard. Every time I had logged into PayPal before, the balance had always been a big fat 0 next to it. But not this time. This time the numbers were different. 7 sales made the most beautiful $70 I'd ever seen. It had worked. I was still a little confused though. I knew that the way that I did it was completely wrong and potentially illegal, but I knew that there had to be a right way to build lists that wouldn't get me labeled as a spammer. And so the next step of my journey began. With this newfound hope that I now had, I searched for legitimate list owners so I could see what they were doing. I joined tons of lists and watched the process. What did they do to get me to sign up? What emails did they send? Why did some emails make me want to buy something while others didn't? And then something happened that I'd never experienced before. All on the same day, I got emails from dozens of these list owners about a guy whom they called the godfather of internet marketing and how he was retiring. I clicked on the emails and was taken to a long page telling the story of Mark Joyner, who was one of the early pioneers of online marketing, who had made millions of dollars. He was selling off all his intellectual property along with a course of him teaching how he built his company so large and so fast. In the course, he would reveal how he built email lists with millions of people and how he had some of the most visited websites in the world. I knew that I had to buy this product no matter what it took. I had never felt this way before. Something about the way he told his story and made his offer was so irresistible. For just $1,000, I would get access to everything this man had ever created. I looked at the page for weeks until his campaign was almost over and he was about to pull this offer offline forever. The night before he was going to close it down, I lied in bed knowing that on the other side of that $1,000 investment was the key to helping me build my list. I didn't sleep that night, not for 1 minute. As the sun started to rise, I heard my wife waking up next to me. I knew I had to ask her something, but I was scared. Every online venture over the past 18 months that I had tried had failed. Just a few months earlier, I had gotten our internet access shut off within hours of me telling her she could quit her job. Yes, 23 tests in 18 months, all in an attempt to make money online, had failed. We had no money to our name, I didn't have a job, and Colette was making a whopping $9.50 per hour at hers. I was about to ask her to let me spend $1,000 we didn't have on a hope and a dream. I did the math. It would take her 105 hours of working to earn that money, and that was before taxes. We needed that money for food and rent and everything else. But as she opened her eyes, I asked her to make a sacrifice that I couldn't. She smiled and asked, "Do you think this will be the one that works?" As I'm writing this right now, I'm tearing up. I always say that you can only be as successful as your spouse or significant other will allow you to be. When Colette looked at me in that moment, I knew she believed in me, even though I had no track record of success. I'm so grateful that she did. I told her that I felt that this was the key, and if I could figure out how to build a list, then we would be free, and that Mark Joyner was the man who was going to teach us how. She gave me a kiss, told me she believed in me, and with that, I jumped out of bed, ran to the computer, and pulled out our only credit card and typed in the digits. Within seconds, it was done. A week later, I had the course. What I had assumed at that point and what Mark Joyner taught me was the same. The list is the key. That's the big secret. It was the only real asset in any company. The only real secret to business, list building. When you look at the big online acquisitions, it's interesting to see what the companies are actually buying. In September 2005, eBay purchased Skype for $2.6 billion. At the time, eBay was one of the largest online sites, and their development team was arguably the best in the world. It would not have been difficult for eBay to clone Skype and make a better product. What Skype had that eBay wanted, though, was 54 million members in 225 countries and territories, increasing at a rate of 150,000 new users daily. eBay was purchasing the list. In more recent times, Facebook purchased Instagram and its 30 million users for $1 billion. Obviously, there are many reasons why Facebook made that acquisition, including acquiring their development team and gaining speed to market, but one of the main reasons was to obtain Instagram's member list. We also see it in smaller entrepreneurial-type companies. Your list is the key to your current and future success online. This is the best type of traffic that you own. As of the time of this writing, I have 1.6 million entrepreneurs who are on my email list, hundreds of thousands on my messenger list, over 1 million follow me on my social list, and tens of millions of people on my pixeled list. In fact, my only goal with traffic that I control and traffic that I earn is to convert into traffic that I own. That is what I learned from Mark Joyner. When I'm buying ads, sure, I want to sell a product, but more importantly, I want to get those people on a list first. Because when I buy ads, I'm going to get them to click once. When they join my list, I can email them as often as I like for free, instead of just getting them to click once. It's the same with traffic that I earn. I want to direct those people into funnels where I can get their information and get them on my list. That way I can follow up with them over and over again. That's why the concept of the break-even funnel in secret number 4 is so vitally important. All of the traffic I control and earn is always pushed into a front-end funnel that will ask for the visitor to give me their email address, subscribe to a messenger list, or both. That way I can convert them from traffic that I control or earn into traffic that I own, where I can market to them for free over and over again. The different funnel types here are covered in great detail in .com Secrets, but for now I want to show you how we use these front-end funnels to convert clicks into traffic that you own. In both traffic that I control and traffic that I earn, I have some type of call to action or CTA pushing customers into a front-end break-even funnel. For example, at the end of the podcast interview, I might use 3 different call to actions to get people into my funnels. For example, if I'm using a lead funnel, I might say something like, I'd love to give all your listeners a free copy of my new ebook, Marketing Secrets Black Book, where you can learn 99 marketing secrets that will change your business and change your life. You can download your free copy at marketingsecrets.com/blackbook. With a lead funnel, you're giving customers something for free in exchange for their email address. We call the thing you're giving away for free a lead magnet, because if you create something that is exciting for your dream customers, it will attract those leads to you just like a magnet. You don't sell anything in this type of funnel, but once they're on your list, the follow-up funnels are where you make your profits. Now, if I was using a book funnel, I would say something like this. I just finished my new book, Expert Secrets, and I'd love to send everyone a free copy if you'll just cover the hard cost of shipping. Just go to expertsecrets.com and let me know where to ship your copy today. With the book funnel, we give them an amazing deal to get a copy of my book where they cover shipping. I send them the book, and then the upsells will cover my ad costs and hopefully make a small profit. More importantly, though, I create a customer to add to my lists. Now, if I'm using a webinar funnel, I'd say something like this. I have a new web class coming up where I'm showing a new secret funnel strategy that almost nobody knows about that once you understand can take your business from startup to 2 Comma Club winner practically overnight. You can register for this free web class at secretfunnelstrategy.com. With the webinar funnel, I invite them into the web class. When they register, they join my list. Then at the end of the web class, I make a special offer which covers my ad spend and ideally makes me a profit. Note, this funnel and how to give this presentation is taught in great detail in Expert Secrets. Do you see how this works? I earn my way onto a platform, and then my offer at the end pushes customers into one of my front-end break-even funnels. Each of the funnels is created in such a way that they are giving value at every step of it. With the traffic I control, the process I take leads through is similar. However, unlike earned traffic, where I'd be getting in front of the audiences by getting on someone else's show, having someone send an email to their list for me, or letting me guest post on their blog, with paid traffic, I create and buy ads. Understanding the value of your list. It's been said that on the low end, you should average about $1 per month for each name on your list. When I got started, that was true. When I had 500 people on my list, I was making about $500 per month. As I grew, these numbers held true for a while. 1,000 people on my list, $1,000 per month. 10,000 people on my list, $10,000 per month. 100,000 people on my list, I was making about $100,000 per month. But as I've gotten better at building a relationship with my list, these numbers have gone up dramatically. As a worst case scenario, though, they should follow these metrics. For example, if you know you want to make $100,000 per year, make sure you're focusing on getting at least 10,000 people on your list, because 10,000 people times $1 per month times 12 months equals $120,000 a year. If you want to make at least $1 million per year, focus on getting 100,000 people on your list, because 100,000 people times $1 per month times 12 months is $1.2 million. Again, I want to note that these numbers change in every market. Most local businesses may only have 500 to 1,000 people on their list, but because of their ability to build a better relationship with that list, they could be making $50 or $100 per name per month. Whereas some types of lists, such as retargeting or social lists, you might only make 50 cents per name. I suggest setting a benchmark of $1 per name per month and then trying to beat it. As a side note, if you think about traditional investments like real estate, I see people all the time spend $250,000 on rental house and hope that it brings them a positive cash flow of $500 per month. They'll then take up to 30 years to pay off that mortgage, in other words, break even, while still having to deal with broken toilets, tenants, and more. List building is a completely different investment model. I might have to pay anywhere from $1 to $5 per lead in Facebook. For this example, let's use the top number. If I paid $5 per lead and only spent $5,000, I would generate 1,000 leads. If I averaged $1 per month per name, after 5 months, I would break even. And after that, I would have a positive cash flow of $1,000 per month. Having lists also saved me multiple times in my company. Unfortunately, sometimes things happen that require me to get an influx of money quickly or I would lose everything. Traditionally, if I wanted to raise $250,000 or $500,000 in a weekend, that would be impossible. But because I have a list, however, I could write a few emails, send them to my list, and generate the needed revenue in days. Twice my list has kept me from the inevitable bankruptcy when the market changed and my business was failing. I created a new offer, sent it to the list, and was able to quickly pivot and recover. You might be wondering, now that I've added someone to my list, how does that grow my company? Well, the answer is simple. Now that you have created the most valuable thing inside of your company, you can then direct your subscribers into a follow-up funnel. Secret 6, follow-up funnels. My mentor and friend David Fry wrote, a study done by the Association of Sales Executives revealed that 81% of all sales happen on or after the 5th contact. If you're a small business owner and you're only doing 1 or 2 follow-ups, imagine all the business you're losing. Not following up with your prospects and customers is the same as filling up your bathtub without first putting the stopper in the drain. Someone said that the fortune is in the follow-up, and I believe it's true. The way we follow up is to take the traffic that we now own and push them through a follow-up funnel. Last year, I pulled the stats from 4 of our most successful front-end funnels to demonstrate the power of driving people towards a break-even funnel and then using follow-up funnels. Let me give you a breakdown of what happened over a 30-day window. Note, ACV stands for average cart value. In other words, how much we made on average from each person after they bought the front-end offer plus any upsells. Funnel number 1, the .com Secrets free plus shipping book funnel. Leads generated, 5,410. Books sold, 2,395. Average cart value, $30.81. Total gross sales, $73,789.95. Ads spent, $69,026.31. Profit, $4,763.64. Funnel number 2, 108 split test book funnel. Leads generated, 2,013. Books sold, 1,357. The average cart value, $12.38. Total gross sales, $16,799.66. Ad spend, $13,813.57. Profit, $2,986.09. Funnel number 3, Perfect Webinar Secrets free plus shipping funnel. Leads generated, 1,605. Products sold, 760. Average cart value, $34.38. Total gross sales, $26,128.80. Ad spend, $22,359.94. Profit, $3,768.86. Funnel number 4, Marketing Your Car free plus shipping MP3 player funnel. Leads generated, 5,177. MP3 players sold, 1,765. Average cart value, $14.79. Total gross sales, $26,104.35. Ad spend, $23,205.25. Profit, $2,899.10. When you look at just these 4 break-even funnels during a 30-day window, the total stats look like this. Front-end revenue, $142,822.76. Front-end ad costs, $128,405.07. Total profit of $14,417.69. So while it looked like our company was doing about $1.5 million a year in top-line revenue, it was only actually making a little over $10,000 per month. From the outside, this looked like a failing business, and would have been if we didn't understand the strategy behind traffic, funnels, and the value ladder. But when you do understand these core principles, then the stats look a little differently. This is how we looked at those stats. New leads added to my list, traffic that I own, 14,205 people. How much I got paid to acquire those 14,205 people? $14,417.69. That's right, I didn't just get free leads. I actually got paid over $1 for each person who joined my list that month. After we plugged those leads into my follow-up funnels, we ended up making a total of $16.49 in sales for every $1 we made inside of our funnel within 30 days of each lead joining. Yes, those 14,205 people ended up collectively spending $234,240.45 within 30 days inside of our follow-up funnels. And all that money was pure profit because I didn't have to pay Mark Zuckerberg over at Facebook or Larry and Sergey at Google any of it. I wasn't trying to control traffic or earn it. It was mine. Once someone is on my list, I can send out follow-up messages to them anytime I want for free because I now own that traffic. In my follow-up funnels, I sent those 14,205 people emails with free videos to build relationships with them. A few days later, I invited them to come to watch a webinar where I taught them how ClickFunnels work to grow a company. Not all wanted to watch the web class, but 1,129 did and registered for it. At the end of the web class, we sold a product for $2,997, and 57 people bought it, grossing us $170,829. Over the rest of the month, some people signed up for the ClickFunnels trial, some bought other books, and some bought courses and coaching. In the first 30 days, we multiplied our profits by more than 16 times. When you look over the next 60, 90, 360 days and beyond, you'll see that each lead can and should be worth thousands of dollars to you. And if you can break even or even make a little bit of profit to generate that lead, you should do it all day, every day. VC-backed companies go into the hole for 6 to 12 months or more to generate a customer. That's right, they sometimes don't even break even for over a year, but they can do that because they're burning someone else's money. The secret to quickly grow your list with paid ads. Ideally, we break even in our initial funnel, but sometimes it might take us a few days or weeks to break even using our follow-up funnels. Many times people will lose some money inside of their front-end funnels and not break even immediately, and because of that, they get scared and they walk away from it. If they look closer at their numbers, though, they'd see that they might have just been a few days away from breaking even, and that they could still have kept running ads to those funnels profitably, even at a loss. Let me show you how this works. Let's say that you decide to buy Facebook ads to a lead funnel that doesn't actually sell anything immediately. You're just giving away a free report or some type of lead magnet with a goal to generate a lead that you can plug into your follow-up funnels. In this example, let's say you're spending $3 to generate each lead. As of right now, this funnel may seem like a dud, right? Well, without the follow-up funnel, it would be. When someone joins my list, I'll build relationships with them. I might send them a few emails making sure that they're able to download the lead magnet that I gave them for free. I might even send a video or an article to help them to get more value from the thing that I just offered them. At that point, I would still be $3 in the hole for each lead, but I'd be building a relationship with them, which means they would be more likely to open my emails and buy things from me in the future. Here's where the fun begins. The next set of emails in my follow-up funnel would be focused on introducing them to the next funnel in my value ladder. For this example, let's say it was one of my free book funnels. I would send them 3 emails inviting them to get a free copy of my new book when they cover shipping. Those who get a free copy will be taken through that sales funnel. I should make some profit from each book buyer. In this example, on average, I would make $1 from each lead who went through this second step. As of day 6 in the follow-up funnel, I would still be $1.50 in the hole. The next step in the follow-up funnel would be to move them into one of my higher ticket funnels. We call this funnel stacking. In this example, the next thing I would invite them to is to one of my web classes. I might send a few more emails inviting them to register for the webinar. After they went through that webinar sequence and I made an offer for one of my higher ticket products, the average dollar per lead would increase past the $3 I spent for the lead. At that point, I would break even and start making a profit. That means within about a week of paying for the lead, I would be in the black. Anything that those customers bought from me in the future would be pure profit. Are you seeing how this works? Sometimes the break even happens inside the initial front-end funnel, but other times it happens within the follow-up funnel. As soon as I know that I break even on day X of my follow-up funnel, then I go back and spend money to acquire customers, knowing that I'll have the return on the investment at an already established point. When I first started my online journey, I heard Mike Littman say, "Amateurs focus on the first sale." I didn't really understand what he meant until I started using follow-up funnels, and I realized that I could spend more money to acquire a customer than I initially believed. Dan Kennedy once said, "Ultimately, the business who can spend the most to acquire a customer wins." With good funnels and strong follow-up funnels, you can increase how much money you can spend to acquire a customer. Multi-dimensional follow-up funnels. So far, I've only talked about email inside of your follow-up funnels. In a perfect world, everyone who got an email would read it and click on the links inside. Unfortunately, with people's attention spans today, down from 20 minutes in the 90s to just 7 seconds today, a lot of people you send emails to will never actually open them. Some stats show that as much as 87% of emails go unopened. You're battling for attention every time you send anything. As the war for attention has grown, a lot of amazing tools have been created that we can plug into our follow-up funnels to make sure people actually see our message. My hope is that this list of tools will continue to increase, but I'll share with you some of the ones that I'm seeing are the most powerful today. Retargeting. The first and one of my favorite tools to plug into my follow-up funnels is retargeting ads. We'll go deep into our retargeting strategy in Secret 9, but for now I want you to be aware of what they are and how they work. Have you ever been to a website and then over the next few weeks, it seems like they're stalking you online? Everywhere you go, you see their banner ads following you around. That is retargeting, and it's one of the most powerful ways to push somebody through your follow-up funnels and then send them up your value ladder. Messenger. In 2011, Facebook created their Messenger program, which for many people has replaced email as their favorite communication tool. You can add Messenger subscriber boxes into your funnels and get people joining your email list to also join your Messenger list. This gives you the ability to follow up with people through a different channel than email. It's a very powerful tool that has much higher open rates than email. However, because of the intimacy of people's Messenger inboxes, I found that unlike email, where I can send emails daily and not have many people upset, with Messenger I only send about 1 or 2 messages a week without losing many subscribers. We strategically place Messenger messages within our follow-up funnels to create a conversation about once or twice per week with the goal to direct people back to a funnel or send them to the next one. Text messages. We don't normally try to get someone's phone number on a traditional landing page because each new field traditionally lowers conversions, but I do try to grab a phone number when people buy something from us or when they register for a webinar. We can use text broadcast to make sure people don't miss the webinar they signed up for, let them know about the status of their orders, and help move them into the next step of our value ladder. There are always new communication tools being developed, but their goal is the same. Build a relationship with your subscriber and ascend them through your value ladder. Now that you see how follow-up funnels work, I want to spend a few minutes on the psychology and sequencing of follow-up funnels. The 3 closes: emotion, logic, and fear. As you've seen, we have a lot of tools that we can use to try to get someone to buy from us. But what should go inside of each message? We found that the ones that give you the most leverage include messages based on emotion, logic, and fear, or urgency and scarcity. The most powerful way to get someone to take action is by using emotion. It's often been said that people buy things emotionally and they try to justify their purchase logically. If you've read Expert Secrets, the entire book is focused on story selling, which shows you how to tell stories to break false beliefs and put people into an emotional state where they're ready to change and ready to buy. This is the most powerful way to create emotion in the minds of your visitors and get them to take action. That's why most of our ads lead with emotional stories. The lead of any sales letter, the stories of my webinars, the first emails in our follow-up funnels, and the first ads in my retargeting sequences always speak to people's emotions. This is where the majority of your sales will happen too. For example, in the supplemental PDF, you'll see a sketch of a very basic free book style sales page, like the one you probably saw when you purchased this book. The top of the sales page is a headline that appeals to one's emotion, a video telling the story to get one emotionally interested in the product, and then an order form for one to take action. 50% of my sales will come immediately from people who only see this top block and never scroll. They're my emotional buyers. The next 30% of buyers are a little bit harder to convince. They're the analytical buyers. They may have felt something emotionally, but they needed to be able to logically convince themselves that the purchase is right for them. Often they're afraid of what others will think if they buy it, because they have a fear that their status will decrease if the product doesn't work for them. So under this top section of the page, I transition my message to speak towards logic. I explain why this is a good deal, and I compare it to the other investments that they could make. I also let them know about the money-back guarantee if it doesn't work, so they won't risk a decrease in status. Lastly, I try to use as much risk reversal as possible. The last 20% of buyers aren't as motivated by emotion or logic, but they're motivated by a fear of missing out, FOMO. The only thing that'll get them to take the leap is for them to be afraid that you're going to take it away. Urgency comes from you giving them all the reasons why they need to buy it now, and the scarcity comes from all the reasons why this will be gone soon. For this last group, I close almost every sales presentation, letter, and sequence focusing on urgency and scarcity. I just show you how the process of emotion to logic to fear works on a landing page, but it also works inside of every follow-up funnel and retargeting sequence. When someone joins a follow-up funnel, my first set of messages focus on the emotion as I tell stories of other people who have used the product and share the hidden benefits. After a few days, I switch my messaging to logic, and then the last set of messages will switch to fear. If I'm only sending out 3 emails in that step of the follow-up funnel, then I have 1 for each of the 3 closes. If I have 5 emails, I might spend the first 3 days on emotion, 1 day on logic, and then 1 day on urgency and scarcity. The number of messages matters less than making sure you hit each of the closes, because each one will bring in a different group of buyers. As I make my transition to the next funnel in my follow-up funnel, I start over with emotional story selling again and get people engaged about the next funnel in the value ladder. This process is true in every type of messaging you put out. When your goal is to move people through a process or a funnel, every type of communication you send should start with emotion, then move to logic, and end with fear, urgency, and scarcity. Follow-up funnels, soap opera sequences versus broadcasts, daily Seinfeld emails. In .com Secrets, I talk about 2 types of communication that I have with my people after they join my list: soap opera sequences and daily Seinfeld emails. I found that a lot of people get confused on how these types of communications work and how they tie into follow-up funnels. So I want to spend a few minutes showing you how these concepts fit together. When someone first joins my list, I take them through a process called a soap opera sequence. We call it that because the emails aren't standalone messages, but instead we will use multiple emails to tell a story, where each email hooks you to read the next email in a way that is similar to how good soap opera will use their storyline to pull you from episode to episode. In these emails, we tell our readers a story that will build a relationship and build rapport. That way, they'll be more likely to keep reading our emails, clicking on our links, and buying our products. The second type of communication is the daily Seinfeld emails that are more similar to an episode of The Seinfeld Show. Each email is a standalone message that has a hook, tells a story, and then pushes people back to your core offer. We use these each day as we send broadcasts to our list with the goal of getting them back into our funnels. Some people have thought that these 2 ideas were opposing, and others have asked how they fit in the follow-up funnel frameworks. The truth is they both work together inside of your value ladder. When someone first joins your list, we plug them into a follow-up funnel. Immediately, they're put on a soap opera sequence where you tell them the stories, providing an emotional close, and lead them through your follow-up funnel. The first set of emails are all about building rapport. Readers usually connect with your story, as you're the attractive character in your business, because you're the one who will likely be communicating with them. Then we transition to the first funnel we're going to promote in our sequence. We start season 2 of our soap opera sequence, our SOS, with the stories behind the new product or funnel that we're introducing them to. We transition the SOS from us, the attractive character, to the first product we want to introduce. The SOS moves through emotion, logic, and fear, and it guides people into and through the first funnel. When it's over, we move to season 3 of our SOS and start a new story about the new product or funnel that we're introducing them to. The daily Seinfeld emails come after someone has moved through all of the soap opera sequences inside of your value ladder, and they're done with our follow-up funnels. In a perfect world, we'd have a follow-up funnel that lasted for 40 years, but the reality is that most good follow-up funnels are effective for 30 to 60 days. After that, people drop off the core list that has ascended your people through your value ladder, and then they're moved onto our daily broadcast list. This is the list that we use to send our daily story-based Seinfeld emails to lead people to our new front-end offers and get them to re-register for our webinars and promote our blog posts, podcast episodes, and affiliate offers. This is the bucket we put people into after they've dropped out of the back end of our follow-up funnel. To see this process in action, make sure to download the supplemental PDF to see the doodles of how the soap opera and the Seinfeld emails work together. The next secret will show you how to infiltrate your Dream 100, build your own distribution network, your own show, and how to find your voice. Secret number 7, infiltrating the Dream 100. From 1989 to 1994, there was a late-night talk show called The Arsenio Hall Show. My parents didn't let me watch it, so I never had a chance to watch it at home. I do remember, though, that one of my friend's parents watched it every night, and often my best friend would tell me about it. One summer night during a sleepover at their house, we stayed up late and I had my first chance to see the famous Arsenio Hall in action, running around doing his woof, woof, woof chant as he pumped his fists in circles. We used to mimic this on the playground for years afterwards every time we would score a touchdown or a home run. His shtick became ours, and we thought we were so cool every time we did it. Over the years, I had a chance to see his show a few other times. I remember being amazed at the energy of his show and the amazing guests he'd bring on. In June 1992, he had Bill Clinton on while Clinton was running for president. Clinton played Heartbreak Hotel on the saxophone, an act considered by many to be the most important moment in his political career for helping to build his popularity among minorities and younger voters. Just 2 short years later, the show went off the air, and for most of us, we never heard Arsenio's name again. That is, until 2012, when he showed up as a contestant on Celebrity Apprentice. I watched that season trying to learn business lessons for growing my company from Donald Trump and the contestants. Each of these episodes gave me a few ideas, but the biggest gold nugget was dropped in episode 7. It was so simple, I think, that almost everyone missed it. For some reason, though, it caught my ears and it's been running through my mind for almost a decade. Let me set the scene for you. The 2 competing teams were tasked with raising money for charity, and all the contestants were making phone calls to their rich friends and asking for donations. Penn Jillette was able to get the Blue Man Group to perform in the streets of New York City and to donate money. Every celebrity was able to raise some money, except for one, Arsenio Hall. I watched as Arsenio opened his Rolodex of celebrities and made calls for hours. Each call went to voicemail. He got one commitment from Jay Leno, but the check showed up past the deadline and didn't count towards the competition. In the final scene before the boardroom, Arsenio's frustrated teammates tried to figure out why he didn't raise any money. Defeated, Arsenio explained that everyone used to answer his calls when he had his own show, but when he didn't have his own talk show, his so-called friends avoided him. And that was the big takeaway. When you have your own show, everyone answers your calls. Earlier, we talked about the Dream 100, how you can work your way in or buy your way in. In either of those situations, you have more leverage when you have your own show or your own platform. When Arsenio had a talk show, if he called anyone, even the future president of the United States, they would take the call because they knew that he could provide a platform for them that they couldn't get otherwise. Your platform is a true value that you're providing your Dream 100. It's more valuable than money, than gifts, or anything. The Dream 100 wants exposure, and your platform can provide that for them. As cool of a person as I think I am, I'm pretty sure that if I didn't have my platform of over 2 million entrepreneurs, along with my email list, social list, and podcast listeners, it would have been very difficult to get Tony Robbins or any of my Dream 100 to return my calls, respond to my emails, or be interested in working with me. None of these people needed another friend. They did need, however, access to my platform. And so that gave me the ability to get my foot in the door, build friendships, and start partnerships. This is the key to working your way in. Recently, I heard Gary Vaynerchuk speaking at an event for digital marketers when someone asked him where the future of marketing and attention was going. His response was very profound. I think this, holding up his cell phone, is the television in 1965. And the TV, they're the radio, right? The one thing I do study is history because history loves to repeat itself. So if you go and look at the brands, the beer brands that were romantic about staying on the radio because that's how they did it and they didn't shift to television, while things like Miller Lite that nobody had ever heard of went TV only and became the brand. If you look at TV in 1965, that's what I think this, the cell phone, is. And I think that YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat are ABC, NBC, and CBS. And then I think that I, within, am MASH and Happy Days. So that's the system. So that's what you need to do for your business is to figure out the channels where you could be the star of that network. As powerful as that statement is, the more powerful thing to understand is that today you don't have to convince a network that you should have your own show. Instead, you can click a few buttons and that fast you can have a show on all the major apps. Right now, the ABC, NBC, and CBS on people's phones are Facebook, the talk show, podcasts, radio, YouTube, sitcom, Instagram, reality TV, and blogs are newspapers. More apps and channels will pop up, but as of right now, the majority of eyeballs are focused on these apps, which gives each of you the ability to create your own show for free. But is having your own show the same as having your own list? I would say that the answer is kind of. With your own list, you own the traffic, but with your own show, you're renting space and trying to earn eyeballs on somebody else's network. That was the problem for Arsenio. When Fox dropped his show, it was over. If Facebook decides they don't like your show for some reason, and they've been known to do it, they can cancel your show or your account without any warning. The same is true with podcasts, Instagram, and YouTube. Now, imagine if Arsenio Hall understood the principles you learned in secret number 4, and if, during each episode of his show, he told his viewers to go to his funnel and opt in to get his top 100 favorite jokes for free. In that case, he would have built a list of millions of subscribers on the network's dime, and when the show got canceled, he would still have a platform because he still had his list. He could have moved on to a new channel, launched a podcast or a blog, emailed his followers, and guided his followers to his new show. Until you own traffic, you're always left to the whims of the network. So even when starting your own show, remember that the goal is to still turn that traffic that you're earning into traffic that you own. Your primary distribution channel, email. The key to success with your show is how many people you can get to actually consume what you're creating. You might be able to rely on each platform promoting you for free, but I never like to include this as part of my marketing plans. Sometimes we'll create an episode that goes viral and we'll get millions of views for free, but that's not something we bank on. Instead, we need to ask ourselves, after my new episode is live, how can I get people to go and consume it ASAP? The best way to do that is to leverage the list that you've already been building. We spend all of our efforts to convert all traffic we control and traffic that we earn into traffic that we own, our own list. Because when we have our own list, we control our own destiny. I've had friends who relied 100% on Facebook or YouTube's algorithms to promote their videos. A lot were blessed with amazing reach, many of them getting tens of millions of views for each video they would publish. Unfortunately, each platform's algorithms changed, as they always do, and many of these same people now struggle to get a few hundred views. For that reason, I always look at free, viral traffic as the gravy on top of what might come if I promote the video to the best of my abilities. And I make my number one goal first and foremost to promote each episode I publish. In addition to email, you'll want to continue to build up other lists and distribution channels, such as direct messenger lists on Facebook and followers on Instagram, so you can do swipe ups. Each platform has its own version of a list, but email is the only one you own. You're renting all the rest and you can lose them at any time. Your primary show channel, text, video, or audio. The next logical question you might be asking yourself is, which channel do I create my show on? My response would be, it depends on you. To begin with, you shouldn't try to create a show on every channel. Doing that will hurt your ability to grow at all. For now, the key is to focus on one channel. In Secret 15, Conversation Domination, I'll show you how to leverage your primary show to get distribution across all channels. But for now, you need to focus on just 2 channels. Your primary distribution channel, which is email, and your primary show channel. The channel you should be growing your primary show on depends on you, your personality, and your talents. For those of you who love writing, I'd focus on creating a blog. If you hate writing, but you love the idea of being on video, then I recommend you build a show on one of the video channels. Each one has a different strategy that we'll go deeper into in the next section. For those of you who have a voice for radio, or maybe just a little bit nervous about being on camera, then I'd recommend starting your own podcast. If you're still not sure what platform you'd like to create your show on, I recommend looking at which platform you consume the most content on. Typically, if you love YouTube and you spend a lot of time watching videos, you're going to have the best success creating videos for that platform because you understand it. If you listen to podcasts a lot, that's probably the best place for you to start. Similarly, if you read a lot of blogs, that's probably the best place to start. Because we spend so much time talking about your primary distribution channel, which is email and Secret 7, I'll spend the rest of this chapter talking about your master show. Remember that for now, you should only be building one show on one channel. Do not try to build more than one at this point. In Secret 15, I'll show you how to leverage this one primary channel into all the secondary channels, but that does not come now. Focus all of your efforts on making your first show successful. Starting your show, finding your voice. On March 26, 2013, I launched my first episode of my Marketing in Your Car podcast, which later became the Marketing Secret Show. It seemed as good a day as any to launch it, outside the fact that in the prior few months, I had almost bankrupted my company, fired about 100 employees, found out that I owed over $250,000 to the IRS, which, if I didn't pay soon, would mean even more fines and possible jail time, and had almost no money left in the bank account with tons of credit card debt piling up. Looking back now, it seems like the worst possible time to have launched a podcast teaching people my secrets of marketing. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I knew that if I was going to do my own show, it had to be consistent or it wouldn't work. Out of all the types of show that I could publish, audio, video, or text, I knew that it had to be simple or I'd never stick to it. When I considered how to work it into my everyday routine, I realized that every day I had a 10-minute commute to my office. I figured that I could record each episode on my phone as I drove to work. In the episodes, I would share my thoughts about what I was doing to market my business and the lessons I was learning each day. That's how it got its original name, Marketing in Your Car. The first episodes were not good. In fact, years later, my friend Steve J. Larson told me, the first 45 or 46 episodes weren't very good, but then around that time is where you seem like you found your voice, and they started getting better and better after that. The good news for me, and also for you, is that during your first episodes, the ones where you are the worst, no one is listening to you yet. If I had done the first 45 episodes, I never would have gotten to episode 46 where I started to hit my stride. That's why it's so essential to start publishing your show now, even when you're not good at it. In the process of doing your show, you will find your voice. I am so grateful that I actually had no idea how to check the download stats to see if anyone was listening to me when I first got started, because I'm sure that I would have been discouraged and stopped. Don't look at your stats, downloads, or numbers at first, because you're just trying to build a foundation for something great, and it will take time. About 3 years into my podcast, I learned how to check the download stats, and I discovered that I had tens of thousands of people listening to every episode. I also found out that the majority of the people who joined my highest level mastermind groups and coaching programs had all been podcast listeners first. When I asked our coaching members about it, the pattern of how most of them came into our higher end programs was shockingly similar. So many of them told me that they would listen to a few episodes, and then for some reason, an episode would connect with them. It then made them want more, so they would go back to episode 1 and start binge listening to every episode over a week or two period of time. During the episodes, I documented my journey as I was building back up my company. I shared stories of the people I had a chance to work with. Usually before these listeners had finished binging, they had applied to work with me. Without selling ads on my podcast, promoting my own products or other people's products, both things you can and probably should do to make money from your show, I was just telling stories of my own and from my clients. Yet that podcast has converted more casual followers into raving fans than anything else I've ever done. But it didn't start that way. It took over 3 years of consistent publishing. Let me walk you through the steps that will make your show a success. Step number 1, publish daily for at least a year. The first commitment that you have to make is that you will be consistent. I know when I started that if I didn't find a platform that was easy for me and easy to create content, I wouldn't have been consistent. What platform makes the most sense to you? How and when are you going to publish? Do you wake up each morning and write 1,000-word blog posts before lunch? Do you do a Facebook Live before you go to bed each night, sharing the day's lessons? What works for you that will help you to be consistent? If you can publish every day for a year, you'll never have to worry about money problems again. During the process, you will find your voice, and your audience will have time to find you. One of my friends, Nathan Barry, wrote this post recently called "Endure Long Enough to Get Noticed." He said, "How many great TV shows have you discovered in season 3 or later? I started watching Game of Thrones after they'd released 5 seasons. Pat Flynn had released at least 100 episodes of his podcast before I even knew he existed. I discovered Hardcore History years after Dan Carlin started producing it. This is such a common experience. There's so much content being produced we can't possibly discover it all. So instead, we wait for the best content to float to the surface after time. If step 1 in building an audience is to create great content, then step 2 is to endure long enough to get noticed. Seth Godin is very generous with his time and will appear on almost any relevant podcast, but you have to have recorded at least 100 episodes first. His filter is creators who have shown they are willing to show up consistently for a long time. For those of you who have been around me for any amount of time, you know that this is a soapbox I'm very firm on. You must be publishing or you will never become relevant, and you must continue publishing if you want to remain relevant. This part of the traffic flywheel does not go away. Steve J. Larson knew when he bought his first tickets to Funnel Hacking Live that I was probably going to tell everyone this eternal truth. But as he packed his bags, he told his wife, "I will do everything that Russell says at this event except publishing my own show. I won't do that." Before lunch on day 1, I told everyone that the number one thing they could do from now until next year's event would be to pick a channel and publish daily on it. I told them that if they did that every day for a year, they would never need to worry about money again. And then I did something that I hadn't before. I made everyone in the audience commit to me that they would start publishing that day. Most of the people in the room raised their hands and were excited to take the challenge, but very few took what I said at face value. But when one person, Steve J. Larson, made the commitment, the one that he went in knowing he wasn't willing to make, he decided to go all in. He decided to start a podcast, and at that event, he started creating his first episodes. About a week later, he applied for a job at ClickFunnels and became my new head funnel builder. He sat next to me every day for the next 2 years. As I was working on my projects, he watched me share, publish all of the lessons I was learning along the way. I was podcasting, posting on Facebook, doing Periscope shows, and more. He told me that he was shocked at how much I was publishing, and so he modeled what I was doing. For the next 2 years that he worked at ClickFunnels, he kept publishing his show. After a few months, it started getting some traction. It kept growing over the years, and when he decided to make the jump from being an employee to becoming his own entrepreneur, he had a large following of people who were consuming everything he was publishing. That show and his following became the launch pad he needed to launch his career. He had the fans and the following, so he simply introduced them to new offers he had created, and he became an overnight success. Step number 2, document the journey. The biggest question and the largest fear that people have when I tell them they need to start their own show is they have no idea what they're going to talk about. One of the most powerful things I learned from Gary Vaynerchuk is a concept he calls document, don't create. I'm sharing an article from his blog going deeper into this concept. If you want people to start listening to you, you have to show up. What I mean by this is there are a lot of you out there who aren't producing enough articles or videos or pieces of content that should be produced to build your influence. Too many content creators think that they have only one at bat. They have to make the most beautifully created video or image or rant on Facebook. But what they don't realize is their hunger to make the perfect piece of content is actually what's crippling them. It's true that if you want to be seen or heard on social media, you have to put out valuable content on a regular basis. You should be doing a YouTube vlog or podcast or some sort of long-form audio or video series at least once a week. You should be posting on Instagram and or Snapchat stories at least 6 to 7 times a day. Now you're probably thinking, whoa, that is a lot. How do I create 6 to 7 meaningful things a day? I'll give you the biggest tip when it comes to content creation. Document, don't create. In very simple terms, documenting versus creating is what Real World and the Kardashians is to Star Wars and Friends. And don't get confused. Just because you're documenting doesn't mean you're not creating content. It's just a version of creating content that is predicated more on practicality instead of having to think of stories or fantasies, something that's hard for most people, including myself. Think about it. You can ponder about the strategy behind every post and fabricate yourself into this influential person, or you can just be yourself. Creating this influential persona might seem especially hard if you're just someone starting to climb the ladder. And I get it. For some of you, there's a lot of pressure going on that. You think there's some 30 plus or 40 or 50-year-old who's going to listen to your rant video with cynicism and think, what does this kid know? But one of the biggest mistakes people make when creating content for their personal brand is trying to oversell themselves because they think that's what's going to get people's attention. Whether you're a business coach or motivational speaker or an artist, I think it's much more fruitful to talk about your process than about the actual advice you think you should be giving them. Documenting your journey versus creating an image of yourself is the difference between saying you should versus my intuition says. Get it? It changes everything. I believe that people who are willing to discuss their journeys instead of trying to front themselves as the next big thing are going to win. So when I say put out those 6 to 7 meaningful pieces of content a day, pick up your smartphone, open Facebook Live, and just start talking about the things that are most important to you. Because in the end, the creative or how beautiful someone thinks your content is going to be subjective. What's not subjective is the fact that you need to start putting yourself out there and keep swinging. Starting is the most important part and the biggest hurdle that most people are facing. They're pondering and strategizing instead of making. They're debating what's going to happen when they haven't even looked at what's in front of them. So do me a favor and start documenting. Okay, I started, Gary. Now what? You ask. Keep doing it for another 5 years and then come back to me before you ask again. People who are tuning into your show are typically doing it because they're looking for some type of result. It's the same reason why they buy your products, open your emails, and engage with your content. People listen to my podcasts, read my books, and watch my videos because they're trying to figure out more ways to market their business. I'm not publishing because I know everything about the topic. I'm publishing because I'm obsessed with this topic. I'm in a constant search for new and better ways to market my own company. And as I run across them, have ideas, and read cool things, I'm sharing them with my people. As my friend Rich Sheffrin once told me, we get paid a lot to think for other people. So my first question for you as you start your show is this. What is the big result that you're obsessed with? What are you trying to learn for yourself anyway that you can document as you're discovering it in real time? When you listen to the introduction of my podcast, I call out the big question that I'm answering on my show. So the big question is this. How are entrepreneurs like us, who didn't cheat and take on venture capital, who are spending our own money from our own pockets, how do we market in a way that lets us get our products and our services and the things that we believe in out to the world, yet still remain profitable? That is the question, and this podcast will give you the answers. My name is Russell Brunson, and welcome to the Marketing Secrets Podcast. Inside of this frame, I can talk about, share, and interview people on anything related to helping people sell more of the things they believe in. Since I started this podcast on the back of a huge business failure, most people would have thought it was the worst time ever to start a podcast, let alone one about marketing a business. But looking at it through the document, don't create lens reveals that it was the perfect time to start the podcast. In fact, I wish I would have started it 10 years earlier when I had first gotten online, because I would have had so many more interesting things to share as I was learning them for the very first time. In any case, how cool is it now, 6 years later, that I've documented the entire journey from business failure to growing ClickFunnels to being an over $100 million per year company. Even more importantly, tens of thousands of other people have been able to follow us on that journey and learn the lessons as I was learning them. Step number 3, testing your material. Recently, I was at a private mastermind retreat in Wyoming with a handful of influencers who had collectively made billions of dollars online and influenced hundreds of millions of people. One night, as we were sitting around the campfire, Dean Graziosi shared an insight that has changed how I look at the material that I'm publishing. His story, from the best of my memory, went something like this. You know how when you watch an amazing comedian perform on stage on a late-night talk show, every joke he tells lands perfectly? You find yourself wondering, how is this guy so funny? But what you don't realize is that over the last 10 years, as he started his journey to become a comedian, he would write out 10 jokes, go to the closest dive bar, stand up on stage, and deliver the jokes. He probably watched as 1 or 2 of the 10 jokes landed and the rest bombed. He would then go back home, take the 2 jokes that landed, and then write 8 new ones. The next week, he would find a new place to perform, deliver his 10 jokes, and maybe find that 1 of his new jokes actually landed. Now he had 3 jokes in total that he can use. He goes back to his apartment and starts the process over again, doing this week after week, year after year, until he's found his 10 jokes. Now he's ready. That's when we get to see him, after he's perfected the material, when he stands up on stage and lands every joke on the biggest stage in the world. I look back at my journey and think about my first book, .com Secrets. I was so scared when I finished writing that book that I didn't want to give it to people to read. But what most people didn't realize was that a full decade before I wrote that book, I earned that book. I was obsessed with marketing, and I read, watched, and listened to everything I could get my hands on. After that, I would test the concepts and ideas on the little businesses that I was creating. I also tested the concepts on other people's businesses as a consultant. Some ideas worked, while others failed. I started teaching at small seminars and workshops. I would explain concepts and watch to see which ideas made sense to people and which ideas were confusing. At each event, I would teach the concepts again, over and over, tweaking and refining the ideas and the stories every time. I did interviews, podcasts, videos, and articles testing my material over and over again. From this work came the concepts like the value ladder, the secret formula, the 3 types of traffic, funnel hacking, and the attractive character. I was testing my material for over a decade, and so while I was nervous for others to read the book, I was also confident because I knew it was ready. The same thing happened with Expert Secrets. I spent 2 years talking about the concepts on my own podcast and on other people's podcasts. I developed the ideas on Periscope and then on Facebook Lives. I ran events, workshops, and coaching programs testing the ideas on others' businesses as well as mine, and the end product was the book. Today, as I'm typing this current book, I'm in the passenger seat of an RV while my wife is driving and the kids are playing in the back. I'm just as nervous about putting this out into the world as I was with my very first book. Yet I know that I've been testing this material for the past 2 years on every platform that I've had access to, and it's ready. Publishing your show daily as you're documenting your journey will give you a chance to start testing your material. You'll discover what messages connect with people, which episodes get shared, and which ones don't. You'll see which messages get people to show up and to comment, and which messages don't connect. It's the very process of you showing up consistently and publishing that will help you to refine your message, find your voice, and attract your dream customers to you. It doesn't matter if your end goal is a book, a webinar, a keynote presentation, a viral video, or something else. The more you publish and test your material, the clearer your message will become and the more people you will attract. Step number 4, introduction to your Dream 100. When you start your show, typically you'll use the first few episodes to tell your origin story, why you created the show, and what people should expect. These initial episodes are important because there will be people who find your show a week from now, some a year from now, and others won't find it for years. But when they do, and when they get hooked, most people will go back to episode number 1 and binge listen or read or watch to catch up on what they've missed. Even though these early episodes are old, they'll still likely be a starting point for many people that fall in love with your content. After the initial episodes, it's time to start using your show to infiltrate your Dream 100. This is the secret to getting amazing new content for your show, and it also gives you the ability to leverage your Dream 100 as guests to grow your show. Think about how this works on TV. Let's say that The Tonight Show wants to get a lot of people to watch their show. What do? They try to find the most relevant, interesting guests possible to be on the show, right? But they don't stop at that. All week leading up to that interview, they're promoting their guest on every distribution channel they have access to. You'll see commercials all week leading to the interview talking about who's going to be on the show. And you'll see clips during the commercial breaks leading up to the show showing the funniest or the most intense parts of the interview. The host is leveraging the guest to attract more viewers. The same will be true for your show. Who are the people on your Dream 100 that have an interesting story they could tell that will relate to your show and have a following of people who you can promote their episode to? You have a platform that you can now leverage to get people on your show, and they have a network that you can advertise their episode to. It's a huge win-win. In a perfect world, they would promote their episode to their entire following when it goes live. And this does happen at times. But even if they don't promote, you can still buy ads targeting their audience on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or wherever their following is. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. That's great, Russell, for people who already have relationships with their Dream 100. But what about me? I'm brand new. My show has almost no followers. So why would any of them want to let me interview them? The reality is that many people you ask will say no. And that's okay because you don't need everyone. You just need one guest that you can then leverage to get the others. Typically, most markets have a good old boys club atmosphere, and usually a lot of your Dream 100 will be in one or more clubs. To infiltrate and get access to that club, you don't need to get access to all of them. You just have to have one of the cool kids think you're cool and you're in. One of my favorite illustrations of this point was in the movie Never Been Kissed, starring Drew Barrymore, who played Josie, and David Arquette, who played Rob. In this movie, Josie is a writer for the Chicago Sun-Times and gets a job to go undercover back to high school to get a story on teenage culture. She struggles to get in with the cool kids, and her brother Rob tells her the secret. If she can get one person to think she's cool, then she'll be in, because everyone else at school will be too scared to challenge it. Rob then demonstrates this principle as he registers for school, becomes popular within a day, and uses his popularity to get Josie into the cool kids club. A few years ago, I got a call from a guy named Telman Knutson, who was just starting his own company. He knew that I had a list of subscribers. Apparently, I was on his Dream 100 list, and he wanted to ask if I would promote a summit he was creating to my list. I decided the idea he was pitching me wasn't a good fit, and I told him no. I assumed that this was going to be the last I heard from him, thinking that most of the people on his Dream 100 probably would have told him no as well. He didn't have a list or a platform, he just had an idea and some hustle. About 6 months later, out of the blue, I started getting dozens of email from some of the most respected list owners in our industry, all promoting Telman's new summit. Interested in what happened, I gave Telman a call and asked him how in the world was he able to get all these huge list owners to promote for him. He responded, I made a list of people I wanted to be part of this promotion, and then I started calling them. The first person told me no, and then the second person said the same thing. I kept calling and kept getting no's. Somewhere in that list, I called you, and your answer was the same, but I was determined to make this work no matter the cost, so I kept calling. How many people did you end up calling? I asked. 49. You called 49 people? No, I got 48 no's, but the 49th person said yes. I knew that after I had one yes, I was in. I asked him if he knew anyone else that might be interested, and he gave me 3 names. I called each of them, and each of them said yes. I asked them for referrals, and then each of them said yes as well. As my list of yeses grew, I started calling those who had told me no and showed them the people who were now involved and had said yes. And many of the no's I had received earlier turned into yeses. I received 48 no's in a row, and then the next 30 people all said yes. That promotion ended up building Tillman a list of over 100,000 people in just a few short months. And that list generated him over $800,000 in sales during his first year online. That is the power of infiltrating your Dream 100. So your job now is to look at your Dream 100 and start asking them to be on your show. Many will say no, but don't let that stop you. You only need one yes. As you have a chance to interview your Dream 100 on your podcast, you'll be giving them a platform for which they'll be grateful. You'll be able to spend time with them, building a relationship as you interview them on your show, digging your well before you're thirsty, and then you can tap into their audiences to promote their episode, build your show, and get access to their followers. Putting it all together. I've explained a lot of concepts in this chapter, so I want to recap it all into something a little more tangible. Step number 1. The first step is to figure out what type of show you want to have. If you're a writer, then you should start a blog. If you like video, then you should start a vlog on one of the video platforms. And lastly, if you like audio, then you should start a podcast. Step number 2. Your show will be you documenting the process of achieving the same goal that your audience will be striving for. As you're documenting your process, you'll be testing your materials and paying attention to the things that people respond to. If you commit to publishing your show every day for a year, you'll have the ability to test your material and find your voice, and your dream customers will be able to find you. Step number 3, you'll leverage your Dream 100 by interviewing them on your show. This will give you the ability to build relationships with them, give them a platform, give you the ability to promote their episodes on your show to their audience, and get access to their friends and followers. Step number 4, even though this is your own show, you're renting time on someone else's network. It's important that you don't forget that and that you focus on converting it into traffic that you own. And with that, I will close out section 1 of this book. So far, we've covered a lot of core principles to traffic. We identified exactly who your dream client is. We discovered exactly where they're congregating. We talked about how to work your way into those audiences, traffic that you earn, and talked about how to buy your way into those audiences, traffic that you control. We learned about how to take all that traffic that you earn and all the traffic that you buy and turn it into traffic that you own, building your list. We discussed how to plug that list into a follow-up funnel so you can move them through your value ladder. And then we prepared to infiltrate your Dream 100, find your voice, and build your following by creating your own show. In the next section, we're going to shift our focus to mastering the pattern to get traffic from any advertising networks like Instagram, Facebook, Google, and YouTube, and how to understand their algorithms so you can get unlimited traffic and leads pouring into your funnels. Section 2, Fill Your Funnel. In the first section of this book, we focused on truly understanding who your dream customers are, finding out who has already congregated them, and learning how to get access to those people and get them onto your lists. In this section, we'll be shifting more into the tactics of how to fill your funnels with your dream customers on the following 4 advertising platforms: Instagram, Facebook, Google, and YouTube. I could have gone deep into dozens of other platforms, including LinkedIn, Snapchat, Pinterest, TikTok, and Twitch, but I'm only exploring these 4 platforms in order to show you a framework and pattern that you can learn to use on any platform that you'd like to get traffic from in the future. Depending on when you're reading this book, admittedly, some of these platforms may no longer be relevant, and there will likely be many to come that no one has even heard of yet. Showing you the strategy and tactics on one platform is the equivalent of giving a man a fish, and teaching you the frameworks to get traffic from every platform is the equivalent of teaching a man how to fish. As you read the following chapters, you'll learn the pattern and see its practical application throughout the 4 most important networks today, helping you to master the frameworks that will fill your funnels with your dream customers. The Fill Your Funnel Framework. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal of the new platform. If you want to know where the platform is going, you have to know where it came from. How did Google start? Where did Facebook come from? How did the algorithms change? And more importantly, why did they change? What was the purpose behind them? If you can understand why they made the changes, then you can start thinking like them. You can understand their goals and intentions. This is so important because by the time you're reading some of these chapters, the algorithms may have already shifted. So it's essential that you understand the history so that you can see where we are today. As you start getting a layout on each platform's history, you'll quickly start to see what their end goals are. Each platform has a goal to make the best user experience for their end user as possible. That's what keeps their people coming back again and again. Google wants to make sure they give their users the best search results possible. Facebook wants to make sure you love the things that show up in your feed. Once you understand that creating the best user experience possible is their goal, then you can start asking yourself how you can align with their goals. The goal of spammers is always to hack the algorithms to get what they want, which always provides short-term gains, but as soon as the spammers are identified, the loopholes that they have been exploiting are taken away. Instead, if you align with the wills of the network and give them what they want, then they will give you what you want, tons of traffic. Step number 2, find and model your Dream 100. The next question is who on this platform has already figured this out? Who has already identified your dream customers, who is publishing to them, and who is getting rewarded by the platform by getting tons of views or likes or whatever the reward system is for that network. As you start this part of the journey, I want to bring you back to the core questions we asked in Section 1. Question 1, who is your dream customer? Question 2, where are they congregating? Asking these 2 questions should then get you to ask the next question. Question 3, who are your Dream 100 on this platform who have already congregated your dream customers? When I first went onto Facebook or Instagram, and I did the same thing for other networks like Twitter and LinkedIn, I looked to see the Dream 100 who had already mastered that platform, who had the big followings and tons of engagement with my dream customers. Then I built out a new Dream 100 list specifically for each of those platforms, and I followed each of them. I needed to be able to see exactly what they were doing because if they were having success, it meant that they were in front of the algorithm. They're doing what the platform wants. So if you want to know what the platform wants today in real time, then you have to be watching closely what they're doing in real time. Here are the 3 things it'll take to funnel hack social algorithms. Number 1, follow each of your Dream 100 and spend 10 minutes each day watching what they are doing. Write down the answers to these questions. What are they posting? How are they getting people to engage with that post? What paid ads are they running? Number 2, during these 10 minutes, try to comment, like, and engage with as many things as they are doing each day as possible. Number 3, notice the pattern of what is working right now and model it for your posts, funnel hacking. This will give you a pulse on what is working in your market on that platform right now. It gives you the ability to see in real time what the algorithms are rewarding today. Now, before we go further, though, I want to talk about modeling and funnel hacking. Unfortunately, too many people will read what I wrote above, and if I'm not careful, they'll start copying the inspirational quotes or videos they see other people posting. Then they'll come to me and say, Russell, I copied it like you said, and it's not working. Funnel hacking is not copying. Funnel hacking is modeling, and there's a big difference between copying and modeling. Every day, I look at over 100 people's posts, videos, ads, and quotes, and that helps me to gather inspiration for unique things that I can then create. You're looking for the type of things that the platform algorithms are currently rewarding that you can model. For example, a few years ago on Facebook, I noticed that some of the people I follow in the fitness market had created what are now called memed videos, where they added a headline in the actual video, usually above and oftentimes below the video. They were new at the time and not many people were doing them. For some reason, though, this style and layout got tons of views, comments, and shares, all of the things that we know Facebook loves. I saw this new pattern interrupt working, so we quickly modeled or funnel hacked this concept and started making our own meme videos. We were one of the first, if not the first, in the marketing world to use these. Because no one had seen them, every video we published in this format got more comments and engagement than anything I'd seen before. Soon, though, others noticed how well this pattern interrupt worked, and they modeled it. Within a few months, hundreds of marketers were doing it, and most of my feed was filled with memed videos. When the pattern interrupt becomes the pattern, it stops being effective. Notice I didn't say they stopped working, they just become less effective. So if you are starting right now and you see all of your Dream 100 doing something, you should still model what they're doing. It may not be as effective as the new pattern interrupt, but it's the current pattern that's working, so that's where you start. After you model the pattern that's working, the next phase of funnel hacking the social algorithms is to look for and to test ideas that will become the next pattern interrupt. For example, a few weeks ago, I noticed that some of my Dream 100 started posting strange posts on Instagram that looked like simple black and white text quotes. I had never seen anything like that before, and honestly, I didn't really like it. It was different though, so we decided to test the pattern interrupt and see if it would work for us. I made my first post modeling this style, and sure enough, it was a winner. We now post images similar to this on Instagram a few times per week, and we'll continue to do that until we find a new pattern interrupt that works even better. Following your Dream 100 lets you have your finger on the pulse of what's currently working at each platform. You can model ideas that they're trying, come up with your own unique ideas, and test them both to see which ones stick. Because the algorithms are always changing, it's essential that you network with and stay close to your Dream 100. They will be the ones who will also have a vested interest in staying in front of the algorithm changes. And it can be super useful to have a sounding board of people in your market during the inevitable changes that will come. Step number 3. Identify the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. Each platform has multiple ways that you can publish your content, so it's essential to understand the strategy for each section and how you can weave it into your daily publishing schedule. For example, Instagram lets you do stories that are similar to a reality show, but you also have your profile, which is more like a picture gallery. Questions I would start asking myself are, how often should I be doing stories, and what do you post on your profile, and how often? Instagram also lets you do lives that are similar to a talk show to your following, and they also have IGTV for your how-to content. There are a lot of possibilities, so you want to understand all the publishing opportunities on each platform, decide which ones you want to focus on, and figure out a plan to make it simple to consistently publish on your chosen platform. Step number 4, work your way in. After I start publishing on each platform and I have content that my dream customers can see, I look for ways to work my way into the Dream 100. I start asking myself the question, how can I get organic, free exposure to the audiences of the people who have already congregated my dream customers, and then get these people to join my lists and become traffic that I own? Step number 5, buy your way in. While I'm working my way in, I want to stimulate growth as fast as possible. The best way is to buy ads targeting the followers of my Dream 100, and then get these people to join my lists and become traffic that I own. I discuss buying your way into audiences throughout this book, but secret number 9 goes a lot deeper to help you understand the paid advertising framework that you can use to master paid ads on each platform. Step number 6, fill your funnel. As you're publishing, working your way in, and buying your way in, the goal is always to convert all the traffic and attention into traffic that you own. You do that by pushing people into your funnels where you can get their contact information, sell them your front-end products, and then push them through a follow-up funnel to send them up your value ladder. These 6 steps make up the Fill Your Funnel framework and will help you to master every platform and stay on top of what's working in the moment. I've taken a snapshot in time of how each of the following platforms work and then applied this framework to them. That way you can see how I think, and then you can understand what I'm looking for as I create my publishing plans and figure out how to work my way in and buy my way into the following of my Dream 100. My goal is to help make this pattern so second nature to you that by the time you're done reading, you will know how to fish. Secret number 8, fill your funnel organically, working your way in. It's hard for most of us to remember, but it wasn't too long ago that we used the internet differently than how we use it today. Back when there was no social media, there were forums and message boards that allowed people to share their thoughts and their ideas. But for the most part, we went online to search for things we were looking for. When the social movement started and sites like Friendster first popped up, followed shortly thereafter by MySpace and Facebook and Twitter, we marketers all knew that there was an opportunity to make money by leveraging these platforms. But we didn't know how. Most of our early attempts, if we were completely honest, were us just posting links in our funnels and other things that nowadays people would consider spam. We saw a huge congregation of people and we tried everything in our power to get our messages in front of them. Most things we tried didn't work, at least not long term. I was frustrated with the new social platforms, thinking that they didn't work as a good vehicle to get traffic. Inevitably, I stopped trying to figure them out for a few years altogether. Instead, I focused my energy on free and paid search, banner ads, and email marketing, and I stayed away from social media like it was the plague. Around this time, Twitter started to make its big run. It became the fastest growing new social network at the time, and everyone was jumping onto its bandwagon. In fear of missing out on the next big trend, I jumped on and started tweeting. At first, it made no sense to me, but all the cool kids were doing it, so I tried. I grew my following, and then I did the only thing I knew how to do as a marketer. I started to promote my products. To my annoyance, not only did I make very few sales, but my marketing also killed the engagement that I'd built up with the few people who followed me. Then I watched as Perry Belcher, one of the people on my Dream 100, join Twitter. In a matter of months, he built a following of over 100,000 people, set up a webinar for those followers, registered over 20,000 people, and made over $1 million in sales from that one webinar. I watched in awe as he did it, and so I did what any good funnel hacker would do. I tried to reverse engineer his process. The more I dug into what he was doing, the more confused I became. He wasn't posting any ads. He wasn't talking about his products. Every post he made had thousands of people commenting, sharing, and growing his brand for him. I finally reached out to him and asked if he'd be willing to explain his strategy to me. Luckily for me, he agreed. We quickly jumped on a phone call together, and it went a little something like this. "Hey, Perry," I said, I've been trying to figure out how to make money with all this social networking stuff, and it's not working. I see on the outside what you're doing, but it seems almost backwards. You're not promoting anything. You're not selling anything, yet you're making a ton of money. What are you doing?" Perry kind of laughed and said, "That's your problem, Russell. Guess how much money I try to make from social networking?" "As much as possible," I guessed. I could hear him grin on the other end, and then he said, "Zero. None. That's how much I try to make with social networking. Social networking is not about making money, it's about making friends. It's just like how we do business in person. Let me show you how I view social media and how we use it to grow our companies. If you look at the social networks, we have Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I view all these networks like I'm going to a party. So if I'm on Twitter posting messages and responding, it's like I'm at a party. Does that make sense?" Kind of, I replied, but I'm still not sure how that makes us any money." "Well, when you go to a party, do you just talk about what you do? Hey, I'm Perry and I sell stuff. Would you like to buy some stuff from me?" "No, of course not. If you did that, you'd be the biggest jerk at the party. Everyone would avoid you, and that's what you've been doing on social media, Russell. I've been watching you, and that's why it's not working for you." "Okay, then what do we talk about on social networking sites? As an introvert, I've never really networked in real life, so I'm not sure how or what I should be saying." "You talk about what's going on in your life," Perry responded. "You talk about your family, tell them stories, entertain them a little bit, ask them questions, and introduce them to other cool people who are at the party. Basically, you do everything you would do if you were hanging out with them in real life. Social networking is just a great big party. That's part number one." I doodled an image to make sure it was clear in my mind. I also made a note to watch how Perry and everyone else at my Dream 100 was posting and making conversations on each social network so that I could start modeling these party interactions. "The second part of the process is how I use my personal profile on each social platform," Perry continued. "My personal profile is my house. It's my home. It's where I live. It has most of my thoughts and my information and stuff that's interesting to me. I archive pictures, videos, fun stuff I've done with friends, and stuff like that. When people come into my house, they know what I'm about. They can see the things that I like to talk about. Now this is how it works. When I go into the groups and start networking, or I see someone else's post in my feed, I go and I participate in the conversation and I make friends. As they see me consistently show up, they will want to drop by my house and see what I'm all about. Give them some free stuff like chips and dip, free content, to get them to come to your house. Then when they're at my house, that's where I invite them to take action with me. Register for my webinar, attend my next event, read my new book, or join my newsletter list. That's how I invite people from my house into my funnels. Those selling conversations don't have a place on social media, but they do at your house. You can direct people into your funnels from the posts you make on your own personal profile. If you provide value on your social platforms, people will come running to your house because they want more of you. And from there, they will flow into your funnels. This was the big aha that I needed. Social wasn't about selling, it was about making friends. I changed my tactics, deleted all my posts that were trying to sell my products, and started serving, interacting, being entertaining, and having fun with my followers. All of the friends, fans, and followers that came afterwards were a direct byproduct of me being the life of the party. I wanted to give you this context before we discuss any of the specific networks because this is how we work our way in. It's the core concept you have to master if you want to have success with social media, no matter which platform you're focusing on. Those who just spam their messages to their followers will always think that social media doesn't work. Even if they do get some short-term results, they won't last. On the other hand, those who play the longer game and plant seeds with their followers will end up with a consistent stream of traffic flooding into their funnels. Producer, not consumer. I want to give you one quick warning because I know that some of you listening are probably already thinking, Russell, I already spend way too much time on social media right now. If I'm going to become the life of the party, my whole life is going to be wasted on social media. I'll start by saying that yes, you are currently spending way too much time on social media. I don't care who you are probably already spending way too much time consuming social media. If you're spending more than 10 minutes a day consuming social media, then you're wasting your time. The keyword here is consuming. As of today, you are no longer a consumer of social media. You are a producer of social media. There's a big difference. Consuming social media doesn't serve you or the audiences that you've been called to serve. Producing social media does serve them. The first step in this process is to do a social media reset. That means unfriending and unfollowing almost everyone on every platform that you'll be using to generate traffic. That way, you won't be distracted by the nonsense that everyone around you is posting. From here on out, you'll use social media as a business tool, not a social tool. After you unfriend everyone, I suggest only following your Dream 100 on each platform. That way, when you log into any of the platforms, you'll be able to quickly get a glimpse of what they're posting and get ideas for the things that are working well that you can model. Also, you'll be able to start digging your well with these people by commenting on their posts and messaging them through direct messages. Now that your social feed has been cleaned up, go and look for the social parties that have the most people engaged with them. You wouldn't go to a party that only has a few dozen people. Instead, you look for the largest party in town where you can get the most exposure for your efforts. Depending on the platform, you'll be looking for the largest groups, podcasts, blogs, videos, and fan pages that you can go to and become the life of the party. As you participate in these groups and serve their audiences, the people will naturally start coming back to your home. In the following secrets, I'll be giving you a specific publishing plan for each network that will show you how to effectively be the producer of social media in a way that won't consume your whole life. I want to bring up the concept of producer versus consumer now so that you'll be able to look at everything that happens in the next few chapters through that lens. This way you can focus on serving your audiences and not wasting your precious time. Next, we'll cover how to fill your funnel with paid ads, and then we'll move back into the two largest social networks at the moment, Instagram and Facebook. I'll discuss how to find your Dream 100 on both platforms, understand the platform strategies, create your publishing plan, grow your following, and fill your funnels. Secret number 9, fill your funnel with paid ads, buying your way in. Now that you've seen the overarching strategy for working your way in and getting free organic traffic, I now want to lay out the strategy for how to fill your funnels with paid ads. After you have an understanding of these two core principles, then we'll dive into each traffic platform, Instagram, Facebook, Google, and YouTube, and show you how to use both of these strategies to find your dream customers and bring them into your funnels. As you can probably tell, I spend the majority of my personal time working with my Dream 100, building and communicating with my list, and publishing content to build fans and followers. In fact, during the first 10 years of my companies, we didn't run any paid ads. We paid affiliates to promote our products and used a lot of growth hacks that you learn about in section number 3. But we never actually paid for an ad. We were able to drive a lot of traffic with these methods, but there was never much consistency. We would set up a big promotion, drive a lot of traffic, make a bunch of sales, but after the promotion was over, our traffic would slowly dry up and we'd have to go back to the drawing board and create the next new offer to promote. It was a traffic roller coaster that lasted for years until one day I decided that I wanted off. I came into the office and told our small team that we had to figure out paid advertising so we could get off the traffic roller coaster and get more consistency in our marketing. I asked if anyone was interested in diving in and mastering Facebook and Google, and one person raised his hand and said yes. His name is John Parks, and he started the first division of our company focusing on paid ads. Initially, it was just him for a few years, but after he figured out the model and what worked for each network, he built a team that has been the backbone for the growth of ClickFunnels to where it is today. Adding paid ads into the strategies that you've been learning about is like adding lighter fluid to a pile of charcoal. You will get results faster on any funnel you want to promote and be able to more predictably control sales over the long term. Throughout this chapter, I'll be quoting John in a few sections, but it should be noted that everything I'm showing you here came from the methodologies that he pioneered within our company. As always, we'll be staying away from the exact tactics that often change and focus instead on the overarching strategy that'll help you to build out your paid traffic plan. One thing John told me as we were mapping out this chapter was, while it's true that each advertising network has little intricacies and nuances that can take a while to get used to, and there are definitely tips and tricks that can incrementally improve your performances, the good news is that the strategy of advertising on these networks is the same. The specifics of the platform can be learned with online tutorials or they can be hired out, but the strategy needs to be understood by you, the entrepreneur, in order to succeed. What is my advertising budget? The number one question I get from people every time I start talking about paid ads is always related to how much money they'll need to budget to actually run ads. I always smile and tell them that if they've been following my advice so far and they've created a break-even funnel, then every dollar they spend in ads comes back to them immediately. If they have a funnel that's break-even or profitable, then they don't have an advertising budget. Their goal is to spend as much money profitably as possible because each dollar they spend turns into more dollars. Let me tell you a quick story to illustrate how this works. Recently, we launched a new front-end funnel at leadfunnels.com. It was a $7 report that had a $37 order form bump and a $100 one-time offer, or OTO. After the funnel was live, we wanted to test it to make sure it was working, that there were no technical issues, and that it actually was going to be profitable. So we created an initial advertising budget of $100. We started running Facebook ads, and within about a day, the $100 was spent. We then looked at the sales to see if we had made at least $100. From our first ad spend, we ended up getting about 100 clicks, selling a $7 report. So $7 times 7 equals $49. 2 people bought the order form bump, so $37 times 2 equals $74, and 1 person bought the $100 OTO. The total sales equaled $223. After we subtracted our $100 ad cost, we had made $123. As you can see, this funnel no longer has an advertising budget. We'll keep running ads for as long as it stays profitable. If for some reason we lost money on this test, we would turn off the ads, rework the funnel, and then test again with another $100. I never like putting very much of my money at risk at any given time. So with each new funnel, as soon as it's live, we set up a few ads, give it a small test budget, and see what happens. The funnels that flop are sent back to the drawing board to get reworked, and the funnels that work are scaled to see how much money we can profitably spend. Prospecting ads versus retargeting ads. Before we start talking about ads, I need to take a minute to explain the difference between prospecting ads versus retargeting ads. Once you understand the difference between them and how they work together, we'll dive deep into how you use each of them together. John explained, prospecting ads are the act of reaching out into the networks to find cold traffic or people who aren't familiar with you or your offers and hook them long enough to get their attention. After we've gotten their attention and gotten them to engage with us, engage would mean they watched, liked, or commented on an ad, then we move them from the prospecting pool into the retargeting buckets. We then advertise to these people differently and we work to warm them up and to get them into our value ladder. John continued, let me give you an example of how these work together. Let's say you have a book about effective parenting that you'd like to sell. A prospecting ad would be the one that you run to a specific group of newlyweds who are likely new parents or soon to be, introducing them to the concepts from your book. As people engage with those ads, you'll be able to see which people are interested in what you have to say. A small percentage of those people will go and buy the book immediately, but the majority of them won't buy it right then. It's those people who have engaged but not purchased who you would put into the retargeting buckets. Once they're in those buckets, we can warm them up, test other hooks, tell other stories, and remind them of the great offer that we've made to them in order to persuade them to click through and to go into the funnel. Step number 1, create lots of prospecting ads to hook your dream customers. When we first started using paid advertising, we made the mistake of thinking that we needed to create a great ad, and if we got the ad right, it would bring in thousands of our dream customers. I would spend a ton of time trying to create the perfect hook, and then once we threw it into the ad networks, half the time it would fail. Other times it would work, but only for a little while. It was frustrating because I set my expectations wrong. After a few months, we ended up with a few dozen ads that were working, and then I shifted my focus to other things. John would get frustrated with me and ask me to take more pictures or make more videos that he could run as ads. I did a few every now and then, but for the most part, I just assumed that paid ads didn't work as well as I had hoped. A few months later, I called up my friend Dean Graciosi and we shared a few notes of what we were doing to sell our books and our coaching programs online. I had known who Dean was since I was a teenager. After all, I used to watch him on late night infomercials, first selling his Motor Millions product and later selling tons of different books on real estate. I was probably the only kid my age who would sit up late at night and watch Dean while taking notes in my notebook about how he was pitching. I know, I'm such a nerd, but it was amazing to see how good he was. As I started to grow my first company, Dean was one of the first people on my Dream 100 list. I still remember that awkward moment when we first met. I explained to him that when I was a teenager, I used to watch his infomercials and study how he sold. He laughed, and we've grown a mutual admiration for each other as we've gotten to know each other better. I've become so grateful for times when we had a chance to just brainstorm on what was working at the moment. Once when I was speaking to Dean on the phone, I started to brag. We're selling about 1,200 copies of our books each week through paid ads right now. But then I realized I don't know how many books he was selling. How about you guys? We're about 5,000 a week right now. We've been holding steady at that number for the past few months, he replied. Whoa, that's more than 4 times what we're selling, I thought. Still talking to Dean on the phone, I shot a text to John to see what we were doing wrong and if he could tell if Dean was really selling that many. A few minutes later, I got a message back from John. 5,000? I see his ads everywhere, but there's no way they're buying more ads than us. Ask him what he's doing to sell that many. Dean and I talked a while longer, but I still couldn't identify how he was getting 4 times the sales volume that we were. At the end of our call, we decided that it would be best for me to fly out to spend a day with Dean and his team. That way I could show them some of the cool funnel stuff that we were doing, and they could show us a deep dive behind the scenes of what they were doing. A few weeks later, my team and I were on a plane, flying to Arizona, excited to see if we could figure out how to multiply our book sales 4 times over. Once both of our teams were gathered around a conference table, we showed them our best stuff, and then they opened up and let us look into their ads account. At first, it was hard to find the needle in the haystack. Their ads looked similar to ours, and the targeting looked similar too. It seemed like we had the same strategy. And then we saw it. Something we almost overlooked and couldn't have known at the time looking from the outside in. Dean and his team were running 4 times more creative or ads than us. How many ads are you guys running? I asked. Lots, Dean said. They had me make a few new ads each day. Each day? Yeah, throughout my day, I carry my book with me, and every time I find a cool spot, I pull out my phone and I make a new ad. Here's one at my daughter's softball game. Here's another one at the house. Here's one at the airport, and this is when I went out to dinner. I couldn't believe that this was the big secret. More creative, more hooks, more ads. When you're thinking about prospecting ads, you're looking at a huge ocean of people, all who need your product or service, but all who have a different reason why. If you try to create just one hook, it may last for a while and grab the people who are looking for that hook, but it will dry up very fast. You've got to become prolific at creating ads. The phone in your pocket will become your ad-making, creative-generating, hook-developing machine. Everywhere you go, you should be looking for opportunities to record a pitch for your offers that you can then turn into an ad. After leaving Dean's office that day, we learned the gold nuggets we needed to take our advertising and our company to the next level. My guess is that if you're reading this book, you probably saw one or more of the hundreds of creative that I made with my phone selling this book and the entire Secrets trilogy. You've probably seen the same thing with me selling ClickFunnels, our coaching, and just about everything else that I'm part of. The more creative you can put into the prospecting oceans, the more fish, your dream customers, you're going to be able to pull out. Targeting for prospecting ads. The next step after you made your creative is to figure out who to show it to. John explains. Dream 100. The best place to start is your Dream 100 list for that platform. When you're running ads on Facebook and Instagram, you can target people who have an interest in a certain thought leader, brand, or celebrity. You'll find many, but probably not all, of your Dream 100's following targetable in this way in the Ads Manager. For YouTube, you can specify that you like your ads to show up in front of your Dream 100's videos, both individually or their channel as a whole. Ideal customer avatar. Second on your targeting list is your ideal customer avatar. Think about their interests, their age, their career, their home life, and anything else you can identify. Most of these ad platforms will allow you to get pretty specific on who you want to show your ads to. Overlapping sections of multiple audiences. Some ad networks let you get more specific in targeting your audiences by layering on multiple criteria and then just targeting the overlapping sections. Think of 3 overlapping circles, each representing one of the audiences above, and then imagine a center area where they all overlap. The center area represents the sweet spot where your dream customer is most likely to be. An example of this would not just be targeting Tony Robbins followers in one campaign, business owners in another, and women between the age of 35 and 55 in a third campaign, but instead to have one campaign that requires the viewer to be all 3 of those categories in order to show them your ads. Being smart with your audiences and layering them can really bring your costs down and improve your results. Algorithms. The last thing, and honestly where the networks are working towards, is for you to rely on the algorithms to do a lot of the legwork for you. You see, once you have a few hundred people engaging with your posts, clicking through your funnels, and becoming leads and buyers, you've generated a pool of data. You've begun to prove exactly who it is that's responding to your advertising efforts. The platform algorithms can work with that data and actually start lending a hand in your targeting efforts. In Google and YouTube, they're called similar audiences, and in Facebook and Instagram, they're called lookalike audiences. In both cases, you decide which bucket to use as the source. The algorithm then looks deep into who those people are and then matches up others in your specified geographic range with who are most similar to them and thus most likely to care about what you have to offer. 80-20 rule for prospecting. One thing to note when running prospecting ads is that these type of ads are the most expensive, but they are vital for 2 reasons. First, it's through prospecting that you find out who is actually responding to your ads, so your targeting becomes more on point, which brings your costs down. Second, it's prospecting that fills your retargeting buckets. If you stop prospecting, you'll soon find yourself with no one to retarget to. Here's a word of warning from John before you start running your first prospecting ads. I've been coaching small business owners and entrepreneurs for many years on their paid traffic. One thing I consistently come up against is business owners who think it's too expensive to make sales using ads. If they're too hasty, they'll prematurely turn their advertising campaigns off. I've found, though, that if they'll understand how the 80-20 rule applies to ads, they'll better know what to expect. When you put up your first ads, they're almost always going to a colder audience, a group of people who don't know you and don't know what you have to offer. It'll always be more expensive and less efficient to advertise to this crowd. But when you're getting started, you have no other choice. Results will come slower with these prospecting efforts, and costs to get a lead or a sell will be much higher, sometimes even so high that you're losing money to begin with. In fact, don't be surprised if you spend 80% of your advertising budget in this category and it only generates 20% of your results. But if you hold strong, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. You see, while one purpose of the prospecting campaign is to generate some leads and sales up front, the bigger purpose is to fill all your retargeting audiences, which include your social followings and lists. As people begin to engage with your ads, they may subscribe and follow you, which you don't have control over, as well as being added to specific retargeting audiences, which you do have control over. It's from these new followers and retargeting audiences that you'll often see 80% of your results while only using 20% of your budget. As you use both of these strategies in tandem, you can make the sales you want at the cost you want and grow your business effectively. Step number 2, use retargeting funnels to create customers. As you've been spending money on prospecting ads to find your dream customers, the cream off the top has probably already come and purchased your products. However, there are so many people who would likely buy if they just had a little extra nudge. In secret number 6, we talked about the power of following up with your prospects through follow-up funnels using their email address. But what about all the people who watched your videos or came to your funnels but don't give you their email addresses? How do you follow up with all of them? The answer is through retargeting ads. Here's an example from John to show you how this works. Let's say you spend $2,000 on ads. From that, you get 100,000 people to actually see your ad. The ad performs well, and 4% of these people engage with the ad. That's 4,000 people. And 2% of the original 100,000 click the link in the ad and go to your funnel. That's 2,000 clicks. Of these people, 30% of them give you their email address. That's 600 leads. And 10% become buyers. That's 60 buyers. That leaves 3,940 people who engaged with your ad but didn't become a lead or a buyer. While you're never able to capture everyone's attention, you can in fact reach a lot more. How? This is where retargeting comes in. Since your efforts to reach people only resulted in a tiny fraction buying, you need specific campaigns in place to reach back out to those who were a good fit but just didn't take action or enough action for whatever reason. In order to do this properly, you need to build custom audiences. There are 3 specific audiences that are essential to a high-performing retargeting plan. Each is based on how far a viewer gets along on the customer journey. Audience number 1, engaged. The first audience you'll want to build is an audience based on viewers who have engaged with you. Did they watch your YouTube video this week? Did they watch one of your prospecting ads and make a comment recently? These people interacted with your posts but never left the platform to pursue your offer. While they have made a minor commitment to you, it's nothing serious. These people are worth some continued ad dollars, but not too much or for too long. I tend to run an ad to this audience for up to 5 days. If they haven't visited my landing page by that point, I let them fall out of the audiences and return to the prospecting pools from whence they came. Maybe I'll hook them again in the future and they'll pop back into my retargeting buckets, or maybe I'll never see them again. Audience number 2, landed. The second audience you'll want to build up is made up of people who clicked through and landed on your page. These people took a bigger commitment, left the platform, and visited your sales funnels. While they trusted you with their curiosity and visited your page, they didn't take any further action by opting in or purchasing. I tend to run ads to this audience for up to 7 days, trying to get them to come back and take me up on the lead magnet. Again, if they don't opt in or buy within 7 days, I just let them fall out of this audience. Audience number 3, owned. The third type of audience you'll want to have is made up of those people who did take your lead magnet and those who purchased. These people have made a large commitment and have entrusted you with their email address and credit card numbers in exchange for your goods. This is the traffic that you now own, and it becomes very useful and lucrative in many different ways. Not only are they now on your follow-up funnel sequences, but they also are a prime candidate for seeing ads for your next offer or an offer one step up your value ladder. Unlike prospecting ads where I'm making new creative as often as possible, with your retargeting campaigns, you're focusing on creating them once and you'll never have to touch them again. That's similar to your soap opera sequences inside of your follow-up funnels that you write once and it lasts forever. As we move people through the retargeting buckets, we use the same 3 closes you learned about earlier, starting with emotion, then moving to logic, and ending with fear, urgency, and scarcity. That is how we pull people into action throughout our retargeting campaigns. In order to implement retargeting, you have to place a pixel, a block of tracking code, on your sales funnels. This is a simple copy and paste procedure that allows the networks to see how far along the customer journey your viewer got. This is important for 2 reasons. First, it provides feedback for you on what's working and what's not, what's converting these prospects into traffic that you own and what isn't, so you can pivot in either your targeting or your messaging. It also provides feedback for the algorithm to learn and optimize advertising efforts along with you. Second, the pixel is what allows us to put viewers into the different audience categories, so we'll know when to put specific ads in front of them. To summarize, effective retargeting has at least 3 audiences: engaged, landed, and owned. And the end goal should be based on the type of audience that the ad is targeted to. Engaged, sell the click. Tell the network you want to collect custom audiences of everyone who has interacted with your posts in the last 5 days. To this audience, you want to show an ad with the hook and a story that sells the click. Landed, sell them the opt-in or purchase. Tell the network you want to collect a custom audience of everyone who's clicked through your landing pages in the last 7 days. To this audience, you want to show them an ad with the hook and a story that sells the opt-in or purchase. Owned, sell the next step. Tell the networks you want to collect a custom audience of everyone who has converted into a lead and or a sell. To this audience, you want to either offer another front-end product or walk them up to the next step on your value ladder. To understand this better, think of people as moving on certain conveyor belts. While they're on a specific conveyor belt, they're shown the ad appropriate to them. You're hoping that they take the hook and find themselves in a new audience on the subsequent conveyor belt. If they don't take the hook, they move off that particular belt and find themselves back in your prospecting pool awaiting the next hook that intrigues them. The lowest hanging fruit in the advertising world is running ads to your subscribers, followers, and ever-growing lists that you own. And while only a third of the emails you send out may get open, you can always run ads to your list, often reaching those who didn't originally open emails and greatly increasing your overall conversions from these lists. What I've outlined here is a very effective strategy that will work on Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, as well as all other ad platforms. There are many different tactics and little things you can do to increase your ad's effectiveness, but by following the strategy outlined here, you can always be sure that you're hitting the right people at the right time with the right message. Secret number 10, Instagram traffic secrets. Over the past few years, one of my favorite social platforms to spend my personal time on has been Instagram. One of its core features, Instagram Stories, has become my favorite way to document my daily journey. Personally, I believe that it's the most powerful of all social tools to build a relationship with you, the attractive character, and your audience. A lot of the strategy I learned originally when I set up my account was from my friend and amazing entrepreneur, Jenna Kuchar. In this chapter, with Jenna's permission, I'll share many of the concepts we learned from her. I'm so grateful to her for allowing me to share them with you. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal. Created by Kevin Systrom and Mike Krieger in San Francisco, Instagram launched on October 6, 2010. Its fast-paced growth was unheard of: 100,000 members in the first week, 1 million members in the first 2 months, and 10 million members in the first year. And in June 2019, it passed over 1 billion members. In 2012, Facebook bought Instagram for $1 billion in cash and stocks. While the story is fascinating, I think the more exciting story occurred in 2013 when Mark Zuckerberg offered to buy Snapchat for $3 billion. After Snapchat's founder said no, Facebook decided that instead of buying them, they would just try to beat Snapchat at their own game. Over the next few years, they added all of Snapchat's core features into Instagram. Then, in August 2016, they threw the death punch. They replaced Snapchat's signature feature by launching Instagram Stories. Soon, Snapchat stock plummeted. Users migrated in droves from Snapchat to Instagram, and almost overnight, Instagram became the second largest social networking site in the world. Mark Zuckerberg's goal when acquiring Instagram and ripping off Snapchat's features was to find more places to leverage attention and place ads where you're spending your time, looking at your feed, exploring various things, and watching other people's stories. If you are working your way in, then you win this game by attracting followers and creating content that engages them and keeps them coming back to the platform for more. As you do that, you can use the attention to get free organic traffic into your funnels. If you are buying your way in, you win by showing your ads to your Dream 100's followers and pushing them into your funnels. As with all platforms, I believe that we should be playing both sides, working our way in and buying our way in. Step number 2, find your Dream 100 on this platform. The first step, as you'll soon see with every platform, is to identify the Dream 100 that have already congregated your dream customers on the platform that you're starting on. Follow each of them and set up a plan to spend a few minutes each day viewing all of their stories, posts, and ads. This will help you to identify the patterns that are making these people successful. Each day, I spend 3 to 5 minutes viewing my Dream 100's posts, looking for what pictures hook me and make me want to read the caption, what captions make me want to take actions. At the same time, I like the post for my Dream 100. I comment on at least 10 of my Dream 100's posts each day, digging my well. I also spend 5 minutes watching Instagram Stories for my Dream 100, looking for cool ideas on ways they're engaging people, checking out where their swipe ups are pushing me to, messaging or DMing on at least 10 of their videos, digging my well, and looking for the swipe up ads that are shown to me and funnel hacking them, swiping up on them. Remember, you're now a producer of social media, not a consumer. Don't get caught in the trap of following tons of interesting people who will distract you and waste your time. Follow only those people who are already successfully serving the market that you want to serve, so that you can understand what messages they're sharing. Then you can figure out your own unique angles inside of that ecosystem and unfriend and unfollow everyone else. Step number 3, identifying the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. There are many ways to publish content on Instagram, and each section of the platform has a different strategy for how to publish and how to monetize. To make it simpler, I'll break down each of the core sections in Instagram and explain the strategy for how you use each one. Here are the core areas of the platform we'll be focusing on. The first I call content hooks, where you are producing images and videos in a way to grab your dream customers and turn them into your followers. We rarely, if ever, actually sell anything in this content. We only focus on getting people to like, comment, and follow. We do this in 2 sections of the app: the Instagram profile, your gallery, and Instagram TV, your produced video content. The second section of the app is your house. This is where you're able to direct people into your funnels and actually sell. I'll show you the strategies behind how we sell in this chapter, but for now, understand that the areas that you'll be able to sell your products and services are Instagram Stories, your reality show, and Instagram Live, your live show. Again, I want to mention that these platforms, their features, and the strategies for them are always evolving, so view this chapter as a baseline and watch your Dream 100 closely so that you can model and innovate on any and all algorithm changes as they come. My biggest fear in telling people to model their Dream 100 is that they think that they should copy their Dream 100. Again, copying is not the goal. On the contrary, copying is illegal and unethical. Modeling is watching what others in your market are doing so that you can get ideas of what you can create. To have success on Instagram or any platform, you have to be you. Your brand and your personality are the keys to getting people to follow and engage with you. The differences you bring into the ecosystem that you serve is the secret that will create your true fans. Jenna Kutcher once said, "A brand is the image and the personality that the business applies to its offers. The attractive character is the voice of your company, and what you're doing on social media is creating the image and personality that can connect with people and lead them into your funnels and to your offers." The first step then, when setting up Instagram, is to quickly communicate in your bio who you are as the attractive character. When people find you on Instagram, the first thing they'll do is check out your bio. You only have 150 characters to make your first impression and get them to click on the follow button. You also get one link that you can use to direct people back into one of your funnels, converting them from traffic that you've earned into traffic that you own. There are a lot of thoughts and beliefs on what you should write in your bio, but I suggest looking at your Dream 100's bios, seeing what's working, choosing what you like, and modeling them to create your own unique bio. Instagram profile strategy, your gallery. Your Instagram profile is the core foundation of your Instagram strategy. I'll focus on this first section of the platform because it is the key to increasing your followers and will be the fuel for your Instagram stories and their powerful swipe ups, Instagram lives, IGTVs, and more. The hook, your pictures. After someone looks at your bio, the next thing they'll see is the grid of all of the pictures and the videos that you've posted. Each picture is a hook that can potentially grab someone who is scrolling on Instagram and pull them into your funnels. People are automatically able to see all the pictures on your profile, and if you post them correctly, they'll also be able to see them inside of their own newsfeed. When I started using Instagram, I had no clue what types of pictures I should post. If you scroll back to my profile to the very first pictures, you'll probably get a good laugh seeing all of the random stuff I posted. As a result, I had low engagement because I had no idea what I was doing. Shortly afterwards, I heard Jenna Kutcher give a presentation on her JK5 method framework. I started using it a few years ago, and I still use it to this day because it makes posting to my profile simple and fun. Using the JK5 method will help you to create connection beyond just what you're selling, and to do that, you'll need to post more than just your work. To implement the JK5 method, you first need to create 5 main categories of things that you're passionate about. This will help to give you a recognizable brand, and as you post images, you'll simply rotate through these categories so that your followers get a good understanding of who you are beyond what you sell. For Jenna, her 5 categories are marriage, body positivity, photography, fashion, and travel. If you scroll through her profile, you'll notice that she cycles through these categories. As I created my categories, I thought about things that were most important to me that I wanted to share with the world. The categories that I came up with for my brand were family, funnels, faith, entrepreneurship, and personal development. Jenna explained why the JK5 method helps to grow your brand and increase your audience. When you adopt this method, you not only create a versatile, well-rounded, and connected brand, but you'll also create an interesting feed that earns you the ability to sell. No 2 categories live next to each other on the grid, giving you extra visual element, but also giving people a way to find a way to connect with you, even if they currently aren't on the market for what you're selling. Oftentimes, someone will follow you for just one of the categories while they get to know you, like you, and trust you, priming them to become a paying client in the future. It's important we talk about the overall vibe of your grid. Essentially, your grid is what users see when they scroll down and see multiple images all lined up in rows of 3. It's easy to get obsessive about your overall grid aesthetics, but what I love about the JK5 is that it gives people an overarching view of your brand when they click to see a full profile. If you truly follow the 5-category rotation, viewers will see more than just what you sell, but be able to see if they can connect to your account enough to follow you. When someone lands on your page, they have about 10 seconds to make a decision on whether or not they want to follow you. And so we want this overall grid to create a connection right off the bat. When you're posting on your profile, never post in real time. Your post should be thought out and strategic. Real-time posting is for Instagram stories. To curate photos for your profile, most phones will allow you to set up albums for your pictures. I suggest creating a new album for each of the 5 categories in your JK5. Then, look back through your camera roll and move all of the existing pictures you've taken in the past into these albums. Chances are this exercise alone will give you a few months worth of the perfect images that you could start using today. Moving forward, when you take new pictures with your phone, always add them into these albums. Each day as you're looking for new pictures to post, go into the album on your phone and quickly grab the perfect picture. On top of pictures, Instagram also allows you to post videos on your profile that are under 60 seconds. So as you capture short videos that fit into your JK5, save them on your album as well. Before posting any picture or video though, I highly recommend using Jenna's ABCDQ test to see if it's on brand, and therefore worthy of your profile. Here's the test. A. Aesthetics. Does it visually show something that fits the personality of my brand? B. Brand. Is it aligned with my dream client or something they will engage with? C. Consistent. Is it consistent in terms of the color or quality to fit within my overall feed? D. Diversity. Is this something different than my last post? Does it create recognition beyond what I sell? Q. Quality. Is this up to the quality I want my clients and followers to expect? If this stood alone, would it fit my brand? The story, captions. After you run through the ABCDQ test and you're ready to post images, you need to think about what arguably the most important question of all. What am I going to say about this picture? The picture is the hook that brings people in and grabs their attention, but the caption tells your story and tries to engage the reader before you make your offer or your call to action. Goal of the post. Each post you make should have one goal. As I post any picture and I write its caption, the first thing I do is decide if the hook is meant to inspire, educate, or entertain. Inspire. It compels others to feel inspired and capable of big things. Educate. It teaches or educates your followers on a subject. Entertain. It provides entertainment for your followers. Type of caption. After I decide the goal of the post, I try to figure out the type of caption to post. According to Jenna, the 3 most common types of captions and how to use them in your business are: first, tell a story. The posts that do the best on Instagram have one thing in common. They invite you into the story and make you feel part of the moment, as if you're experiencing it beyond the screen. I often pay attention to the little things or thoughts that happen in my days and turn those things into short stories I tell through captions. I'm not talking once upon a time type stories, but relatable life experiences that others can connect with. Number 2, ask a question. Having an audience, whether it's 10 people or 1,000 people, gives you access to people that can help you create the perfect offer. When you're not sure what to post, ask a question. People love to feel heard and be able to share their opinion. At least once a week, I love to ask a question. Often it's as simple as, what is the best book you've read recently? Or as complex as, tell me what you're struggling with when it comes to Instagram so I can help you. Questions can be directly related to your offer or just another way to connect with your audience. Plus, questions invite engagement onto your feed. Number 3, make a list. You can have a lot of fun with captions by sharing a short list. Some examples including 3 things people might not know about you, 5 facts about your business, 3 ways to use your products, or the 7 best books you've ever read. Lists are a fun way to deliver a caption that's easy to read or interesting. They can also further connect you to your followers in an unexpected way beyond the traditional brand stories you tell. We love sharing lists of our favorite things or writing an introduction type post where we share more about us. After all, new people find and follow our account each week. Hashtags. So what is a hashtag and why do you need it? If you think of Instagram as a huge filing cabinet, then the hashtags are the filing folders. When someone searches a hashtag, Instagram finds all the images that are using the same hashtag and gives you a gallery of only those images. For example, if I post a picture with the hashtag potato guns and someone searches for that hashtag, the picture I post will show up in the hashtag potato guns gallery. If they follow that hashtag because they love potato guns, any new picture I post with that hashtag could show up in their newsfeed. You can use up to 30 hashtags with each post to help your images or hooks show up on the searches and the feeds of your dream customers. Hashtags are the equivalent of keywords in search engines. Sometimes you can put your hashtags in the actual caption. We call these overt hashtags, where your audience will see them, but typically most of your hashtags will be posted in the first comment after you post your image. We call these covert keywords. There are many online research tools that help you to figure out the best hashtags for your posts, and I do recommend using them. But the easiest way to research what hashtags you may want to use is to go back to your Dream 100. They're already serving your dream clients, so what hashtags are they using to get in front of them? Look at their hashtags each day as you're doing your research and keep a list of the ones that will work for you too. The offer, your call to action. The last step in creating your post is your CTA. Every single post needs a CTA. It can vary from being a very small ask to being a big call to action. Examples of small asks include double tap, hit the like button, post an emoji, or comment below. Examples of a bigger call to action include share this post, tag 3 friends, click the link in my bio, or sign up for blank. Calls to action are important for a lot of reasons. Ultimately, they help to get people off Instagram and onto your list. But maybe even more importantly, they help the algorithm know if people like what you're posting. If your audience comments, likes, and engages with what you post, the algorithm will assume that you're creating content that people want, and they'll reward you by giving you more exposure. When people comment, you should be responding to their comments. This will get them more likely to comment in the future, and it gives other people extra motivation to comment as well. Now let's quickly recap the basic process to follow when making posts on your Instagram profile. Follow the JK5 method and create 5 main categories of things you're passionate about. Each day, post up to 2 pictures on your profile. Rotate through your JK5 categories. Decide the goal of each post: inspire, educate, or entertain. Decide the type of caption to use: story, ask a question, or make a list. Choose the hashtags that will make your post show up for your dream customers, and add a CTA to get your audiences to engage with you. If you need more examples on how to do this, then look no further than your Dream 100. If they're successful, you'll see this pattern within their posts, and you can model it for your own posts as well. Instagram TV strategy, your produced video content. Instagram TV was originally created to be a competitor of YouTube. Most people use Instagram as an app that you scroll through during your in-between moments, and they wanted to create something that would keep you in the app for longer stretches of time. Part of our consistent publishing plan is to test out hooks and test our materials. As I'm posting pictures and publishing stories, I'm looking to see what people respond to. What questions do they keep asking me? What subjects and topics are interesting? When they see behind the scenes of my life, what parts do they want to understand more? After identifying their interests, I'll create a more produced piece of content that answers these questions or expounds on certain subjects. These videos become episodes on Instagram TV. Typically, anything over 60 seconds is made into an IGTV post, and they can be up to 60 minutes long. In our market, we found that the sweet spot for video length is about 3 to 5 minutes. So we'll spend that time answering a question and diving more deeply into the topic. These videos become our IGTV episodes. The episodes will show up to your fans and followers just like a normal picture or video that you post on your profile would. After people watch the first 60 seconds, Instagram will ask them if they want to continue watching the rest of the video inside IGTV, making it vital for the first 60 seconds to hook them into watching the full video, or you'll lose people before they see your full message. Watch the IGTVs from your Dream 100 and see what types of videos they're creating and how they hook people and pull them into their content. Instagram Stories Strategy, your reality show. When Snapchat first came out, they became famous for their core feature, letting you create short 10-second videos that disappeared after 24 hours. I spent over a year growing my Snapchat following and had mild success with my stories there. The platform was hard to use, it was almost impossible to grow an audience, and the stats they showed were almost useless. However, early trends showed it was going to be the next big social network, so we put in the time to try to make it work. About a year into my Snapchat journey, I embarked on a charity trip to Kenya with a bunch of big influencers to help build schools. On the second day after we finished working and playing with the kids, we came back to our camps and checked our phones. That very day, Instagram launched their new Stories features. At first, we were skeptical. Honestly, we didn't want to make a shift to this new platform after we had spent so much time building up Snapchat. Reluctantly, though, we decided to test the new platform. The next morning, we each made the same posts on Instagram and Snapchat. Then we watched our stats closely to see which of the two platforms brought us the most eyeballs and engagement. Knowing that this was a new feature to Instagram, I had a gut feeling that Zuckerberg was going to bribe us early adopters with tons of free engagement so that we'd switch platforms. And that's exactly what he did. Despite the fact that my Instagram audience was small, about 30% the size of my Snapchat audience, I got 4 times more views on each of my Instagram stories than I did on Snapchat. As I shared my stats each night with the other influencers on the trip, we found that all of our stats were about the same. Over the next few weeks, I started posting more and more on Instagram and less on Snapchat, until one day I stopped logging into Snapchat and eventually deleted the app altogether. So what exactly are Instagram stories and how do they fit into your Instagram strategy? At the top of the Instagram app, above your feed, you'll find a section showing the stories for each of the people that you're following, your Dream 100. If you click on one of their pictures, you'll see all the short micro videos they've posted in the past 24 hours. Each video is just 15 seconds long, and you can post as many each day as you'd like. Because they disappear after 24 hours, you don't have to be as methodical about each post, caption, and CTA as you are with your profile post. These stories are more freestyle. Personally, I look at my Instagram stories as my personal reality show where my fans and my followers can see behind the scenes of what I'm doing each day. I'm literally documenting my journey through the day in short 15-second mini videos. When I wake up in the morning, I may make a quick post as I'm walking into the gym, quickly mentioning why I'm excited or what I'm dreading about the workout. I may make another post during the workout if I'm doing something new or funny that I think would be fun to share with my audience. After I leave the gym, I may post a quick video with one of my kids who just got out of bed and had a funny bedhead, or I may have them share a funny or scary dream. Then I get ready for my day, and I may make a post when I'm about to get in my car telling them quickly about what I'm excited about for the day, or what I'm learning during my morning study. Do you see how this works? I'm taking them on my journey during my day and sharing the highlights, giving them a glimpse of what I'm actually doing behind the scenes. As they get to the office, I may show them something I'm working on as I'm doing it. For example, I've posted Instagram stories almost daily for the past few months showing my followers the process of me writing this book. Each day I know there are tens of thousands of people who watch these quick videos of me talking about this book and showing the new concepts or sketches I'm developing as I'm doing it in real time. Can you imagine how many of them are anxiously waiting the second this book is done so they can buy their copy? By letting them participate in the process, they're more invested in what I'm actually been doing. They're more likely to buy what I'm creating when it's ready. Instagram stories are the most powerful way that I've ever seen to have your audience build a relationship with you as the attractive character. Another great way to use Instagram stories is to promote things you're working on in a cool way. I can show people my product or behind the scenes of how I fulfill my service, and then I can give people a call to action to go and buy one. Each day I usually try to make at least one pitch for something I'm excited for. Instagram stories are my home where I'm able to push people into my funnels and actually sell to them. When you first get your Instagram account, it isn't easy to promote products. Usually you have to tell your followers to click on the link in your bio to get taken to your funnel. After your account has grown to 10,000 followers though, you can unlock a really cool feature called Swipe Up. If you've been following others on Instagram, you've undoubtedly seen people do this before. They make a pitch for something and tell you to swipe up to get access to it. When they swipe up on the screen, you'll be redirected to any link you want. Every day I try to make between 10 and 30 posts on Instagram stories throughout the day, documenting my journey. I'll typically make one that directs people to my profile to comment on whatever picture I posted that day. I'll also make one with a swipe up CTA such as getting them to visit a funnel, listen to a new podcast episode, watch a video on YouTube, or engage with me outside of the Instagram platform. Story highlights. These show up under your bio and above your grid. The way you use highlights ties back to the JK5 method. When you pick your 5 categories that your brand will become known for and you create a highlight for each one, as you make cool stories that tie back into one of those 5 categories, you can save them as highlights and they will automatically be saved in this folder. This is a really cool way for people to see the highlights over the past month or years tied to your core categories. Highlights mini webinar hack. We have a little trick that we use to leverage highlights to sell a lot of products. About once per month, I pick one of my products that I want to promote. I block out a full day in my stories devoted to promoting that product within a mini webinar. Basically, throughout the day, I'll post 15 to 50 stories going through a scripted presentation to sell one of my products. Of course, I'll usually make a ton of sales on that day, but because I save it as a highlight, it'll continue to sell for me every day. Let me walk you through the script for this mini webinar. In the first 3 stories, I ask 3 yes or no questions that I know will hook my viewers. For those who have read Expert Secrets, these questions will seem familiar as they sync with the perfect webinar script. Question 1 is about the vehicle that we're trying to get them into. Question 2 relates to their internal struggle, and question 3 deals with their external fears. I ask each question, and then I let my followers answer yes or no. My next few stories will relate back to the questions I just asked. I like to use the framework feel, felt, found. I might say something like, I understand how you feel. I felt the same way, and this is what I found. Then I make a few stories introducing a special offer I created that will solve the problems people said yes to in the first 3 stories. Over the next 5 to 20 stories, I'll show the proof. I'll say something like, don't take my word for it, check out what others are saying. Then I'll post as many proof images, slides, and videos that I have related to the offer. After all my proof, I'll make a few stories recapping the offer they're getting that day. Finally, I ended with a few stories talking about any urgency and scarcity that I have related to this offer. This is one of my favorite ways to get consistent sales from Instagram. As people land on your profile and start following you, one of the first things they look for are your highlights. So having a few in there that push your front-end funnels is a powerful way to make the conversion into traffic that you own. Instagram Live strategy. This last way to publish on Instagram is Instagram Live. Because Instagram Live and Facebook Live are so similar in their functionality and use, I won't be spending much time on Instagram Live. In fact, I purchased a second phone with the sole purpose of being able to go live on Instagram at the same time I went live on Facebook. That way, I can stream the same message at the exact same time to both platforms. One difference between Facebook Live and Instagram Live is that all lives on Instagram are stored on the platform for only 24 hours and then they're gone. On Facebook, however, your lives are stored on the platform forever, so you can continue to boost and promote your lives. I'm eagerly waiting for the day that Facebook and Instagram will just let you stream one message to both platforms at the same time. Until then, if you don't have a second phone, you may just want to borrow a friend's phone anytime you go live to get the extra eyeballs to your message on Instagram. Or you can also do your Facebook Live from your laptop and then Instagram Live from your phone. If you're not able to live stream on both platforms, I suggest you focus all your live efforts on Facebook, as your message can get more views over the long run. We'll talk more about the strategy of lives in the next chapter with Facebook, but just know that this is the other area of the app that I treat like my home. In other words, I use this feature to sell things to my existing followers. Your publishing plan. Each section inside of Instagram has different strategies on how you should be publishing. It's a lot, I know, I get it. When I first started looking at this platform, I thought that publishing on it would be another part-time job. So for me to get this to work, I had to build out a publishing plan that I could do in less than an hour each day, and it was simple and effective enough for me to stick to it. Using this publishing plan will help to make sure that you're using every second on Instagram to its fullest. You can follow my publishing plan to a T, or you can tweak it to fit your own process. To see my Instagram publishing plan, make sure to look at the supplemental PDF where you can print it out and keep it by your computer. Number 4, work your way in. As you're following your publishing plan and posting your content hooks using the right hashtags, you're going to start showing up in the feeds of your dream customers. Having great content for a consistent period of time is the baseline strategy for growth. The next level of growth starts when you tap into your Dream 100 and their following using the power of Instagram TV. I told you earlier that we use IGTV to publish produced videos answering questions that our audience has been asking us. The only problem is that the only people who see these videos are the ones who follow us or those who happen to see our hooks in their feed. As we thought about this problem, we wanted a way to stimulate growth in our channel a lot faster, and that's when it hit us. We could do a question and answer collaboration or collabs with our Dream 100. Let me explain how it works. A while ago, I got a question from one of my followers who was trying to figure out why they were struggling with growing their company. I could have easily made a video response and posted it, but then I had an idea. There are other people who are actually more qualified than me to respond to parts of this question. So I messaged Steve J. Larson and told him that someone had asked me a really good question and that I was going to answer it on video, but I'd love if he'd answer it too. He agreed, made the video response, and sent it to me. I also made a video response. Then I took our 2 responses and I created an Instagram TV video and I posted it on my profile and tagged Steve in the video. A huge number of my followers watched the video, heard Steve's response, and went and followed him. I then gave him the same video and asked him to post it to his IGTV. He posted it, tagged me, and I got a huge stream of new followers from his account as well. This collab added thousands of new followers to my account almost overnight. We now try to do these collabs with my Dream 100 as often as possible. Often we'll do question swapping, where I ask them a question and then they'll ask me a question back. We post it on our feeds and both channels grow. You can do similar things when you meet your Dream 100 in real life, at conferences and events. Take a picture with them, post it to your profile tagging them, and have them post it to their profile and tag you. The possibilities are endless. Creative ideas like this are the key to working your way into the following of your Dream 100. Step number 5, buy your way in. To quickly grow your Instagram following, you need to show up on your Dream 100's channel. Our favorite way to buy our way in is by getting a shout out. A shout out is exactly what it sounds like. Basically, one of your Dream 100 posts on their profile or in their stories about you. In their shout out, they'll usually mention you by name, tell people to follow you, and they'll tag you. The tag makes a clickable link on Instagram where people can click on your tag and be taken immediately to your profile page, which is why it's so important to optimize your profile page. For example, we found someone on our Dream 100 list at PR Boss Babe, sent her a copy of my 30 Days book when it first came out, and paid her to do a shout out. She posted a picture of herself with the book, told the story of the book, and then shouted me out by tagging me. This tag directed people back to my profile to find out more. She made the post on her profile, and she also published a few stories with swipe ups that took people directly to the book funnel. This post was shown to her over 82,000 followers and received 4,978 likes and drove hundreds of people to start following me. You can approach people in your Dream 100 to do paid shoutouts, but there's also a lot of agencies that specialize in getting shoutouts for you. You can hire them and they'll do all the work to find the right people, get you the shoutout, and get people on your profile page. Step number 6, fill your funnel. The last step in this framework is to use all of this exposure and engagement to convert all this traffic into traffic that you own. The first phase is creating your publishing plan and putting out your content hooks to start growing your following and build a relationship with them. We use your Instagram profile and TV to find people and turn them into subscribers. We can work our way in with collabs and buy shoutouts to speed up the growth. As your following is growing, you can then start using your Instagram stories and get people to swipe up and push your followers into your funnels. You can also use our highlights mini webinar hack to create mini webinars on your highlights that will pre-sell your people on the products or the services that you are selling in your funnels. The last step is to start running prospecting ads, as shown in secret number 9, to find more of your dream customers and move them to your retargeting bucket so that you can get them into your funnels. Everything you are doing now is all for the purpose of moving these people into your value ladder and ascending them up so that you can serve them at a much higher level. Secret number 11, Facebook traffic secrets. Around the same time that Google was trying to figure out how to create the best search engine ever, other entrepreneurs were trying to solve a potentially bigger opportunity. Everyone was starting to plug into this World Wide Web, so there had to be a way to socially connect all these people together in a user-friendly interface. There was a race to create the social network that would stick, and with hundreds of millions of dollars being thrown at the opportunity, the reward for the winner of the social arms race was huge. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal. The first attempt to create a web-based social network started back in 1997 with a startup called 6degrees.com, which was based on the concept of 6 degrees of separation. People were able to create an account, add their friends, and message people within their first 3 degrees of separation. They could also see how anyone on the platform connected back to them. It was one of the first attempts at social media that looked similar to what we now have today. The next wave of tools that were created to connect us socially were online messengers. It started with ICQ in 1996, followed by AOL Messenger, Yahoo Messenger, MSN Messenger, and finally Skype in 2003. In 2002, we saw the launch of Friendster and the concept of social circles, which mimicked how people were really connected in the real world. This algorithm eventually beat out 6degrees.com, which went out of business just 4 years after it started. 1 year later, other companies showed up based on the same social circles concept, such as LinkedIn, High5, and MySpace. MySpace quickly became the most popular social networking site around. For many people like me who watched as MySpace crushed Friendster and the other fledgling social sites, I'd assumed that they would be around forever. Over the next few years, even more social sites emerged. Flickr became the first large photo-sharing social site in the world, later dethroned by Pinterest. YouTube became a video sharing service that was later acquired by Google. Twitter launched with the ability to share micro-content, while Tumblr became a microblogging site. In the midst of so many new social startups popping up every day, there was one that silently launched in 2004 that would soon grow to overshadow all the others. Even with giants like Google trying to dethrone them with the short-lived launch of their social network Google+, no one has been able to beat this social media king. Of course, the social network I'm talking about is Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook. The story of Facebook's rise has been documented in movies and books and talked about so much in the media that I won't spend much more time here on its history. Mark's launch strategy started by allowing only people with a Harvard email address to get an account. Then he slowly extended access to other colleges and eventually extended access to everyone. At the time of this writing, Facebook has 2.7 billion users, and 2.1 billion people use one of Facebook's core services, including WhatsApp, Instagram, and Messenger, every day. Yes, over 1/4 of the world's population is plugging into Facebook's network daily. It's the biggest social party of all time, and unless some type of government regulation breaks up their monopoly, it will continue to grow. Facebook has had a lot of scandals around how they handle users' privacy and data, which can be super annoying as a user of Facebook, but it can be a huge blessing as an advertiser on their platform. Facebook tracks everything you do. What do you like? What things do you comment on? What types of posts do you engage with? All in all, they have up to 52,000 data points on every individual that they are accumulating as you're scrolling, clicking, and commenting. Their goal is to figure out what you like and show you more of that in your feed. The better your experience is on Facebook, the more likely you'll spend more time there. And the more time you spend there, the more ads they can sell to marketers like us. Because Facebook is tracking so many aspects of your behavior, it gives us advertisers the ability to target people based on what they'll probably like, their interest. As mentioned in secret number 1, Facebook was the platform that originally gave us the ability to start using interruption marketing. where we could target those who were interested in what we were selling. We could interrupt them with a great hook, tell them a story, and then make them an irresistible offer. Over time, the algorithms that judge which posts or videos get the most exposure on Facebook's platform continues to change. 5 years ago, it was all about making videos that were shareable. If you knew how to get the shares, your videos would get millions and millions of views overnight. As soon as everyone collectively learned the algorithm, then agencies started to pop up everywhere guaranteeing to make you a video that would go viral because they knew the algorithm and it worked. Then Facebook went public and they needed to raise more money, so Zuckerberg snapped his fingers and changed the algorithm. The new algorithm no longer rewarded people for having amazing shareable content. That didn't make them money, which was necessary for stock prices to go up. He needed to change the algorithm so that Facebook could show higher returns for their investors. Overnight, the majority of free viral videos died, replaced with a new algorithm that required you to buy ads to boost and promote your videos. With these changes, it required you to buy views to your videos. If those people who saw your paid videos liked it and a certain percentage of them shared it, then Facebook would reward you with free viewers. When this would happen, for every paid eyeball you got on your video, you would get 2 or 3 views for free. We used to call these videos forced viral videos, and they became the new standard for each video we created. About this time, there was a land grab for each platform to be number one with live video. Twitter bought Periscope, and it started to become the number one place to stream live videos. I remember those days because I was on Periscope streaming live almost daily. That is, until Facebook launched Facebook Live. To this day, I still like Periscope's app better. Personally, I think that their streaming service and pretty much everything else about it was way better than Facebook Live. But Facebook wanted to become the platform for live video streaming, so they changed their algorithm. After the change, when you would go live on Facebook, you would get hundreds or thousands of people to show up for free in just seconds. They rewarded us for going live to force us all to switch to them. Then, after they won and beat out all the competitors, then they took away as much of the organic reach and made us pay to get more views to our videos. Facebook is a growing platform, and although I'm taking a snapshot of how it works today, it will continue to evolve. The good news is that even though Facebook's features, tactics, and user interface change often, your overarching strategy does not. Whenever I'm diving into a new platform, I always begin by asking myself these 3 questions. What is the goal of the platform? What is the strategy that I can use to help the platform with its goal? And then what are the tactics that the platform is rewarding people for right now? For example, the goal of Facebook is to have its users create content that will keep people on their platform for as long as possible so that they can show them ads. Our strategy is to figure out what content Facebook is rewarding people for right now and how Facebook wants that content to be promoted, both free and paid. And then for us to try to create the type of content they want. The tactics are what the content looks like. This changes daily, but we can also get a glimpse of what is working right now by watching our Dream 100, seeing the things showing up consistently in our newsfeed that are getting the best engagement, and then modeling these things. Step number 2, find your Dream 100 on this platform. Surprise, surprise, the first step when you start using Facebook is to identify your Dream 100 that have already mastered this platform and congregated your dream customers. If you haven't yet, be sure to clean up your Facebook feed by unfollowing everything that isn't tied to your Dream 100 and your dream customers. This will keep the noise down as you step into this next phase. Your Dream 100 are the people, experts, influencers, and brands in your market that have already congregated your dream customers. It's also the owners of the groups in your market. Each of these people and groups have their own social party happening, and your goal is to first identify the party attendees, for example, the people, brands, interests, and groups, and then to leverage Facebook to get these people into your funnels. There will likely be a few big names in your market that you're already familiar with, which is where I would start. Find their fan pages and like and follow those pages. Then find their personal pages and try to friend request them and follow their personal profiles too. Typically, after you do that, Facebook will find other people who have similar followings that you could follow. Go down that rabbit hole and start following every influencer you can find in your market that has a following. The same is true with groups. You can search for groups in your market and join them. And as you do, more groups will be suggested to you by Facebook. Join the ones that your dream customers are already congregating in. Finding your Dream 100 is not a one-time activity, but instead an every-time activity, where every time you're on Facebook, you should look for those new congregations of people and plug into them as they start showing up in your feed. As you do this, your Facebook feed will become the best market research tool in the world. You'll see every important conversation that your dream customers are engaging in. You'll see every ad being run to your customers. You'll see the messages they're exposed to, the people they connect with, the pains they have, the questions they want answers to, and the opportunities that you can create to better serve them. This is what your Facebook feed is for, mastering your market. My goal when following all influencers in my market is to plug into an ecosystem of at least 1 million people. For example, if I'm able to find 20 people to follow, and each of them has a following of 30,000 people, then I'm plugged into about 600,000 people. That means I need to keep finding influencers or brands or groups until the whole universe of people is at least 1 million people. For some of you, especially local-based companies, it may be hard to find 1 million people, so you can set a smaller goal. For others who have larger target markets, 1 million may seem too small. Set your goals to match your market size and then follow the influencers and the brands that you need to get your magic number. Step number 3, identify the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. It's important to remember that Facebook is the biggest social party in the world. It's happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the majority of your dream customers are already there. You don't have to create traffic. You have to find the existing streams of traffic and figure out how to funnel those people into your world. And while there are a lot of things you could do inside of Facebook, and they'll continue to add more things, there are 4 areas of the platform that you must master. First, your personal profile, your home. As you are working your way in, for example, going out and commenting on people's posts, joining groups and posting content and more, the friends, the fans, and followers of your Dream 100, as well as the members of those groups, will see your profile picture, click on your face, and be taken from the social party to your personal profile. This is your home. This is where you'll be able to direct people into your funnels. Second, your fan page, your show. I know Facebook no longer calls this a fan page, they call it a page, but I'm old school and still call it a fan page because it helps me identify the goal in my marketing plan. This is where you are buying your way in. After you post content to your fan page, you'll be buying your way in to boost it to the followers of your Dream 100. Third are groups, your hangout. This is where you throw your own social networking parties and build relationships with your tribe. Fourth, Messenger, your distribution channel. This is one of the most powerful distribution channels that you have to get messages quickly to your most hyperactive followers. I will now dig deep into the publishing strategies of each of these 4 areas on the Facebook platform. Your personal profile strategy, your home. Before we start our social networking, we need to make sure that our home or personal profile is ready when people start coming over. Most of your interactions online will be happening through your personal profile. As you comment, share, help, and engage with other people, they'll see how much value you're providing and then click to see your profile page. If you structure your profile page correctly, it'll grab your dream customers who are looking for more information about you and turn them into traffic that you own. Facebook allows people to follow your personal profile, but you have to turn it on in the settings. Make sure you give people the ability because even though you can only have 5,000 friends, you can have an unlimited number of followers. Getting your profile set up correctly. There are 3 things that you can customize on your personal profile. You have to be careful because Facebook doesn't want your personal page to be for business, so none of these elements are meant to be a hard pitch for anything. Instead, it serves as a landing page where people can get to know you better and decide to be a friend or a follower who will see your status updates in the future. Your cover photo. You can design and upload a cover photo that represents you and your brand. It's an image that your visitors will be able to see and know that they're in the right place. Do not put a call to action on your cover photo, as this screams that you're trying to sell something on your personal page. Intro section, your business card. In this intro section of your profile, you'll be able to tell a little bit about yourself. Featured image. You can feature an image from a post you've made here. I have a picture of my 3 books, and when someone clicks on that image, they're taken to a post where I have links to the 3 books in my description. This is the first way I start filling my funnels for my personal profile. What's on your mind? Conversations at your home. As you are working your way in and people are coming back to your home or your profile page, they will see the recent conversations that you've started, and if a hook grabs them, it'll pull them into the conversations and into your funnels. These conversation starters will also show up in the feed of your friends and the people who follow you. Each post is an opportunity to hook someone, tell them a story, and get them to take some action. If you read the earlier chapters on Instagram, you'll notice that the strategy here is very similar to how we posted on our Instagram profile. If you remember Jenna's JK5 method, we each picked 5 categories that represent our brand. My categories are family, funnels, faith, entrepreneurship, and personal development. Just like I rotate through these 5 categories as I'm posting images to my Instagram profile, I rotate through these same categories as I'm posting what's on my mind. If all of your personal posts are about business, oftentimes Facebook will shut you down for operating a personal page like a business page. So by diversifying what I post over these 5 categories, I'm at less risk, and it also builds a connection with my followers outside of just my work. The big difference between my Instagram profile and my Facebook personal profile is that on Facebook, this is my home. So I'm okay with starting conversations with the goal to direct people into a funnel. Typically, Facebook will penalize a post by not showing them to many people that have a link in the status update. So I will typically make the post telling the story and then have the link to the call to action in the comments section. I try to make at least one update to my personal profile each day. These updates are more than just an image and a caption. Typically, they're longer form stories, structured almost like a daily Seinfeld email, where I have a hook, I tell a story, and I make an offer. Each day as I'm trying to figure out what to post, I ask myself, what's the hook that'll make people want to hear the story? The hook could be a quick headline or a picture, but it should be something that will stop people scrolling through their newsfeed. After I place the hook, I tell the story, give the rant, or share the big aha that's been on my mind that day. Then after I tell the story, I figure out how that ties back into where I want to send someone. What's the offer I want to make to them? Sometimes the offer is as simple as wanting them to like my post, leave a comment, or tell me their story. Other times the offer for them is to listen to a podcast episode or read a blog post. And still other times I ask for the big offer and I direct them into one of my front-end funnels. My secret for figuring out what to post each day comes back to the JK5. I open up my phone and I look at the picture albums I set up to categorize all of my images. I look through the album for the category that I'm posting about that day, find an image that will work as a hook, I tell the story behind the image, and then I make my offer. You can also go live on your personal profile and tell your story through video, but I personally like to save my live videos for my fan page so that I can pay to boost them, or for my groups where I'm using it as a way to hang out with my tribe. As people come to your page from different sources, they'll first see your billboard, your cover photo, and find out what you're all about. Then they'll see your business card, the intro section, and finally they'll see your conversation starters, your posts. If one of those hooks grabs them, you've started a conversation on your wall with your dream customers. As people comment on your posts, be sure to spend some time replying to their comments. This one small act speaks volumes, and it helps to build relationships with your dream customers. Your fan page strategy, buying your way in. When Facebook first launched, it was structured so that each profile could only have 5,000 friends, and that limit remains to this day. Having this limit helped keep the integrity of Facebook as it was growing by keeping people's news feeds filled with the things and the people that they actually cared about, which helped cause a deeper addiction to the platform. The problem was that it made it hard for businesses and brands to really do business online because their pool of potential customers was just 5,000 people. Other social networks didn't have this limitation, which caused people to mass create accounts to build up fake followings. Later, Facebook did create a way where people can follow your personal profile without being an actual friend, which has made the strategy I shared earlier so much more powerful. A few years later, on November 6, 2007, Facebook launched Pages, which I'll refer to as fan pages, where a person or a brand could have followers or fans on that page. There was no limit to the number of fans that somebody could have. Adding pages gave Facebook the ability to see the things that people were interested in more closely, and this paved the way for Facebook's advertising platform that we came to love so much. The first question I get from almost everyone I know who starts trying to drive traffic from Facebook is, do I need a personal profile page and a fan page, or can I use just one? My answer is always that you need both. Each one has a different role, and both are essential. Your personal profile is how you get free, earned traffic, working your way in, while your fan page is how you get the chance to buy traffic, buying your way in. You should view your fan page more like your website. Julie Stoyan, who served as the ClickFunnels VP Marketing, said, think of your Facebook page as the Facebook version of your website. I treat this page very carefully. I only put the most curated and best content on this page. It is the first impression for anyone who sees your paid ads. They will click on the profile of the brand running the ad, and your fan page is what they will see. I treat this page almost like my YouTube profile, where when people come to see it, they see the brand, and then they'll hopefully start engaging with all the videos and the images and things that have been posted there. My test if something should be on my page is this. Is this content good enough that I will spend at least $10 to $20 to boost it? If you're not willing to pay for ads to that content, then do not post it on your fan page. Now, before I scare you away from posting anything on your fan page, I want to talk about the types of things that we do post there. The key is you post things that you believe will get high engagements from your fans. If your engagement is low, it'll make all of your posts across your page go down. But if a piece of content you post has high engagement, then everything will go up. Often I'll use my personal profile or my Instagram feed to start testing material and images and find the hooks and the stories that people resonate with. And then I'll turn those things into more produced content on my fan page that I can boost with money. There are 4 things that we post on our Facebook fan page. Let me walk you through each one and the strategy behind how we use them. Produced value videos. These are videos that have good hooks and stories, but no offer. The direct response marketer in me hates these videos, but the branding marketer loves them. For some reason, when you have a call to action, people will rarely share your videos. By not having a call to action, if people love your videos, they'll like, comment, and share, and that's how you get paid for this content. This increased engagement will boost everything else you do on your fan page. In Gary Vaynerchuk's book, Jab, 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 Right Hook, he talks about the strategy of giving, jabbing, good content, and building a relationship before you do the big ask, right hook. Because of that, we'll try to get 3 or 4 content videos for everyone that's pushing a hard call to action. Live value videos. These videos are almost the same as our produced value videos, except that they aren't pre-produced. We go live on the platform, and in real time, we deliver the message. Facebook currently favors live videos over published videos, so we do these often. There are also some powerful software tools that will take your produced video and stream it through their services so it's published as if it's live. I'll link to some of these services in the resource section at trafficsecrets.com/resources. Live perfect webinars. These are the right hooks that will become your big paydays. If you've been providing value, now you have the opportunity to actually sell to your audience. In Expert Secrets, I share my perfect webinar script, and I showed you Kaylin Poland's perfect webinar hack, where Kaylin started using the script on her Facebook Lives to direct people into her front-end funnels. Jamie Cross from MIG Soap also modified the script into the 5-minute perfect webinar that is a powerful and simple script to use on your Facebook Lives to drive people into your front-end funnels. You can print out these scripts for your own use by going to trafficsecrets.com/resources. Curated content from your other platforms. Reruns. I'll take content that I'm posting on my other social networks that are getting high engagement and I'll post it on my fan page. I don't link out to that content, I'll actually repost it here natively. For instance, with my YouTube videos, I'll upload them to YouTube, but I'll also upload them separately to Facebook. I look at this reposted content similar to how we view reruns on TV. The videos are there and we may watch and engage with them, but we're eagerly waiting for the new episodes of our favorite show that are coming out soon. After we post any of this content, we always do exactly what Julie suggested. I spend $10 to $20 boosting this content. Sometimes the goal is to get engagement on the pitch-free content with a goal to increase what happens when I post my live perfect webinars. When there is a live that pushes to a funnel, if I at least break even on my ad spend, I'll keep running the ads until I start losing money. Sometimes the Facebook Live video ads will be profitable and we'll keep running ads to it for months. Your group strategy, your hangout. When I got started online, before there was Facebook, there were forums. I was a member of a dozen or so marketing forums that I would frequent each day to ask questions, get answers, and grow my personal brand. The owners of these forums were powerful. They had a huge congregation of people hanging out at the party that was happening at their house every day. The conversations that happened inside of these forums were the things that shaped our industry. I realized that if I wanted to have control over the direction of our market, I needed to be the one who ran the parties where everyone hung out. After all, the person throwing the party generally has the most influence in the group. I decided right then that I needed to start my own forum. Back then I had to get software to run the forum, servers to host the sites, and about a dozen other things. It took me months, but I finally ended up launching a forum that grew pretty large. About that time is when Facebook launched their groups. I was a little hesitant to create a new group, but because traffic to my old forum was drying up as people were shifting their habits to Facebook, we decided to give it a try. We created the first official ClickFunnels group and invited new customers into it. At first, we used it as a way to help take some of the responsibility of support off of our shoulders to get the community to help serve each other. But then it started to grow. We told new members to come join our community and meet other funnel hackers and share their ideas. And then Facebook started to promote the group as well. Soon we had thousands of people a week joining without us spending a penny on advertising. As of the writing of this book, we have over 223,000 people in that group, and Facebook adds over 1,200 new members per week. Our members currently average a total of over 317 posts per day. That's one every 5 minutes around the clock. There are over 9,414 comments and reactions per day. That's one every 9 seconds, and well over 250,000 each month. Some of our top posts can get 30,000 to 50,000 impressions each, which is all free, organic traffic. Facebook wants people to build groups, and as of this writing, they are rewarding people for doing it. I saw a commercial on TV the other day from Facebook promoting groups. Yes, they are actually buying commercials on TV to promote them. Can you see the irony here? One of the biggest advertising platforms in the world is trying to find more ways to get people building groups on their platform. For some reason, they want people building groups to increase the experience for their users. So that is where we are spending a lot of our time right now. Your group is your own personal party. It's a place on social media for your people to gather, hang out, and talk. I'm a big believer that most companies should have a group where the members of their community can network. It will become a huge source of traffic for you, turning your warm audience into raving fans, and give you the ability to be an influence on one of the most important groups in your marketplace. I try to do a weekly hangout in my group where I can talk to our tribe and build a personal relationship with them. As of today, we have over 1,000 people per month that join ClickFunnels directly from this group. So the more I can jump in and build relationships with them, the better. I don't typically structure my hangouts. Instead, I just jump in, tell a story, and take open questions from people in the group. At the end, I'll typically make a call to action to people to go and get their free ClickFunnels trial, and then I'm done. It's a really fun part of my week, and it can endear your tribe back to you. Your messenger strategy, your distribution channel. Facebook Messenger started as a simple way for us to chat with our friends who were also on Facebook. But in 2016, Facebook opened up their bot platform. Over the past few years, these bots made it possible for marketers like us to use Messenger in a similar way to email autoresponders. It gave publishers the ability to message subscribers directly with news and other information, and it also gave them the ability to set up basic chats between their subscribers and the Messenger app. Essentially, you can write pre-written questions and answers to help solve your subscribers' problems, or you can direct them somewhere else. If you like to build lists, set up sequences, do broadcasts, and more, go to trafficsecrets.com/resources to see an up-to-date list of some amazing companies that have built some awesome messenger integrations. I won't mention any specific ones in the book because companies come and go, but I'll update the list online so it always has the best messenger integrations to work with. Messenger has rules to protect it from being used as a platform where people are sending out spam. And because of that, if you're too aggressive, they can and will shut you down. So it's essential to use it in a way that enhances users' experience instead of a way that annoys them. We rarely, if ever, send out more than one message per week. Most of our messages try to create engagement before the link is sent. A great way to do this is to send out quizzes or interactive conversations, basically anything that'll keep engagement high and complaints low. If you do that, you'll be able to use messengers without any issues. Growing your messenger list. There are 3 core ways you can grow your messenger list. First, when people come to your fan page, you can have a messenger pop-up start a conversation that will add them to your messenger lists. Second, on your landing pages, you can have people select a box that will add them to your messenger list. Most of the messenger chatbot growth tools make it easy to add these to your landing pages. The third, and my favorite way, is to create a simple lead magnet and leverage your fan page to grow your messenger list. Some of the messenger growth tools make it easy to add people to your list when you do certain actions. For instance, when people click a button on your post or comment with a certain keyword, you can add them directly to a specific messenger list and it'll send them a lead magnet right away. Allison Prince showed me one of my new favorite models for how to do this. She's a member of my Inner Circle, my high-end coaching program, and she has a company teaching people how to start a business online selling e-commerce products. She will do a Facebook Live teaching the 10 tips to or 7 tools that type videos where she shares a list of cool things with people. Then she designs a really nice PDF with the things that she talks about in her live. Throughout the live, she'll show the printed copy of the lead magnet and tell people if they want a free copy, they just need to comment on a certain keyword and she'll send it to them through Messenger. Every time she goes live, she's adding hundreds of new people to her lists. Publishing to your messenger list. Because my messenger list is such a valuable asset, and because I don't own it, Facebook owns it and can shut it off at any time, I treat it very carefully. When someone first joins your list, you want to get them to interact with your messenger bot because this helps to increase engagement. Ultimately, this increases your ability to continue to send that person more messages in the future. About once per week, we try to send out some type of conversation. Notice I said conversation and not message. We don't just broadcast out a message for someone to go and visit a funnel. Instead, we ask them a question like, hey, are you still looking for ways to generate more leads online? If they respond back with a yes, then I might say something like, cool, I have a new training that I think you're going to love, but I wanted to see if you'd rather have it as an audio file, a video, or a transcript. After 3 buttons pop up with these options, they can click one of the choices, which will then take them to the next step in the bot's conversation. I personally like using bots to guide people towards content on Facebook's platform, like a Facebook Live on my fan page, and have the actual selling happen off Messenger. That gives me an arm's distance from Messenger and selling anything directly through it. It also helps boost my Facebook Live, which Facebook loves, and gives my subscribers value before I make them the offer. Your publishing plan. We've covered a lot of things about publishing on Facebook. We talked about the core ways to publish inside of Facebook with special focus on your personal page, your fan page, your groups, and your messenger list. Each of these sections inside of the platform has a different strategy for how you publish. To make sure you hit each part of Facebook effectively to find and serve your dream customers, I've created an at-a-glance publishing plan so you can quickly see what content you should publish in each area with your daily and your weekly activities broken down into a simple step-by-step process. You can print out this publishing plan from the supplemental PDF. Step number 4, work your way in. If you've done steps 1 through 3 and your personal profile is set up, then your house is now in order and you're ready to start being social and actually network. We do this by finding the groups in our marketplace that have already congregated our dream customers. First, I want you to focus on finding and joining the right groups. When you click on the Groups tab, Facebook will suggest groups that it thinks you'll like based on the influencers and the brands that you're already following. You'll also be able to see the group's names and how many members are in each group. Similar to the strategy used for influencers and brands, your goal with groups is to get access to at least 1 million people through them. I look at the suggested groups and I join the ones that have bigger member counts and continue searching for more. After this initial exercise, you'll start seeing new groups marketed to you through your Facebook feed. So I recommend continuing to join the groups that have already gathered your dream customers. For example, if I'm a photographer and I type photography into the group section of Facebook, it'll pull down dozens of groups I can join. In this case, there are over 507,000 people at 4 parties talking about photography. These are the parties I'll be going to and networking at. Keep going to parties, in other words, joining groups, until your reach in these groups is over 1 million people. Now, some people think that networking means going into these groups and spamming out links to your front-end funnels and hoping that people will click on them and join your list. This is not what I'm talking about. In most groups, this will get you kicked out almost immediately and will ruin your reputation in the market. Instead, every day I go into each of these groups and I try to see what questions people are asking that I know the answer to. As soon as I can think of something awesome that I can share, I write a value-filled post and post it to the group. No pitch, no ask, just value. That is the secret to good networking. You are coming to serve, and if you do it consistently, people will see you and they will follow you back to your home. But the secret is giving without withholding. This is the beginning of your value ladder, and the more value you give up front, the more people will want you. After I make my post, I scroll through the other questions and I try to comment or reply to at least 3 questions per group, and that's it. I spend 30 minutes total each day participating in these groups, providing value and answering questions, and then I'm done. Consistency is the key. Keep providing value and do not sell anything. Remember, your goal is to become the cool kid at the party, and if you provide value, everyone will want to come back to your house to hang out. This strategy takes a little time, but if you are consistent and people see you showing up consistently, they will want to find out more. They'll click on your profile and they'll follow you. You'll be pulling people from these cold and warm groups and turning them into hot traffic that will start engaging in the conversations that you're posting on your personal profile. Step number 5, buy your way in. There are a lot of companies who don't really want to get into the whole publishing game and want to focus only on paid ads instead. While I think that's very short-sighted, I do understand because it allows you to get ads up and running and to be able to test offers quickly. If you decide to start solely with paid ads, I would still recommend going back sometime soon and building the content foundation, because doing so will create a more stable, long-term foundation for your business. As I discussed earlier, when new platforms come out, content creators are rewarded with free traffic to create adoption on the platform. Soon, though, the platform transitions to paid ads, and the content creators see less and less free traffic. Eventually, they have to pay for traffic. This is where the platforms will make their money long term. So even if you're getting traction with your content strategy, it's essential to master paid ads if you want to be relevant long term to amplify your content, videos, and the ads that you create. All the paid ads happen on your fan page. This is where you can boost or pay to get your content shown to the followers of your Dream 100. Every video you post, every image you publish, and each post you write on your fan page can be promoted through Facebook's Ads Manager. You can also make unpublished posts that don't show up on your feed, but that you can start using to throw out hooks to grab the attention of your dream customers. Remember from secret number 9 that the more creative you can put out, the more success you will see. Use all these hooks to grab your dream customers from your prospecting pools, pull them into your retargeting buckets, and direct them into your funnels. Step number 6, fill your funnel. As you know, the last step of the framework is to take all of this attention and use it to fill your funnels. At first, you do it by working your way in. As you go out into Facebook's groups and start networking and providing value, you'll be pushing people back to your personal profile, your home. On your personal profile, you'll be rotating through the JK5 categories and making posts that can hook people when they show up to your page, as well as your friends and your followers, and direct those people into your funnels. To build an even stronger relationship with your friends and followers, you can invite them to come to your own social networking party, your group, where they can network with others and be part of your weekly hangout meetings. On your personal profile, they are only able to respond to posts you make, but here they can start their own conversations and get a sense of belonging inside of your tribe. After your social networking strategy is up and running, transition your focus to buying your way in with your fan page, where you'll be producing and posting content that you feel good enough about spending $10 to $20 to boost it. These will be seen by your existing audiences and help build a stronger relationship with them, as well as directing them back into your funnels. But you'll also be targeting the followers of your Dream 100 and the interests of your dream customers. This means that you are paying for these videos, posts, and ads to show up in their newsfeed. Remember to study Secret 9 to know the best way to target your dream customers and pull them into your funnels. Your number one goal is to transition the traffic that you are earning and buying into traffic that you own by taking them through one of your front-end funnels. Secret number 12, Google Traffic Secrets. The first time someone told me about Google, I was at a public library in 2001 in New Jersey, frustrated at how hard it was to find things online. The lady sitting next to me leaned over and said, "You should try Google.com. It's new, and every time I search on it, I'm always able to actually find what I'm looking for." I shrugged and decided to give it a try. I slowly typed it in for the first time letter by letter, and after the search bar loaded, I typed in the same keywords I had tried a dozen times on other search engines. Within seconds, I found exactly what I was looking for. I'm assuming that your first experience was probably similar, and that's why we all kept going back. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal. It was 1996 at Stanford University when Larry Page and Sergey Brin started working on the first search engine called Backrub. At the time, searching on the internet was just starting. Search engines like Excite, Yahoo, Ask Jeeves, and more started to pop up. They each had a different way that they indexed pages and showed their results. Larry and Sergey had the idea that a better way to display search results was to look at the number of links coming back to the page, called backlinks, to estimate the value of that page. They theorized that the more backlinks pointed to a page, the more important the website must be, and therefore the higher it would rank in the search engines. They wrote a mathematical algorithm that was based on that premise and created what is often called spiders to crawl the internet and count the number of backlinks pointing to every web page that they could find, identifying the keyword phrases that are on the actual pages, and then ranking them for those keywords. They found out quickly that their hypothesis was correct. This new algorithm made for a better searching experience for the end user, and it started to grow fast. The first year they hosted Backrub on Stanford servers, but eventually when they used up too much bandwidth, they had to move it. On September 15, 1997, they registered Google.com and launched a dynasty based on a simple algorithm. Google's algorithm made the so-called cream of the World Wide Web automatically rise to the top of the search results. In turn, the companies whose sites were indexed to the top of the search engines for certain keywords got flooded with so much traffic, so many visitors, and so many leads that many of them just couldn't keep up with the business. Being ranked on the first page of Google for a major keyword could bring you hundreds of thousands, and in some cases, millions of dollars overnight. With that much money on the line for each ranked keyword, almost everyone who noticed what was happening wanted to be at the top no matter the cost. And that's the funny thing about algorithms. They don't care who you are. They don't care who has the best product, the best customer support, or who will treat the customers the best. All they know is that if a page meets certain criteria, they rank it higher than the page that doesn't meet their criteria. It's that simple. And when you understand that, then the question quickly becomes, well, what exactly is the algorithm looking for, and how can I tweak what I'm doing to beat the algorithm so that I can be ranked at the top? Google's original algorithm was primarily based on backlinks. If you had 100 links on other people's websites all pointing back to your page, and your competitor had 101 links, your competitor would outrank you. As soon as people hacked the algorithm and figured out what made them win, they would then do whatever they needed to rank on top. I first discovered this when I was launching one of my very first funnels ever. It was for my product teaching people how to make potato guns. I did some very basic keyword research and found out at the time there were about 18,000 people per month searching for the keyword phrase potato guns. I was shocked that there were so many searches and no one was selling a product showing people how to make a potato gun. So I made a DVD, set up a funnel, and I tried to get traffic. The first thing I did was type potato gun into Google, and I looked at the sites that were ranking on the first page. I had heard people say that the secret to being a good real estate investor was location, location, location. I remember thinking that these 10 spots on page number 1 were the most prime real estate in the world for someone selling potato gun plans. Being ranked on that first page was the big secret. I had to figure out how to get on that page, and the first step was figuring out the algorithm that decided which pages deserved to be at the top. Google was still in its infancy back then, and I started researching how to outrank my competitors. I learned that the only thing that really mattered was backlinks. There were a few rudimentary tools that would show you how many links a page had, and within minutes I knew exactly how many links I needed to be on the first page and how many links I needed to be at the top spot. After that, it was on like Donkey Kong. I started doing everything in my power to get links. I would buy links from people. I found sites that would let me post links in their directories. I would post in forums and link back to my page. I would basically drop links on any and every page that would let me, including free-for-all or FFA pages, which were later nicknamed link farms, where you could submit as many links as you wanted. Within days, I saw my site move from the 100th page in Google to the 50th, to the 20th, and finally all the way up to the second page. I was almost there. I was so close I could taste it. Within days, I would have my new potato gun storefront property listed on the most ideal real estate in the world, page 1 for my dream keyword. And then it happened. It was my first of many experiences with the Google slap. Overnight, my page was gone, dropped from the search engines forever. I didn't know why, I didn't understand where it went, but as I went looking for the answers, I saw that it wasn't just me. In the big scheme of things, my potato gun keywords were tiny. While 18,000 people might seem like a lot when you're printing and shipping DVDs from your basement, it was tiny in relation to other keywords. Some keywords get hundreds of thousands or millions of visitors a month. Imagine being on page number 1 for hotels or cars. These keywords can and do make hundreds of millions of dollars for those who can hold their spot at the top. But even the phrase emergency plumber in Boise, Idaho will grow a local company faster than anything else one could ever dream of. So what was the Google slap? Well, each slap is different and issued for different reasons, but the main reason always comes down to the battle between Google and the marketers. Google wants to show its visitors the best web page for every search. Marketers like us want our web page to be shown at the top. The battle between us and each platform is why the algorithms have to consistently change and evolve. That's why almost every book that's ever been written on getting traffic online is obsolete within months. These slaps happen with Google. They also happen with Facebook and Instagram and YouTube. As soon as the platform figures out the perfect algorithm that shows the best results, us marketers all start using our creative minds to figure out how to hack the algorithm so that we can be in the number 1 spot to make our videos go viral or get our posts, pictures, and images to get the most likes, shares, and views. With each keyword, image, or viral video potentially being worth millions of dollars, these platforms have created a scenario where the smartest people in the world are all focused on reverse engineering the algorithms for themselves to get and keep their companies at the top. That is why in this book, I'm never going to tell you how to hack an exact algorithm. We never really know exactly what it is, even though we can get close by modeling what is currently having success. And it changes constantly. So instead of showing you how to hack the exact algorithm, I'm going to show you the history of each algorithm as well as the changes that have taken place over time. After all, understanding the history and the changes make it easy to see the future and where things are going. I'll show you how to figure out what the algorithms are right now on each platform so you can play the game that is working today in real time. The real secret to traffic isn't knowing exactly what the algorithm is before you get on each platform. The real secret is being able to look at each platform and quickly figure out what the algorithm is now. Let me quickly take you through the history of each Google slap so you can understand the evolution of the algorithm and where it is today. The 4 phases of Google. Phase number 1, popularity through backlinks. As you've just seen, the big breakthrough that made Google the best search engine in the world was that they ranked your webpage based on how many other pages were talking about you and linking back to you. Each link that someone else posted on a page that linked back to your website counted as a vote and pushed your page up through Google's rankings. The game was fun. You would pick a keyword you wanted, find out how many backlinks the person who ranked number 1 had, and then you only needed to get more backlinks than they had. For example, if the number 1 spot had 100 backlinks, you needed 101 to replace them. The problem is that it also created a game that was really easy to win if you were okay with spamming the search engines. People would hire huge teams of workers overseas to post their links on every website they could find. Eventually, software was built that would allow you to post hundreds of links with the simple click of a few buttons. What started out as the perfect ranking algorithm quickly became a cesspool where the most spam pages rising to the top. This didn't give Google's users a good customer experience, so they had to make changes. Phase number 2, PageRank and on-page optimization. To clean up this mess, Google started to look more closely at 2 things. The first was the actual quality of the links that were pointing back to you. They created something called PageRank to give quality score to every page. This made it possible to assign a weight for every link that was pointing back to your website. No longer would 101 links beat out 100 links. Instead, if you had fewer links coming from higher quality pages, you could win, even with much fewer links. This solved a lot of the problems for Google and cleaned up the results for a while, but inevitably it made people start focusing their spamming efforts on better sites. Pretty soon, a whole underground industry popped up where you could buy links on high PageRank sites. Because garbage sites were rising to the top of the search engines, Google had its spiders look more closely at the actual content that was on the pages, not just how many links the web pages were getting. Google rewarded people who structured their web page content in a way that gave people the best user experience. This created a whole new industry of specialists who became amazing at doing on-page optimization, essentially creating pages that Google loved to rank high. But as happens with most good things, the marketers mastered the algorithm again. They created software that would find articles from other people's sites, scrape the articles, rewrite them, we used to call it spinning because it would take a percentage of the words in the article, look for other words in the thesaurus that had similar meanings, and replace the original words with the new similar words so it looked like a new article, and display them in a way that would trick Google into ranking them high once again. Ultimately, it still gave end users a bad user experience. As good as Google's algorithm was, people kept finding ways to beat it. Phase 3, the Google Zoo, panda, penguin, and hummingbird. Starting in about 2011, the organic Google slaps began, meaning Google had made a bunch of huge algorithm changes designed to clean up their search engine results. Each update was given a name of an animal. It started with Panda, which killed content farms and scraper sites that people had been creating to beat the algorithm. In 2012, Penguin went live, penalizing people who were buying links or obtaining them through networks that were designed to boost search rankings. In 2013, Hummingbird figured out the intent behind the search rather than just the keyword itself, giving Google the artificial intelligence it needed to figure out what people were actually looking for. This was a huge update to Google's core algorithm and only had one goal: to make a better experience for those who were searching for something. Phase number 4, Mobilegeddon and Fred. For years, Google didn't implement any big updates. That is, until 2015, which has been called the year of mobile. It was the first time that mobile searches bypassed desktop searches on Google. This was also the year that Google launched their new updated algorithm that ranked you higher if your site was optimized for mobile. This update forced everyone to redesign their pages to create a better mobile experience for Google's mobile searches. 2 years later, we were introduced to the update that was unofficially named Fred. This update is one that I think is most important for us to understand, as it gives us the pattern to be successful with search in the future. Fred penalized sites that prioritize monetization over user experience. If your site had low user engagement, was thin in content, or had content heavily geared towards conversion, pop-ups, and aggressive advertising, you lost your rankings overnight. So why are Fred and all of its predecessors so important? They help us to see Google's core goal, a better user experience. If we can align with Google's goals, then they will send you an almost unlimited number of traffic for free. Trying to spam the algorithms may give you short-term gains, but only until Google finds loopholes and closes them. However, the real secret is understanding Google's intent and helping them to serve their searchers. Why does Google care so much about their user experience? Mostly because they still make the majority of their money from paid ads, and if people have a bad experience when they search, they won't come back. So if your goal is to try to figure out a way to deliver the best experience possible to their surfers, then Google will reward you for that. Step number 2, find your Dream 100 on this platform. This is where the search engine starts to become really fun for me. This process is similar to a treasure hunt, looking for the keywords and blogs that you can tap into that bring you thousands of visitors a day, sometimes overnight. In Secret 2, we talked about 2 types of congregations. The first was interest-based congregations, such as influencers, brands, and other things that people are interested in. The second type of congregation we discussed were search-based congregations. Instead of targeting interests, we would be targeting keywords and keyword phrases. For Google, we're going to be building out 2 Dream 100 lists. One list will be the top bloggers in your market, and the second list will be a list of your Dream 100 keywords. Your Dream 100 bloggers. As I started looking at Google, before I put a lot of work into getting ranked in the search engines, I want to find people who have already done the work, gotten ranked, and have readers who are currently reading their blogs. I will be utilizing these bloggers and their blogs in different ways, both buying my way into their traffic streams as well as working my way in. But for now, I just want to identify them and get them on my Dream 100 list. Finding them can be as easy as going to Google and typing in your dream keywords and the word blog after it. You'll then see the top 10 listings in Google for which bloggers have made it to the top. Some of the bloggers will have their own blogs that run on their own domain, while others will use popular blogging networks like Medium.com. You can go to Medium.com and other blog networks and search for bloggers in your market. Make this list and keep it handy, as we'll be leveraging these people soon. Your Dream 100 keywords. It's now finally time to dust off your Dream 100 keywords you wrote down in Secret number 2 and focus on getting access to all the traffic that is on the first page in the search engines. Being ranked on page number 1 for one of your dream keywords is the equivalent to owning Boardwalk or Park Place in Monopoly. Owning one or more of these listings in this virtual real estate landscape can fill your funnels with traffic for years to come. Make a list of the keyword phrases that you think your dream customers would be typing into Google if they were trying to find the results that your product or service offers. When I first did this exercise with ClickFunnels, the first 10 dream keyword phrases I wrote down were sales funnels, digital marketing, internet marketing, online marketing, landing page, marketing automation, growth hacking, personal branding, website traffic, social media marketing. I figured that my dream customers would be typing each of these phrases into Google to get the result that my product could give them, and they became my dream keywords. The next step was to find the long tail keywords associated with each of my dream keywords. Often it can be really difficult to rank for the high competitive keywords, so I want to see the long tail keywords that would be easier for me to rank. To do this, take your number one dream keyword phrase and type it into Google. Google will suggest other keyword phrases in the search bar that people often search for when someone types in your dream keyword phrase. These are the other suggested phrases under your search result. These keywords will become your long-tail keyword phrases. Write down your 9 long-tail keyword phrases that are associated with each of your dream keywords that you would like to target. For example, dream keyword, sales funnels. Long-tail keyword, sales funnels definition, sales funnels software, sales funnels for real estate, sales funnels examples, sales funnels for artists, sales funnels templates, sales funnels explain, sales funnels 101, sales funnels for Shopify. You can also scroll down to the bottom of Google after you search for your dream keyword, and it'll show you 8 more keywords that are closely related to your search term. Keep looking until you find 10 solid keyword phrases to focus on. If you do that with all 10 of your dream keywords, you will end up with a list of 100 keywords. This is the simplest way to build out your dream keyword list, but there are many amazing software tools that can help take it to the next level. Many of them will show you how many searches each keyword gets each month, how competitive it is to try and rank for these keywords, how much money you will pay per click from the sponsored ads, and more. I have posted a list of all my favorite keyword tools as well as tutorial videos for my favorites at trafficsecrets.com/resources. Step number 3, identify the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. Now that we have our dream keywords, we want to funnel hack the search engines to see what is already working for that keyword. To do that, all you have to do is type your keyword phrase into Google, then scan the top 10 results and look for patterns of what types of posts are being ranked. I specifically look for what we call linkable assets, or what I like to call internally a Letterman top 10 list. I call it that because I remember when I was a teenager and my parents would sometimes watch The Late Show with David Letterman. And while I didn't necessarily like his show, there was one segment that I loved, and it was when he would do his famous top 10 list, such as Eminem's top 10 pieces of advice for kids, or top 10 questions that Justin Bieber would answer, I don't know. Then he would list out 10 funny things to go with each list. A linkable asset works similar to Letterman's top 10 list. They will usually be structured with a title like 25 SEO tools to instantly improve your marketing in 2020, or 18 things you could actually eat on a ketogenic diet that you assume were bad for you. These type of linkable assets are what Google loves for a few reasons. The first is that if you structure them correctly, people will love the content so much that they can't help but link back to it. Real, organic, quality links are what Google wants to reward you for, and writing a good article that people naturally want to link to is the secret to getting the right links. The second reason is because these are the types of posts that readers on Google love. Because Google owns the Chrome browser and usually has their analytics code on most of your pages, they can see how long someone stays on your site, how long they scroll for, if they click on your links, and how many pages they visit inside of your site. The more time someone spends on your site, the more they scroll, and the more pages they click are all signs that your end user is having a good experience. These types of articles with their 21 steps or 205 resources, if written correctly, will get people to scroll through your page and spend a lot of time there, showing its value to Google. As I'm scanning the organic listings for my dream keywords, I'm looking to see if there are any Letterman top 10 list type articles being ranked. If there aren't, then I will work on creating my own linkable asset that I can post on my blog. If I do find one that's already ranking the top 10 for my Dream 100, I will use the skyscraper technique that I learned from Brian Dean to build a taller skyscraper and outrank them in the search engines. The skyscraper technique works after you have found content that has already generated a ton of links and is already ranking for your dream keywords. And then you model it to create your own bigger, better piece of content. In other words, a bigger skyscraper. I like to try to create at least one new skyscraper article per month. On his blog, Brian describes the skyscraper technique as a way for you to have the content that everyone wants to talk about and link to. Have you ever walked by a really tall building and said to yourself, wow, that's amazing. I wonder how big the 8th tallest building in the world is? Of course not. It's human nature to be attracted to the best. And that's what you're doing here, is finding the tallest skyscraper in your space and slapping 20 stories on top of it. After you've found an article that is ranking for your dream keyword that you want to beat, the next step is to write a better piece of content. Here are the 4 things that Brian recommends to do to your article to make your skyscraper taller. Longer. In some cases, publishing an article that's simply longer or includes more items will do the trick. For example, if you find a link magnet that has the title 50 Healthy Snack Ideas, publish a list of 150 or even 500. More up to date. If you can take an old, out-of-date piece of content and spruce it up, you've got yourself a winner. Better designed. A visually stunning piece of content can typically generate a lot more links and social shares than something similar on an ugly page. More thorough. Most list posts are made of bland lists of bullet points without any meaty content that people can actually use. But if you add a bit of depth to each item on your list, you have yourself a list post that's much more valuable. Important note, Brian recommends you beat the existing content on all 4 levels. In this longer news skyscraper, I will often use my dream keyword as well as my long tail keywords throughout the article. Doing this with just one skyscraper article will often get me ranked for many, if not all of my related Dream 100 keyword phrases. Getting quality links to your skyscraper. Publishing the longer, better skyscraper won't in and of itself get your site ranked onto page number 1. After you've written your article, you need to promote it, and the way you promote an article is by getting a lot of the right links to it. Brian taught us how to get the right links by looking at the links that are pointing to the linkable asset that we modeled. If people are already linking to that content, we know a few things. First, they have a website in the same niche that we're publishing. Second, they're interested in the topic because they've already linked to our competitor. And third, they've already linked to an article on that topic, so it's not difficult for them to include a link to our longer, better, and more updated article too. You'll need to email the people linking to your competitors and ask them to link back to you as well. You can contact them manually, or you can use shortcuts to save time. Go to trafficsecrets.com/resources to find some tools that will scrape the contact information from everyone who's linking to your competitors. In your email, you can let them know that you saw that they linked to your competitors and that you love if they link to your article as well, since yours is similar but much more up-to-date and comprehensive. This strategy will help you to get the right links. Look at our supplemental PDF to see examples of the emails that Brian actually uses. Brian said that he personalized and tweaked his email template for each person he reached out to, and out of 160 emails he sent out, he got 17 people to link back. That's an 11% success rate following the skyscraper method that helped him to get his article ranked. The next way I work to get links back to my new article is by reverse engineering, funnel hacking, the backlinks that are going to the other 9 organic listings on page number 1 for my dream keyword. I already found the people who are linking to my competitor's article and emailed them. Now I'm going to do the same thing for the people who are linking to the other 9 pages that are ranked on page number 1. I send out a similar email to each one of them asking if they'd be willing to link back to my linkable asset. By doing this, I'm getting the same backlinks that are currently ranking the top 10 results for my dream keyword phrase, all linking back to me. There are lots of other ways to get links, all with varying degrees of what Google likes. White hat techniques are the ones that Google loves and rewards you for, whereas black hat techniques are just spammy ways to get links that trick Google. While you may get short-term gains from black hat techniques, everyone that I've ever used to beat Google has always caught up with me eventually. We now solely focus on doing what Google wants. I'll mention some other ways we use to get links in the Work Your Way In section later, but Brian's skyscraper linking technique is one of the best and the fastest ways to kickstart your link building. These manual link requests will get the process started, and then I will stimulate traffic to the skyscraper pages by promoting my new article on my social sites, Facebook and Instagram and email lists. If you follow the process we've discussed, your content will become a link magnet by organically getting the right type of links and continually rising in the search engines. This type of organic linking is what Google wants and rewards. Your publishing plan. In this chapter, I've shown you how I look at marketing on Google. We've talked about some of the core ways to get organic traffic from Google. The following is a publishing plan that you and your team can use to systemize the ranking process. You can print out the Google publishing plan inside of the supplemental PDF. Step number 4, work your way in. Working your way into the search engines has 2 amazing benefits. The first is that you can tap into the traffic streams of the bloggers that you put on your Dream 100 list earlier. The second is you can get some of the best quality links directly from these same bloggers who have quality sites in your market, the types of links that Google loves. The way I work my way into the search engines is through guest posting. That means I'm looking for someone else who has a blog in my market, and I'm asking them if I can make guest posts on their sites. I'll email the blog owner and tell them that I have a few cool ideas for a post on their blog, and I'll ask them if any of them are of interest. If they say yes, then I write up the post, include a link to 1 or 2 of my skyscrapers, and have them post it. I give them good content, and their readers will click on the links, and I'll get traffic from that. The spiders will then see the links in my skyscraper, and I will also increase my rankings from there. You can also work on becoming a writer or a columnist for high traffic sites in your market. Some of the best SEO people I know are writers for Forbes, Entrepreneur, and other top ranked sites. They're able to use their position as writers on these sites to push traffic into their own funnels and post quality links to rank their skyscrapers. I try to post at least one guest post per week on blogs in my market, as well as work towards becoming a contributing author for the sites that bring the most traffic and quality links. Step number 5, buy your way in. When I first started to learn SEO back before the Google slaps started, I got frustrated that I wasn't ranked number 1 for some of the highest competitive dream keywords that I wanted to rank for. One day, I decided that I wanted to be number 1 for the keyword internet marketing, and I set out on a journey to rank organically for that keyword. And after 8 long months, I finally ended up getting to page number 1. I think I topped out at the number 4 spot on page 1 before I got slapped during one of the algorithm updates. But about a month into that long journey, I got frustrated and I looked at each of the people who were already ranking number 1 for my dream keywords. I started to notice that a lot of those sites were articles and weren't actually selling any products. They had some banner ads on them, but they didn't have a product like mine to sell. I started emailing a bunch of them knowing how hard I was working to try to get that ranking, wondering why they would put in all that effort to rank when they didn't have an actual product to sell. I got emails back from about a half a dozen of them, and I found out something very interesting. Most of them were SEO guys who were really good at ranking pages, but had no idea how to create products. So instead, they would get a page ranked on page number 1, and then they would either sell ads on their page, or they would link to other products as an affiliate. As soon as they told me that, I had the big idea. What if while I was waiting to get my site ranked on page number 1, I started getting traffic immediately from all of the people who were currently ranked number 1? My goal in the short term wasn't to outrank them, it was to get my ads for my funnels on their pages. I started to negotiate deals with them, and within days I was prominently displayed at the top of some of the sites that were already ranked for my dream keywords. Getting on these pages turned into a faucet of traffic overnight. I quickly started to realize how much more valuable a click to your funnels from one of these pages was than even the same from a Google homepage. Just think, a phrase like internet marketing could have thousands of people searching for it per day on Google. However, the people who do the following 3-step process are actually more valuable to you. Number 1, they type a phrase into Google. Number 2, they click on one of the results. And number 3, they click on the link to your funnel from this page. The first click on Google is typically from the browsers, but the second click comes from people who are the most serious, the buyers. Because they've made 2 clicks to get to you, they are much more likely to convert when they do get to your page. Tons of the clicks that hit Google's homepage will be wasted on people who aren't serious. And if you're paying for those clicks, it can be very expensive. However, the people who have clicked 2 clicks to get to where you are the ones who are most serious and will be worth the most money to you in the long term. When I look at my Dream 100 websites, I try to quickly weed out the ones who don't have any advertising on them already. Instead, I'm looking for sites that have AdSense ads, banner ads, affiliate links to other products, and email newsletter subscription boxes. I then start contacting the owners of these websites to find out my advertising options. If they have an email newsletter, I'll ask them if I can purchase a solo ad to their email list. More on this in Secret 17. If they have banner ads on their website, I'll ask them how much it costs to purchase a banner ad. If they have Google AdSense on their site, I then add their site to my list to target later with my Google Display Network or GDN. More on this in Secret 9. If they have an article on that page, then I see if I can get them to add a link back to one of my pages in their article. Getting your links to your funnels on the pages that are already ranked for your dream keywords is one of the fastest ways to get super qualified traffic into your funnels. Step number 6, fill your funnel. Are you able to see now how you can get access to the traffic that is coming from the search engines? We focus on creating blog posts that are linkable assets that will act as link magnets that can get you ranked on page 1 for your dream keywords. While we're waiting for these pages to rise in the search engines, we do guest posts on the blogs in our market to get both instant traffic from their readers and more links pointing back to our linkable assets. We then go to the pages that are already ranked on page 1 for our dream keywords, and we work to buy ads on these pages so we can plug our funnels into the existing streams of traffic that are going to these pages. The last step is buying ads on Google's paid search platforms. There are 2 main ways that you can get paid traffic from Google. The first is the paid ads on the search engine results page, the ads that show up above and below the organic results for your dream keywords. And the second is from AdSense ads that other people have put on their pages. You get access to these ads through GDN. I won't be showing the actual tactics behind how to run Google ads as they're always changing, but the strategy behind how you run Google ads in secret number 9 is the same. First, you create prospecting ads as hooks to capture your dream customers and pull them into your funnels. For those that don't immediately convert, we move them into our retargeting buckets and move them from engaged to landed and then to owned. After we own the traffic, we use follow-up funnels to send them up our value ladder. Secret 14, after the slaps and the snaps. So what happens if you're reading this book and Facebook has recently been shut down by the government for controlling too big of a monopoly, or a new social platform is getting traction and you want to figure out how to get in early before it's too late? As you know, my goal with this book was not to give you a fish, it was to teach you how to fish. In my 15 years online, I've watched as dozens of networks and hundreds of ad sources have come and have gone. With all this change, we've not only survived, but we've thrived. The reason we've been able to weather the storms and get in front of the traffic trends is because of the principles you're learning in this book. Even though we've talked about it during the introduction of this section, and you've seen it conceptually over the last few chapters, in this chapter I want to give you the exact blueprint we are going to look at for every new traffic opportunity. For this example, I'm going to apply the Fill Your Funnel framework to grow and monetize my podcast. To do that, I need to apply the frameworks to the Apple Podcast directory. As I break down how to dominate the podcast networks, notice how we use the same frameworks in order to have success. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal. Each show type and platform has its own positives and negatives, but of all the platforms, podcasting is my personal favorite. It's harder to actually grow subscribers on your podcast than any of the other platforms, but I believe the subscribers who you do get are way more valuable. When people listen to your podcast, they are plugging you into their ears during a part of their day when you usually get to have their sole attention, such as when they're driving, working out at the gym, or laying in bed thinking. During these most intimate moments, you have the ability to tell stories, break false beliefs, and really serve people in a manner that I don't think you can do with any other type of media. Podcasting tends to attract a more affluent audience and people who have a higher net worth. In fact, a recent survey showed that podcast listeners are 45% more likely to have a net household income of over $250,000 per year. That tells me a few things. First, if you want to increase your own personal net income, you should be listening to podcasts instead of the radio. Second, your dream customers, the cream of the crop, are those on your list who also listen to podcasts. When someone comes into my world, in other words, joins my list, one of the first things I try to get them to do is to subscribe to my Marketing Secrets podcast. If I can take them off whatever platform they found me and have them leave their inbox and have them plug me into their ears, I'll be able to have more of an influence than anything else I could possibly do. Step number 2, find your Dream 100 on this platform. Podcasting is one of the easiest platforms to find your Dream 100 on because almost every podcast is published in the Apple Podcast directory, so you don't have to look far. Most people also include their podcasts in other directories like Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and Spotify, but because it's rare that a podcast would be listed on one of those directories and not on Apple, I do all of my searches on Apple. Apple's ranking algorithm for podcasts is currently based on 3 things. First and most important is the number of new subscribers. The more new subscribers you get, the higher your podcast will rank. That is the number 1 factor that trumps the other 2. So much so that my main goal is to get people to go and subscribe. We do contests, give away prizes, and talk about it in every show episode. The other 2 ranking factors are numbers of downloads and the numbers of new comments. Both of those are important, but not nearly as important as the number of new subscribers. If you focus on that, then the comments and the downloads will follow. To find your Dream 100, Apple will show you 200 of their top podcasts for each category, and this gives you a huge list to use for your Dream 100. Even those that aren't listed in the top 200 can still have thousands of downloads per episode. I also recommend searching for other keywords to find shows that for some reason have a lot of downloads and legacy subscribers, but aren't getting new subscribers and therefore aren't showing up high in the rankings. They can have huge faithful followings even though they aren't ranked in the top 200. Get to know your Dream 100 personally, and they will become your strategic board on how to get and keep your podcast ranked. Share with them your wins and what's working for you, and they'll be more likely to share their wins with you as well. When the platforms have ups and downs, it's very useful to be able to talk to others in your same market on the same platform who are testing the algorithms and trying to figure them out as well. Step number 3, identify the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. The strategy with podcasting is pretty simple compared to other platforms. You just have to decide which type of podcast you want to host. My guess is that if you listen to a lot of podcasts, then you probably have your own favorite format. Some people love interview-style shows. Others would rather use the time to just share their own thoughts. Yet still others like to do a blend of both. I don't think it really matters which format you want to do, as long as you pick something that you can be consistent with. When I first launched my original Marketing Your Car podcast, I did it because I knew that every day I was going to be in my car for 10 minutes. Therefore, I knew that I could commit to recording at least 3 episodes a week on my phone. If it wasn't something simple, I knew I wouldn't be consistent. I have other friends who love interview-style shows and thus needed to build out their own little studio in their house. After they have their studio, they knew that they would be consistent. Whatever type of podcast you choose, make sure you set up your environment for success. As with most things in life, consistency is the key to having success with the podcast. Podcasts have a compounding effect. Each episode that you publish will hook new fans who will then go backwards and binge listen to your show from the beginning. Because of that, each episode's audience will be bigger than the last, and each show will indirectly promote your past show. For example, all of the episodes I published when no one was listening 6 years ago still get hundreds of listens today from the people who are finding out about my show today. Your publishing plan. As with all other publishing plans, you can follow them to a T, or you can change them to make it work for you. With podcasting, you want to make sure you choose a consistent publishing schedule that your listeners will come to anticipate when your upcoming shows will be released. So help build that trust by publishing your show on the same days each week. You can download the podcast publishing plan from the supplemental PDF. Step number 4, work your way in. The one thing that's a little harder with podcasting than any other platform is that there isn't a really simple way to promote and to build a podcast, at least not for most people. You can't just put out a good episode and hope that people share it organically, like with other social channels. And most people don't go into Apple Podcasts daily searching for new stuff. The average podcast listener subscribes to 6 shows, and that's it. Usually they start listening to a show based on the recommendation from a friend. If they like the experience, they'll search for a few other related shows. They will max out their available listening time from a few new shows, which will become the shows they consume from that point in time forward. Typically, the only way they'll add a new show is if it's recommended by a friend or if they hear about it on another podcast. This is why so many people who have tried podcasting stop, because it's hard to get the initial traction and long-term growth. For those that understand the principles you've learned so far in this book, though, it's actually really easy. Our strategy to grow our podcast following is build our Dream 100 list of podcasts that our dream customers are already listening to, and then go and work our way in. We message every podcast that we could find in our industry and ask them if I could be interviewed on their podcast. When I was interviewed, I was asked the question that almost every podcast host asks. For those of you who enjoyed this episode, how can they learn more about you? And my answer was always the same. I have my new podcast called Marketing Secrets, and if you go to marketingsecrets.com or search for me here on Apple Podcasts, you can subscribe and get my best marketing secrets twice a week. And just like we thought, the podcast listeners who heard the interview and connected with me came in droves. They loved the podcast, they loved to rate and review podcasts, they shared their favorite podcasts with their friends, and they did all the things that we have been trying to educate our non-podcast listeners to do without any coaching. Recently, I watched with fascination as a very famous podcaster, Jordan Harbinger, who had one of the biggest podcasts in the world called The Art of Charm that was getting over 4 million monthly downloads, got into a fight with his business partner and eventually got kicked out of his own show. I felt so bad knowing how much work he must have spent over the past few years growing a podcast to that size and then losing it all. Then one day, I remember I was listening to my favorite podcast, Mixergy. On it, Andrew Warner interviewed Jordan about his podcast, how he grew it initially and how he lost it. Then, at the end of the show, Andrew asked him what listeners should do if they wanted to follow Jordan after the show. Jordan suggested that they should subscribe to his new show called The Jordan Harbinger Show. Right then, I realized that he was doing the exact same thing that I had been doing. He understood that all of his faithful future followers were already listening to podcasts, and he just had to go out there and convince them that he was worth listening to. Then I started to watch as Jordan hit the podcast circuit, and he was on show after show after show. In just a matter of months, Jordan's new show had passed over 3 million downloads. Step number 5, buy your way in. This next section almost didn't make it into the book because I was too blind to see it until last week. My second favorite podcast is called Business Wars. Last week at the end of one of their episodes, they took me into a mini episode that they had just published. It started with the show host voice saying that they had a very special episode that Business Wars team wanted to share from a guy named Jordan Harbinger. Then they told their whole audience that they were going to play a few highlights from Jordan's show that they thought everyone would like. Finally, they encouraged everyone who was listening to go and subscribe to Jordan's podcast if they wanted more information. As you can probably guess, I started to freak out, jumping around as I realized for the first time that you could buy your way into other people's podcasts to promote your podcast. We are now buying ads as well as full episodes on the podcasts that our dream customers are listening to. Step number 6, fill your funnel. Now that you have your podcast and you know how to grow your following, I want to spend a little time talking about how you can leverage your podcast and other people's podcasts to fill your funnel. Even if you don't have your own podcast show, you can still leverage this powerful platform to get traffic. The strategies to promote your funnel are the same as how we grow the show. Every time I have a new book launch or a new webinar or a new funnel that I quickly want to get a lot of traffic for, one of the best ways to do that is hit up the podcast circuit. You can message hosts and see if you can get on their show. Once you're on, when they ask you the magic question about how people can learn more about you, Simply tell them to get a free copy of your book, register for your webinar, or get your free lead magnet, and then give the URL to your funnel. You can also purchase podcast ads to promote your podcast or any of your other funnels. Recently, we ran a few tests for paid ads on John Lee Dumas's Entrepreneur on Fire podcast. They did so well that we ended up buying an entire year's worth of ads from him. We're also going back to the shows that I did interviews on that had the biggest impact on sales and buying ads from them. Lastly, we're buying ads on Mixergy and other podcasts that I love. Some podcasts run their ads departments in-house where you can contact the show directly, and they'll usually have a media kit that will show you the information such as demographics of the show and how many downloads they get per episode. Many podcasters work with agencies to sell their ads. Most agencies will sponsor many different shows, and they can open up the doors to many other podcasts you may not have even known existed. A note about other platforms. I desperately wanted to write chapters in this book about some of the other platforms that were market leaders at the time, like Twitter, Snapchat, and LinkedIn. There's so many opportunities on all of these platforms, and some of them may come back and beat out the ones that I did share in this book. I also had a desire to talk about some of the newer platforms I think are going to be huge, like Twitch or TikTok, or even a platform such as Pinterest that many ClickFunnels users get the majority of their traffic from. But I knew that if I tried to write a chapter on every exciting platform, this book would be over 2,000 pages long. In addition, it would have felt more like me trying to give people fish than teaching them how to fish, because these platforms have only existed during a quick snapshot in time. I picked Facebook, Instagram, Google, and YouTube so you could see the strategy behind how we attack each network as they come out. With that knowledge, you now have a process you can follow for any new network you decide to jump into, and a process for how to recover during the next Google slap or Zanos snap. Secret 13, YouTube traffic secrets. There's something special about YouTube that I don't think many people understand. YouTube is the only platform where you can create something and post it online where it actually will grow exponentially over time. When you post a video on Facebook Live, it will show up in the newsfeed of your dream customers for a few days, and then it's gone forever. You can extend the life of that video by paying for ads to boost it, but eventually it'll fall to the bottom of your feed, never to be seen again. And although Facebook Live is like a good talk show for current events, the art you create has a limited lifespan. The same is true with Instagram, where eventually your pictures will fall to the bottom of your feed and your stories will expire. Some platforms have more longevity and last longer, but they all perform progressively worse over time. Every platform, that is, except for YouTube. As soon as artists create videos and post them on YouTube, their viewership can start to grow and continue to grow forever. I have videos I published 5 years ago that still get hundreds of views a day. Other videos we published more recently receive an initial viewer surge. We can often get thousands of views per day simply because it's a new video. But the number of new views continues to rise day after day. YouTube's algorithms are built to keep people on YouTube, so they try to recommend videos that are most likely to keep their viewers engaged as long as possible. This gives us creators reason to spend more time producing amazing videos that will serve us and our audiences for the rest of their lives and beyond. And when you understand a few key things about how YouTube's algorithms work, it'll help you to set up your videos for long-term success. 6 years ago, I got a call from a guy named Joe Marfolio who asked me if he could become an affiliate for a new product I had just launched. It was a course we'd created to help people to overcome pornography addiction. Excited to get someone else besides myself driving traffic to our new product, I said yes. He told me that he was going to create a few videos and then post them on YouTube, driving traffic through his affiliate link to our product. I gave him permission and didn't think much more about it at the time. Within a few months, Joe was driving more sales by himself than all of my marketing efforts combined. Confused, I asked him what he was doing, and he told me he had just posted 2 videos on YouTube, and that was it. I asked him if I could see the videos, and he sent me the links. One was a short 2-minute and 47-second video that he had created, and the other was the sales video that I had created to sell the product. Both these videos were getting thousands of views a day. As I was writing this chapter, I went back to find these 2 videos and was shocked to see that the first video had received 1.2 million views, and the longer video had over 815,000 views. Despite the fact that we stopped selling the product a few years ago, these videos continue to drive traffic every day. I had Joel pull the stats, and that month alone, more than 6 years after he posted them, the video received 10,361 views and were able to generate over 553 clicks back to our funnel. That is the power of creating videos with YouTube. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal. Did you know that YouTube is the world's second largest search engine behind Google, and it's also the second most trafficked website behind Google? Oh yeah, and in case you didn't know, it's also owned by Google. It was created in 2005 by 3 PayPal employees, Chad Hurley, Steve Chen, and Jawed Karim, above a pizzeria in San Mateo, California. In less than 2 years after YouTube started, Google purchased it for $1.65 billion. Right now, over 1.9 billion people log into YouTube every month, and over 400 hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute, and over 1 billion hours of videos are watched on YouTube every day. YouTube is interesting because it functions similar to a social platform. You create content, try to get people to engage with that content, and build up subscribers just like other social networks. YouTube also functions as a search engine, which is why, unlike social networks, your videos continue to grow over time. If you learn how to optimize your videos the way that YouTube would like you to, they will reward you by ranking you for your dream keywords inside of YouTube, and often they'll even post your videos inside the search results of Google. Step number 2, find your Dream 100 on this platform. 6 months after we launched ClickFunnels, we were trying to figure out new ways to get more people to create accounts. We hadn't yet used YouTube as a traffic strategy, so I called up Joe Marfolio, my friend who ranked the videos for our pornography anti-addiction product a few years earlier, and asked him if he could help. During our initial call, he got excited and had me jump on a video conference where I could see his computer screen. He opened up YouTube and I watched as he showed me one of the most powerful marketing tactics I'd ever witnessed. First, he typed in the names of some of the people who were on my Dream 100 list, people who he had been targeting on Facebook to see how many were publishing on YouTube. Many of them didn't have YouTube channels, but others had really big channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. As I looked at each of the videos in their channels, Joe said, "You know you can buy ads that will be shown in front of any of these videos, right? As soon as anyone goes to watch a video on their channel, the first thing they'll see is your ads." At the time, I had no idea that was possible, and almost instantly my mind started wandering with possibilities. Wait, I can buy ads on each of these videos and use it to bring people into my funnels? Exactly, Joe said. You are leveraging their name, their credibility, and their content to drive people back into your funnels. He then went to YouTube search bar and asked me what keywords I thought my dream customers would be searching for. I asked him to try the keyword internet marketing, and within a few seconds, I saw dozens of videos that were already ranked for that term. Joe explained how we could easily create videos and get them ranked for each of these dream keywords, just like we did for the pornography anti-addiction video. Joe then said, we can put in the work once and these videos will serve you for the rest of your life. Heck, they'll keep driving traffic to your funnels even after you're dead. Laughing, I asked him, while we're waiting for these videos to get ranked at the top, could I buy ads on all the other videos now? He smiled and politely told me yes. Within a few minutes, I started to see why I was going to love YouTube so much. After I got off that call, I immediately did exactly what I'm going to tell you to do now. You need to build out 2 Dream 100 lists. One list with the names of the people, brands, and influencers that you would like to target, and a second list with the keyword phrases that you'd like to create videos for. I'll go into more detail on how to find the right keywords in the publishing section later in this chapter. Step number 3, identify the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. Just like Google, YouTube has an algorithm that decides which videos to rank to increase their user experience. To prevent people from ranking videos that ruin the experience for their end users, the algorithm is constantly being updated and changed. The way to win at YouTube is to figure out ways to create and post videos that are in alignment with how they want their videos to be posted. That's why it's so important to closely watch your Dream 100 and see what things they're doing that YouTube is rewarding them for. If they change how they like descriptions or tags or linkings, you'll see the changes in the videos that are getting a lot of views, and then you'll be able to change your strategy to match theirs. Most of the things I will be showing you in this publishing section are things that I learned from Joe Marfolio as he's consulted us at ClickFunnels with our YouTube strategy. Set up your channel. Before we start creating any video, we need to make sure the channel is set up so that when potential subscribers come, they'll turn into actual subscribers. Name of your channel. For your channel name, you should focus more on branding than keywords. Your channel name will show up everywhere in searches, suggested searches, related channel suggestions, and on your videos when you leave comments. You want people to be able to see your name and brand and get a sense of what your channel is about. You notice that my channel's name is Russell Brunson/ClickFunnels. I do this because I want people to recognize my name as well as my main brand when they see my channel name come up. About Us page. This page is important for 2 reasons. First, it lets people know more about you when they're checking you out before they subscribe. Second, the information you write here will show up in the search engine results for your channel and will be a big key to people finding and subscribing to your channel. Header image. When people come to your channel, the first thing they'll see is your header. Your header should be simple and speak clearly to your target audience so they know the value they'll get from your channel. Those who see mine will know quickly what I do and how I can help them. Profile image. Many people mistakenly put their logos here. Instead, use a picture of yourself because it will dramatically increase engagement. Channel trailer and description. When people first come to your channel, they'll see an actual trailer for your channel as well as a brief description about your channel. It's only shown to new visitors who aren't subscribers yet, so this video is speaking specifically to them. Here are Joe's script guidelines for an engaging channel trailer. Introduce yourself and welcome your viewer to your channel. You want the viewer to feel like you're talking to them and that you understand them. Go briefly into your backstory and explain why you have the authority to be creating the content you make on YouTube. Pitch your value statement. Leave no doubt in your viewer's mind what this channel is about. Talk about the channel, what it is, and why it matters. Share your posting schedule so they know when to expect new content, and end the video with a really strong CTA. This means you have to tell the viewer what you want them to do. Tell them to subscribe to your channel and turn on notifications so they don't miss any of your new videos. Make sure this video is no more than 60 to 120 seconds long. Any longer than that and you will lose your potential viewer. When shooting this video, don't get overwhelmed or bogged down with details about the camera and the equipment. If you're just starting out, you don't need to buy anything fancy. I still use my iPhone for the majority of my videos. Identify your dream keywords that you want to make a video for. The first step is to find all of the long-tail keywords around your dream keyword that you can make videos for. If you have a brand new channel and try to rank for a keyword like how to make money online, it's going to be extremely difficult to outrank some of the bigger channels. But Joe has a strategy that's been proven successful in the past to get you tons of views, traction, and subscribers. This is a tactic I learned from my good friend Jeremy Vest. He calls this tactic finding your channel's focus phrase. You can think of it like trying to find your channel's how to shave. What does that mean? A lot of you have probably seen a video or heard about the Dollar Shave Club. They made an incredible video that went viral everywhere on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube with millions upon millions of views. And that launched their company into the stratosphere. But did you know another razor company was dominating YouTube and raking in millions of views from their hyper-targeted market, and they did it without any viral or hype videos? That company was Gillette. What they found was that the most influential keyword in their space was how to shave. They centered their channel around that keyword. Now, if Gillette just wanted to rank for how to shave, they wouldn't have gotten a lot of traction. It would have been really hard right out of the gate to rank for that keyword. Instead, they took the how to shave as the root keyword. Then they looked through suggested search terms and added words to the back of it. Gillette created hundreds of videos with the root keywords such as how to shave your head, how to shave your back, how to shave your beard, how to shave your legs, and so on. Gillette made videos after video with the root word how to shave. These videos have collectively received millions of views across their channels. The Dream Keyword ABC Hack. Here's a trick to find hundreds of keywords you can choose from. If my root keyword is fairly broad, like how to make money, you can type it in the same keywords in the YouTube search bar followed by the space and then the letter A. The suggested search results will show you how to make money as a beginner, as a kid, at home, at school. Then you replace the A with the B, and the suggested search results will show you how to make money blogging, by investing, by posting ads. Then move on to C and D and so on. You will want to get at least 50 of these how to make money keywords to use as keyword titles in your videos. Create your first video. Now you've done all of the research, set up your channels, and made a list of keywords to target, now is time to start creating videos. As I'm creating videos, there are two types of videos I focus on. The first are called discoverable videos. These are videos based on keyword phrases that I publish as hooks to rank for the keywords with the goal of grabbing people's attention, pulling them into my channel, and turning them into subscribers. How you structure these videos is very important because if one of them takes off and you get 100,000 views, you want to be able to make sure that you are able to create subscribers and leads from all of these views. Here's the script that Joe created that I use for every discoverable video we create. Hook. Create a 15-second concise introduction. This is where you're going to hook people using the same keywords that they're searching for. You'll tell them the value of your video and present a hook for them to look forward so they continue watching. Trailer. Place your quick branded intro or trailer, which should be no more than 4 to 5 seconds maximum. Do not put a 30 or a 60-second branded intro here. You'll lose the majority of your viewers right there. Intro. Talk to your viewers about who you are and why they should listen to you for the next 15 to 30 seconds. Share your story so that you can make a connection with this new visitor. Don't assume that they know who you are. Story/content. Share content and story for the next 7 to 12 minutes. Here's where you deliver the value from your hook that you mentioned earlier. Offer. Add your CTA. As a discoverable video, the offer will normally be to get people to like, comment, and subscribe or turn on notifications. Use this formula as an outline to write out your video scripts. Once you have an outline and a tight script, take out your cell phone or camera, look right into the lens, and film yourself recording that video. The goal of these videos is to hook people who are searching and then direct them back to your home to become subscribers. Typically, I'm not selling in these videos outside of selling the subscription to my channel. The second type of video I create is called video webinars, which is usually less keyword focused as they are created to build a stronger relationship with my current subscribers. These videos are the ones that I'm posting for my existing followers at my home. These are the videos I use to sell things. I'll still try to find keywords to rank for, but oftentimes I'm just trying to create or teach something that may or may not fit inside of a certain keyword phrase. I use the Perfect Webinar script or the Perfect Webinar hack or the 5-minute Perfect Webinar, all from Expert Secrets, and you can print out the scripts at trafficsecrets.com/resources with a goal of moving them from traffic that I've earned into traffic that I own. Upload your video and set it live. After I've created the video, there are 6 things that we currently do for each video we upload to make sure we're aligned with YouTube's algorithm. Look at YouTube as a TV show. YouTube very much sees itself like a TV station. Unlike Facebook Live where you can go live anytime you want, YouTube wants you to create a show, schedule it, and publish on a consistent schedule. For example, you may publish your videos every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, or every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Create a schedule for yourself that you know you can keep up with and be consistent as you stick with that publishing schedule. Find the keyword for your new video. Make sure you have identified the keyword phrase you want to use for your new video. Earlier, we walked through how to find these phrases, and now we're ready to use them. Write your video title. Your title should have 2 elements. It must contain your keyword phrase, and it also needs to have a strong hook that works in tandem with your thumbnail to sell the click. For example, if I were trying to create a video that would rank for potato guns, some possible titles might be Potato Gun, the 17 steps to build a gun in under an hour, or How to build your potato gun with stuff you can find at Home Depot for under $30. Create your thumbnail hook. This is the visual hook that will grab people when they're watching someone else's videos to convince them to watch your video next. Make sure it looks good when it's shrunken down tiny. The best practices that usually get the most clicks are using large faces and images, bright colors, and as few words as possible. It needs to pop off the page. Look at your Dream 100's video thumbnails to get ideas of how they're grabbing attention with their thumbnails. Write your description. Ideally, these will be between 150 and 300 words. The first 2 sentences should contain your keywords and call to action because this portion is above the fold. In other words, the portion that everyone sees before they scroll down. You will also want to add your subscribe link and links to your front-end funnels, as well as links to other related videos and playlists you have on YouTube. To optimize your search results, I recommend adding up to 3 hashtags. Add tags. While still helpful for search rankings, tags means less than they used to. Keep your tags highly relevant to your main keywords. The more closely related to the topic, the better. If you branch out, you'll only confuse the algorithm. Those are the core things we're looking for when we're posting each video. Again, these specific things may change, so that's why it's so essential to closely watch your Dream 100 to see the things that are being rewarded in YouTube and then make changes as needed. After your video is posted, you want to get people watching it as soon as possible. I'll usually encourage the traffic that I own, such as my email list, fans, and followers, to watch the new video. Because these are your best fans, they'll likely watch more of the video, like more, comment more, and share more. All those things that will help show the algorithm that your video is good. After your initial surge of traffic to the video, YouTube will start posting it in the sidebars of videos that are related, and then they will often rank for keywords that you are targeting. YouTube's algorithm will then watch and see how your video performs. The better it does, the more they'll reward it. Here are 3 things we've noticed that have the biggest impact on your video's success. Click-through rate. How many people who see your thumbnail actually click on it? The benchmark we want here for CTR are 4% is acceptable, 6% is good, and 9% we should throw a party. Initial retention. The first minute of retention is very important. You need to hook people fast and keep them watching. Watch the videos from your Dream 100 to get ideas on how to hook people past the first minute. Try to keep minute 1 retention above 70%. Overall retention. As for your overall video retention, how long is the actual video being watched? We look at how many people make it to the end of the video. The benchmarks for video retention are 35% is acceptable, 40% is good, and 50% is party time. You'll get a lot more reach if your account averages this or better. The binge watching YouTube hack. One of the best things you can do for your channel is to get people to binge watch your videos. When YouTube sees people going from one video in your channel to another and another, not only will it boost the views on those videos, it'll uplift your entire channel. One secret is instead of putting up longer 30 or 60 plus minute videos, is create a YouTube playlist and break up your long videos into smaller 5 to 10 minute videos that are part of a series inside of a playlist. Then when someone watches the first video on the playlist, it automatically directs them to video 2 in the series. And when that video ends, it directs them to video 3, and so on. This gets people to watch a half a dozen or more videos on your channel in a row and boosts all of your rankings across your channel. It's very simple to set up a playlist in YouTube, add your videos, and promote the new series to traffic that you own. Think of the ripple effect that promoting a new playlist to binge watch will create. It's a huge value add to your own list and will build a better relationship with your viewers. It gets your hottest subscribers watching your newest videos, which should give you the highest initial and overall retention than a cold viewer who finds you on YouTube. You're likely to get more likes and comments from these viewers, especially if you ask them to engage in ways in the email and messages you send to them promoting this new series. And most of them will move through each video in the playlist because they're excited to see your new series, which will make these videos rank higher, which will also boost your entire channel. This becomes such a big win-win-win for you, your viewers, and YouTube that we try to build launching a new playlist that viewers can binge watch into our publishing plan at least once per month. Your publishing plan. In this chapter, you've seen how you can create videos on YouTube that will rank for your dream keywords on both Google and YouTube. Each week should be launching new discoverable videos to target your dream keywords, and each month launching a playlist where you can teach your subscribers, boost your rankings, and give them something awesome to watch. I'm including a YouTube publishing plan so you can see how to weave it into your daily and your weekly processes. You can print out the YouTube publishing plan from the supplemental guide. Step number 4, work your way in. The core way we work our way into YouTube is by following the publishing plan we just laid out. Every day we're picking new keywords we want to rank for, and then we go and create videos to target these keywords. If you are consistent in publishing these videos, you will continue to show up in the search results for more keyword phrases. More people will subscribe to your channels, and your videos will keep growing. Similar to Instagram, you can also do collabs with other channels where you can make a video with other influencers and have them post it to their channel with links pointing back to you. Sometimes we'll do a swap with collabs where I will post a video on my channel linking to them, and then they'll post one linking back to us. But it doesn't always have to be one-for-one swap. Oftentimes, I'll post a video for me on their channel in exchange for featuring them on my podcast. That way, they get exposure on my primary show, and I get exposure on theirs. There are lots of ways to make collabs work. You just have to be creative and figure out how you can make it a win-win for both of you. Step number 5, buy your way in. One of my favorite YouTube shortcuts is to find videos that are getting a lot of views where the creators of the videos don't really understand how to make money from their videos. For example, a few years ago, I purchased a website called Vigon.com. I went to YouTube and found that there was a customer who had bought the product and had made a video using it. At the time, the video was getting hundreds of views per day, yet there was no link or description or anything. I called her up and asked if I could pay to put a link in the description back to my new website. She agreed, and almost 5 years later, this video still sends me hundreds of clicks each month. There are plenty of other ways to buy your way in. You just need to use your creativity. You could pay people to create a video and post it on their channel for you. You could even pay them to let you put a playlist with a video series on their channel. The ideas and the opportunities are endless. Step number 6, fill your funnel. Every video you post on YouTube will extend your reach, and if you take the time to optimize them correctly, the videos will continue to drive traffic to you for the rest of your life. It all starts with consistently publishing keyword-based discoverable videos to get you to a spot in the organic listings as well as the Google search results. We use paid ads to place our ads on top of other videos that are ranked for our dream keywords and the videos of our Dream 100. We will use the same paid ad strategy on these videos that you learned about in secret number 9. We'll put out prospecting ads to hook our dream customers, move them into our retargeting buckets where they will turn them into traffic that we own, and then we'll send them up through our value ladder. Secret 15, conversation domination. Before we go further, I do want to give you one word of warning. Many people think that they have to be on all platforms to be successful. That is not true. In fact, the majority of the times, the opposite is true. Often people will try to publish and buy ads on all the platforms and never get great at publishing on any of them, or their ad dollars spread so thin across all of them that they never get any traction. For each business, there should be one primary channel that you focus on. It'll likely be the same platform that you already created your show on during secret number 7. This will also probably be the same platform that you spend most of your own personal time on because you've been a consumer of media on that platform, so it'll be easier for you to see how to become a producer of media on it as well. Right now, all of your focus from your Dream 100 to paying for ads should be on that one platform. I can already hear some of you saying, but Russell, you're publishing on every platform. I see your podcasts, your YouTube videos, your blogs, your Facebook Lives, and your Instagram stories. You're not practicing what you preach. I want you to understand that while I do publish on all these platforms now, I didn't at first. If I had, I never would have become Russell Brunson, whatever that means. 5 years ago, when we first launched ClickFunnels, we picked one platform and we doubled down on it. And for us, that was Facebook. We focused on building our Dream 100 there, understanding the strategy and creating our publishing plan. We then worked hard to work our way in and to buy our way into each person in our Dream 100. It was a long, hard process that helped us to build a company that did over $100 million in sales before we started publishing on platform number 2. About that time, we decided to take this little podcast that I had been publishing to for a while and start working on it. We had to find our Dream 100, figure out the strategy, work our way in, buy our way in, and create a publishing plan. As you can tell, the pattern repeats itself. And then we repeated the process with Instagram and later on our blog. Each new channel required a new Dream 100, new strategies, and a new team. Had we done them all at once, we would have crumbled under the weight of it all. So for those of you who are reading this section right now, know that for you, if you were sitting in front of me right now, I'd have you pick one platform to build your show on. Get to work on your Dream 100 and then only focus on that for at least the next 12 months of your life. The other thing I often hear is, but Russell, I'm just going to record a video and then I'll post it to YouTube, rip the audio from my podcast and transcribe the audio from my blog post. I'll just create the content once and then I'll post it everywhere. While the concept is very sexy, and there are many people selling this as the best way to be everywhere at all times, by doing it, you're missing the understanding that each platform has its own unique language. Usually content that works really well on one platform will fail when copied to another. People on Facebook want to hear your personal stories, talk about current events, and watch you go live. People who listen to podcasts are used to listening to longer form interviews. People who read blogs are looking for longer form content that is usually structured with a list with a lot of examples and details. People on Instagram want images. They want to see behind the scenes of your journey and your life. Lastly, people on YouTube are looking for keyword-driven how-to and entertainment. If you just rip your keyword-heavy YouTube video and put the audio on your podcast, it'll seem strange to someone who listens to podcasts and really weird when someone reads it as a status update on your Facebook wall. Instead, focus on one platform until you've mastered it, which means you're going to know your Dream 100, your content strategy will be systemized and happening on autopilot, and you'll have a process in place to work your way in and the people in place to start buying your way in. After that is completed, then you can and should add in the next layer. Eventually, you'll want to be omnipresent on every platform. Personally, what I really want is for someone to pick up their phone and no matter which app they open, the first person they will see is me. But if you make that jump too quickly, it'll more than likely cripple you before you have a chance to really build your following. The process to achieve conversation domination. I've seen people try to be omnipresent on every platform, and they usually do it in one of 3 ways. First, they publish a primary show and then publish that same information on different formats on every network. You can get some success with this, but your efforts will be watered down at best. The second way is publishing completely unique content on each platform. While this is possible, it usually requires building a huge team of people to accomplish it, and it'll take a ton of your own personal time. For a few years, this is what I did with my team, but after a while I got tired of producing so much stuff all the time, until one day I had an idea. What if we created a master show that we streamed on Facebook and Instagram Live that was scripted out to have all the individual assets we needed for each core platform? Then we could prepare all week for the show and stream it live, where our team would then have all the assets they needed to make unique content that fit the native language for each platform. And that's when the Marketing Secrets Live show was born. I look at the show as if it's a talk show like The Tonight Show. I like to go live because the energy when you go live versus a pre-recorded video always comes off better. I'll start the show and spend the first few minutes waiting for people to jump on the live feed, talk about a few current events, and then I begin the official show. Monologue. I start with my monologue, similar to how most talk shows start, where the host gets up, tells some stories, and tries to connect with the audience. My monologue is structured very similar to how I do my Marketing Secrets podcast. When the monologue is over, this piece of content will become a future episode on the podcast. Interview. I will typically interview someone on the show, either in the office or on the phone. This interview matches the native language that people are used to listening to on a podcast, so in post-production, we'll turn this interview into another podcast episode. This monologue and interview becomes 2 podcast episodes that I then post every week. Q&A collabs. Before we start the live show, I send a few of my Dream 100 a question by video on my phone, where I ask them to respond to the question and send a question back to me. I show their question live and I give them my response, and then I ask them my question and show their video response. After the show is done, we post the edited video on Instagram TV and tag them, and then they will post on their IGTV and tag me back. Top 10 lists. I pull a David Letterman and share a top 10 list. The list I'm sharing is going to become my skyscraper article for my blog. I may share the 21 best things you can post on Twitter to get more followers. or my 13 favorite squeeze pages for 2020. I show an image of each item and I talk briefly about it. And when the segment is done, my team will take that and quickly start using my explanations to write the skyscraper post in my voice and start the link building process. How-tos. I look at the keywords that I want to rank for on YouTube and I do a segment showing 2 to 3 different ways to do things. Every how-to will become a YouTube video targeting a specific keyword phrase that we will post and then rank. Image stories. I go through my JK5 categories and show at least one image per category and I tell the story behind it. That gives my team a better understanding about the image's meaning when they are writing captions and trying to get people to engage with it. Quotes. I like to start wrapping up the show by sharing my favorite quotes and explaining why they are my favorites. That way, if my team turns them into quote cards, they'll have a good explanation that they can use for my own words to post on the captions. Final thoughts. This is one piece that I don't repost anywhere. I just remember seeing Jerry Springer do it on his show back in the day. Yes, I used to watch Jerry Springer. Please don't judge me. And it was the thing that would get me to watch the full show. I want to keep something very special for our live viewers to keep them engaged till the end. When the show is over, we quickly record all the information that my team will need to bridge together the content for each platform. For example, I'll record a quick introduction for the 2 podcast episodes. Hey everyone, this is Russell Brunson and welcome to the Marketing Secrets Podcast. In this episode, I'm going to interview blank about blank. Be sure to listen to the end to find out his #1 secret about blank. I'll also record intros like this for the YouTube videos, setting up the how-to they are about to watch by saying something like, hey, this is Russell Brunson and I want to welcome you to my channel. Today I'm going to show you guys how to blank. But before I do, be sure to subscribe to my channel and turn on the notifications so you don't miss my next amazing video that's coming out soon. Now let's jump into the video. I may also record a quick outro for these videos that say something like, thanks again for watching this video. Be sure to like the video and post in the comments telling me about the last time something related to the video. By creating this show once per week, my team has all the customized content that they need for each platform. Publishing and Dream 100 on each platform. Can you see how you can use this master show and leverage it to create content for your primary show as well as all of your secondary shows? Even with that plan, I wouldn't try to launch on all 5 platforms at once. Go about it slowly and methodically. As you decide to branch into each new platform, follow the steps in the Fill Your Funnel framework. Step number 1, understand the history and the goal of the new platform. Step number 2, find and model your Dream 100. Step number 3, identify the publishing strategy and create your publishing plan. Step number 4, work your way in. Step number 5, buy your way in. And step number 6, fill your funnel. Your distribution channels and traffic that you own. The last and arguably the most important step in the strategy is the promotion of your primary show and secondary supporting content. Publishing on each platform will give you limited distribution to your fans and your followers, but in order to help stimulate growth of whatever show you've just published, and the more you can push eyeballs to the new episode, the more each platform will reward you for that work. Outside of your friends, fans, subscribers, and followers on each platform, we have a few different distribution channels we've been working on building. Email. Email is the traffic that we own, and it's one of our core distribution channels. After people move through your soap opera sequences, they should be on your daily Seinfeld broadcast list. This list is the one that you will promote your new show on as soon as it's ready to direct a huge surge of new people to your content and help stimulate its growth. Typically, these are the people who have the best relationship with you, so having them viewing and liking and commenting and sharing early after you launch the show will tell the algorithm of any network that this content is good and should be rewarded with more organic growth. Messenger. While you're renting your Messenger list from Facebook, and they can take it away anytime if they don't like how you're publishing to it, it's still one of the most powerful channels today. The open rates and click-through rates are second to none. Using your Messenger list to promote your new content is one of the fastest ways to boost your new episode. Desktop push. If you've been building a list with desktop push notifications, it's another great way to promote your content when it goes live. Make sure the part of your content strategy is to use your own distribution channels to promote your content on each platform as they go live. This will always give you a better chance of getting organic lift for free from all the platforms as well as getting it ready for the paid ads that you want to run towards it. Having views, comments, and likes before the paid ads get turned on will make each dollar you spend more effective. Here's a breakdown of how we run our conversation domination publishing plan that allows us to be in front of everyone on each channel they subscribe to. To help you prepare for your own show, please go to trafficsecrets.com/resources to print off a fill-in-the-blank outline for your own use. Section 3, Growth Hacking. Welcome to the 3rd section of this book. I'm so excited to have you here. So far, you've learned who your dream customers are, where they're congregating, how to get your hooks in front of them, and how to turn all of your traffic into traffic that you own. In section 2, we talked about the frameworks we use to get traffic from any advertising platform to get unlimited traffic into your funnels. We also showed you how to create publishing plans so you could consistently show up in front of your dream customers. Now we finally get to move into growth hacking. What is growth hacking though? I'm smiling to myself because when I got started online 15 years ago, we didn't have Facebook. The Google slap had crippled most of our companies, so we had to figure out other ways to get traffic into our funnels. We tried and tested everything. Some things were super black hat, and while they weren't anything bad, they were frowned upon by companies like Google. For instance, we would set up cloaked pages that would try to trick the search engine spiders into thinking our pages were perfectly optimized for search. However, when real people who didn't come from search engine spiders' IP addresses would show up, they would see a completely different squeeze page that was optimized for conversions. We built link farms to get our pages ranked at all costs. We figured out ways to get emails past spam filters and delivered into our subscribers' inboxes. But it wasn't just black hat techniques that we played with. We also spent countless hours working on getting free PR that would push people from TV, radio, and top online news sites into our funnels. We tried everything we could think of, black hat, white hat, and about 1,000 shades of gray in between. For us, it was a battle of life or death. If we didn't figure out how to get eyeballs to our pages, we didn't eat. All the tricks and the hacks that we tried were looked down by real businesses. Some called us spammers, while others were harsher and called us scammers. We didn't know what to call it, so we just called it internet marketing. Those were the days that I'll never forget. It was the wild, wild west, and we were there early, way before our time. I played on this playground for almost a decade before what we did was considered cool. When I first heard the term growth hacking, some writers had published articles talking about some of the fast growth startup companies like Dropbox, Uber, PayPal, and Airbnb. Once people shared their amazing growth hacking techniques for quickly growing their companies, I started to laugh out loud. Every hack they shared was a basic technique that we'd been doing for over a decade. Many of these hacks were the same things that others used to shame us for, but now they had become cool. Because of ClickFunnels' rapid growth, many people have told me that we are a unicorn because we've had such unique growth strategies, which is that we didn't grow fast through funding. We grew by hacking. In this last section, I'll share with you the most powerful white hat growth hacking techniques that we still use to this day. Even though these appear to be new growth hacks to many, we've been mastering them for the past 15 years. In truth, our success comes from going backwards, diving deep into the playbook that we wrote before the term growth hacking was even cool. Have fun with these hacks as they're incredibly powerful and will give you an advantage against anyone who wants to compete against you. Secret 16, the Funnel Hub. When I first started playing this internet marketing game, there were two competing teams, branding and direct response. I was a kid who wanted to play, but I wasn't sure whose team I wanted to join. The people on the branding team made some really good points. They believed that marketing should focus heavily on clean design, connection with your audience, and creating a feeling that enticed people to come back to buy from you over and over. The direct response team had some very solid counter-arguments that made a lot of sense to me too. They focused their marketing efforts on getting conversions, creating processes where you could track every advertising dollar you spend, and working towards getting an immediate positive ROI. In the end though, because I didn't have a ton of money to build a brand and was financing everything out of my own pocket, I agreed more with the direct response marketers and I joined their team. I became obsessed with conversions. I created pages, wrote copy, and ran ads that would outconvert anyone. People would come and they would buy and then they would leave. And those who bought usually never returned. However, as long as the money I spent on ads was less than the money I made, I was winning the game. But then Google changed. The PPC, or pay-per-click slap, came, and my ads disappeared overnight. The realization that all my cash flow had dried up scared me enough to try almost anything to get traffic into my funnels. It started me on a journey to search for any trick or hack I could try that anyone had reported was working. From the dozens of things we were trying, one seemed really promising. At that time, the search engines valued backlinks that came from news and PR websites. Writing and submitting a press release was an easy way to get an awesome link that would help rank your website, and if your press release was good, it could actually get picked up by real press. How cool would that be? I thought, one of my products could be on TV. I was in. I bought the courses to learn the strategies, Dream 100 all the PR sites I could find, built a list, and wrote and submitted press releases. Some were free and others were paid, but 100% of the press releases I submitted were rejected. I didn't know what I was doing wrong. It wasn't that some of them were rejected, all of them were rejected. I started contacting the site's editors to find out why they all said no. It took a while to get through the gatekeepers, but after getting inside, they all told me a similar version of the same story. At the end of the press release, you link to your website, but there's nothing there. What do you mean there's nothing there? That's a squeeze page for my funnel. It's one of the highest converting pages I've ever created, I responded. I don't understand what it is. It's definitely not a website and looks like some type of scam, they replied. Scam? That page has made me more money than any website that these other press releases has linked to. In the end, though, they didn't care. They were used to seeing traditional websites. For me to be a legitimate business in their eyes, I needed a legitimate website. I began to funnel hack the websites that the other press releases were linking to. While most of them had beautiful brands, none of them were structured for conversion. The direct response marketing legends whom I learned from would have openly mocked me for even looking at these beautiful, low-converting websites. I hated everything about these websites, but at that point, I would have done almost anything to figure out how to win the game and get their traffic. If it meant I needed to build a brand, I was going to do it. I dusted off some old branding books that I had buried in the back of my bookshelf to see what I could learn. At first, the thought of creating anything that wasn't focused on optimization and ROI made my skin crawl. However, I knew that if I wanted to get access to other people's traffic, I would have to play their game. A few days into my study, I realized that by picking the direct response team, I had thrown the branding baby out with the bathwater. Direct response gave me the ability to bring in customers profitably, but branding was what would get them to come back again and again. .com Secrets is based on my foundation in direct response, and Expert Secrets is focused on what I've learned on my journey of branding and storytelling. I now believe that having both branding and direct response blended together is essential in today's world, even more so than when I first got started experimenting. To get the approval from the PR agencies, I decided to create a new website that I could link to instead of replacing my funnels. This new website would be used as a type of brand hub where people could learn more about me, my company, our products, and how we could help them. It looked more like the traditional website that people were used to seeing, so my hope was the press would be more willing to link to it. Once you clicked onto this brand hub, the links inside directed people into our front-end funnels. At the time, it wasn't very sophisticated, but it worked. I resubmitted my press releases and they started getting accepted. After hundreds of press releases had been accepted, my links increased, my hub moved up in the SEO rankings, and traffic started to flow. Because I had this site, it gave me more credibility and I was able to get more traditional media to pick us up. The birth of the Funnel Hub. I wish that I could have said over the past 15 years I put a huge focus on the brand hub site that I'd created, but unfortunately I didn't. While I leveraged it to get traditional media, I never really understood its full potential. Recently, two of my inner circle members, Mike Schmidt and AJ Rivera, wanted my opinion on something they'd created called the Funnel Hub. I trust them both a lot, so I blocked out some time to hear what they had to say. Within about 3 minutes of them talking, I knew that they had figured out the evolution of what I had tried to do 10 years earlier with my brand hub site. They had thought through it at such a deep level that I had them build a funnel hub for me as well, which I continue to use to this day. In this chapter, I'll be quoting from our conversations I had with Mike and AJ to help you understand why a funnel hub should be a core part of your traffic strategy. The shadow funnel. Mike and AJ showed me some stats on a few of the funnels that we drive a lot of paid ads to. He had talked to my traffic team previously, so he had an idea about how much money we were spending. Between these 4 funnels, you guys are spending $485,927 last month alone in ads on Facebook, Google, YouTube, and Instagram to sell your products, they stated. Yes, and we were profitable on every one of those dollars. All 4 of those funnels broke even immediately, and we usually pull a profit. So technically, it didn't cost me $485,000. I made money and got a ton of new customers into my value ladder. We know, they said, you're the king of funnels. We're not here to talk to you about that. We're actually here to talk to you about the shadow sales funnel. The $485,000 you spent sending people to your core funnels created a huge shadow funnel that you're not monetizing. In fact, many of your competitors are building their companies on the back of your hard work, and it's not costing them anything. Wait, what? I'm so confused. What's a shadow funnel? The shadow funnel is the traffic that's created in the wake of all of the traffic that you're sending into your funnels. For example, when someone sees an ad for any of your products, you're capturing the percentage of people that buy immediately. However, there's actually a bigger percentage of people who see your ad, and regardless if they click or not, they don't buy. Instead, they might open a tab and search for you on Google. This is the beginning of the shadow funnel. Other times, they might hear a friend talk about you, hear you mention social or traditional media, hear you on a podcast, or hear one of your fans or followers talking about your work. In any case, there are an unlimited number of ways that this earned traffic and paid traffic that you have not immediately converted falls into your shadow funnel. Right now, you're just letting it fall by the wayside and hoping that somehow they'll find their way again to you in the future. I was getting sick to my stomach thinking about how much traffic this might have actually been for me. Mike and AJ continued. First, they'll type in your name, then your company's name, and finally your product's name. They're looking for ratings and reviews and anything they can find to prove your credibility. They'll visit your blogs and your social media accounts, including your Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter profiles. They'll join your lists, read your email, and listen to your podcast. From this research, they'll start to form an opinion of your company. At this point, the ad that started them on this journey is long gone, and when they're ready to move forward towards your value ladder, they'll actively search for information on where to start. Then they showed me the number 251,680. What's this, I ask? That's how many people worldwide in the past 12 months have searched for Russell Brunson, they said. That's the shadow funnel, and that's just your name. That doesn't include your company or product names, and as you continue to get more momentum, your shadow funnel will grow. Many people try to rank for their dream keywords, but they typically forget about their branded names. When they search for your name, they land on a random page or funnels, and you have no control over this user's experience. They might land on a page that's in the middle of your value ladder, and they won't be ready for it. Or even worse, they might see pages from your competitors trying to leverage the hard work and the money that you've been spending. You need to take control of the shadow funnels you've created and control what people are finding when they search. Your funnel hub. After Mike and AJ scared me with their shadow funnel discussion, they started talking to me more about the funnel hub. From the outside, they said it looks kind of like a website, but the strategy is completely different. Its goal is to organize all of the funnels and offers in your value ladder in one place. When people start searching for you, it'll let you control what they find when they search. Inevitably, it'll help you to send the people up your value ladder. It's a central hub that organizes all of your funnels and offers and gives you the look and the feel of a more traditional website to help build your credibility and magnify your authority. They probably could tell I was loving everything they said because at that point they smiled. You know what else? In Expert Secrets, you told us to create a lot of things as we were designing our tribe. Things like, who is your attractive character? What is your future-based cause? What's your customer manifesto? What does your value ladder look like? What do you stand for and what do you stand against? We always had those in a Google Doc and we kind of knew what they were, but our followers never knew. The Funnel Hub is the place where we gather all these things together so that people who are looking for us can quickly understand who we are and how we can serve them. Then they said, you're publishing on so many platforms, your blog, podcasts, YouTube channels, Facebook pages, and Instagram accounts. Your Funnel Hub can become your brand stream to organize all of your media in one place. This way, your followers can find all of your published content from all of your platforms in one place. How to create your Funnel Hub. As you can probably tell in this part of the story, I was sold on creating my Funnel Hub. You can see my active Funnel Hub at marketingsecrets.com. I now build a Funnel Hub for each core company that I create. Because most Funnel Hubs have a blog built into them as well as pulling in multiple types of RSS feeds and other types of media, we typically do not build them on ClickFunnels, although you could if you weren't going to blog. We build ours in WordPress, which, in addition to being the most popular content management platform in the world, is free. Leveraging the Funnel Hub to take advantage of all of your shadow traffic, earned media, traditional press, and word-of-mouth advertising can be huge. It's simple to set up when you get started, and as your brand grows, your Funnel Hub will then be ready to capture all of this traffic. Secret 17, other people's distribution channels. I'm going to share a little secret with you. I have a lot of entrepreneur friends who watch Shark Tank, as they should, and they believe for some reason that each shark has the Midas touch, where any business they touch will magically turn into gold. You can see this belief in every pitch given inside the Shark Tank. Entrepreneurs are willing to give up a huge percentage of their companies with the hope that one of the sharks touching their companies alone will cause it to explode. I love Shark Tank. In fact, I've watched pretty much every episode of Shark Tank and its overseas sister show, Dragon's Den. Yes, I've watched all the Canadian and UK versions as well. I even ripped copies of Japan's version, The Tigers of Money, but I couldn't understand a word anyone said. Regardless, I'm a shark, dragon, and tiger nerd, and I watch closely the types of deals that each shark takes. For this example, I'm going to focus on the US version of Shark Tank and some of the sharks you're probably more familiar with. Damon John, he built up the famous brand FUBU and spent his youth building a distribution channel to sell clothing and other similar items to retail. Lori Grenier, she's created over 700 retail products and built up a distribution channel to sell products on TV through QVC as well as infomercials. She's also built strong distribution channels with most major retailers. Mark Cuban, he built up and sold Broadcast.com for $5.6 billion. He also spent decades building online and offline media distribution channels, which includes his purchase of the Landmark Theaters in 2003. I could go on and on with all the other sharks, but I'll stop with just these three to illustrate my point. As you watch the entrepreneurs pitch the sharks, notice which deals each of the sharks bite on. Rarely is it a matter of them picking any business knowing that their Midas touch will magically make it successful. On the contrary, they pick businesses based on whether or not they can plug them into their pre-built distribution channels. Think about it. With every clothing deal that you see, yes, the sharks will talk about it, but if Lori can't see it on TV, or if Mark doesn't have an influencer with their own following or distribution channel that he can instantly plug it into, they'll find a way to say no. But when Damon sees a clothing deal, he knows that in just one phone call, he can plug that product into an existing distribution channel and he'll get paid from that connection for the rest of his life. The same thing happens when someone pitches a product that would be a good fit for Lori's distribution channel. Notice how her eyes light up when she can see this product on TV or picture this at Bed Bath & Beyond. She owns a distribution channel, and if the product is a good fit, she plugs it in. The same is true with Mark and every other shark or dragon who has ever been on the show. They each have built and mastered one distribution channel, and they're looking for products they can plug into it. That's the big secret. People often ask me what types of businesses I invest in or which partnerships I do, and my choices are 100% based on the distribution channels that I know and understand. If I don't know where someone should buy their traffic, or which lists they should rent, or who could get their site ranked, or who could make their video go viral, I'll never touch the project. I only take on projects that I know will work with 100% certainty, and which I know will work because I already have a distribution channel in place for them. I share this because you need to understand that each of your Dream 100 has a distribution channel. That's why they're on your Dream 100 list. Each person has the Midas touch, and that's your job to figure out how you can plug your products into their distribution channels. Distribution channel number 1, email solo ads. We spent the whole first section of this book focusing on how you can build up your own distribution channels by converting traffic that you earn and buy into traffic that you own, your own list. There are hundreds of people in almost every market who have already built up their own email lists, and this is one of the easiest ways to quickly increase your traffic is to buy ads in their email lists. When I'm looking for email lists to buy ads in, I'm traditionally looking for a solo publisher, someone who has already created their own brand and list, where I can pay them to send out an email talking about my products or services. You can also reach out to bigger brands that you can pay to send out ads in their newsletters. The solo publishers are likely already on your Dream 100, and it can be a simple process to ask them if they're willing to sell a solo ad in their newsletter. The ones who've had experience with this will typically say yes and have some sort of base pricing. Bigger brands will usually have an online media kit that lists their prices if you want to buy an ad in their lists or on their websites. You can also find a lot of advertising opportunities in email newsletters by searching on Google. I'll often type in my niche, email advertising, or my niche, online media kit, and I can usually find publishers that will sell me place in their email lists. I always join their list for a few weeks before I buy any ad so that I can see how they treat their list. If they only send tons of promotions, then I figure they beat up their list pretty badly, and they're probably not the type of list that I want to rent on. However, if they send out good stuff and have a good relationship with that list, then I'll contact them for a media kit. Not all clicks are created equal. Fewer clicks from a newsletter where someone has a good relationship with the publisher will always be better than more clicks from someone who's built a bad relationship with their audience. I wish I could give you a set pricing that you'll typically pay, but it almost always ends up in a negotiation. So keep in mind that the rates are usually negotiable. They say suckers pay rate card, and I tend to believe this is true. Publishers will usually try to have you pay based on how many people are on their list because the larger number serves them. But I would prefer to pay based on how many clicks their email typically gets. To find out that number, I'll usually ask to see a report of the last 5 to 10 emails that they sent out and how many clicks each email got. Then I reverse engineer the process by saying to myself, if I were to get that many clicks, then based on my normal landing page conversion rates, I should make X amount of money. This process helps me to know approximately how much I'm willing to spend to pay for that ad, and I try to negotiate towards that number. After you negotiate the ad cost, you'll create the email, send it to the publisher, and then they'll send out the email for you. If they want to send you their email list and have you send the email out, then run away fast. This is a scam and not something you should ever do. They should be emailing their list from their servers with your creative that you gave them. I like to have the email come from the publisher endorsing the landing page that I want to send the reader to. The best part about email ads is you get results really fast. When someone sends the email, you'll get the majority of all of your clicks within 12 hours, the rest of your clicks within 36 to 48 hours, and then the clicks usually stop. I like to use email campaigns to test landing pages because I can run split tests really fast. The worst part about email ads is you can waste a lot of money fast if you're not ready. I may spend $5,000 on an email drop where the traffic will all come and go fast, but if I spend that same $5,000 on Facebook, I may be able to run traffic more slowly for a few weeks. So be aware of that as you're running email ads. Lastly, solo publishers will often try to sell you sponsorship ads, which are smaller ads embedded inside their emails. I'm not a huge fan of these, and I've actually had a really hard time getting them to be profitable. For me, if I can't buy a solo ad, meaning the entire email is my message, then I usually won't do it. Distribution channels number 2 and number 3, Facebook Messenger and Desktop Push. As of today, I don't know many people selling ads in their Messenger list, but I do think that this market will start to grow. Usually the messages that are sent through Messenger need to be a little more stealthy because Facebook doesn't like you sending out straight promotions. Because Messenger doesn't allow you to send blatant promotions to your subscribers, the open and the click-through rates are second to none. I recommend finding people in your Dream 100 who are actively building a Messenger list and asking them if you can buy ads to their list. The same is true with desktop push notifications. This is the newer type list that is getting a lot of traction right now. We're starting to build up Dream 100 lists of people in our market who are building up these lists so that we can purchase broadcasts from them. Other distribution channels. There are tons of distribution channels out there that you will start identifying as you keep your eyes open. Recently, we started going to all of our Dream 100 and buying postcards and direct mail campaigns to their buyer lists. Sometimes it's harder to get them to block out time to send an email, but most of them aren't sending anything to their customers in the mail. We've been setting up deals with them where they'll send their customers' shipping addresses to a secure mailing house so that we never actually get access to their addresses, while we send a pre-approved mailing piece to that mailing house. The mailing house will then print our letter or postcard and then send it to the customer list of our partners. Some of my friends have built up big text message lists, so we're buying text blasts from them. Others run big Facebook groups, so we're buying a post or sponsored post in their groups. Others have big groups in LinkedIn, so we're paying the group owners to send messages to their followers for us. And still others have large forums, so we're buying promotions to their customers' user base and banner ads on their sites. Most of the blogs in our market sell ads on their sites. Some have big Google AdSense blocks, and we'll test ads initially using GDN to see if the ads convert well. If they do, I'll go directly to the blog or the website owners and try to pay them to replace that AdSense block with my banner ads. I've even paid people for their website exit pops so I can tap into the traffic that's leaving their websites. There's an unlimited number of ways to do this. The key is to keep your eyes open for streams of traffic and distribution channels that people own. Then figure out how to buy ads in them. Each new distribution channel you plug into will give you a raise. Every day when I come into the office, the first thing I ask myself before I get out of my car is, how can I give myself a raise today? Immediately, my mind starts looking for other distribution channels in my market that I can tap into. Sometimes I'll remember a website, a blog, or an email list that I've been on forever that I forgot about. When your mind is looking for these opportunities, somehow they start jumping out at you. When you don't have access to Facebook or Google ads like we didn't for so long, the number one way to get traffic is searching for these distribution channels and then using them to build up your own lists. It's a guerrilla technique that works no matter what is happening in the networks, and you can immediately start plugging this technique into your daily routine. Integration marketing. My first mentor, Mark Joyner, who I introduced to you earlier in this book, wrote a book called Integration Marketing about a decade ago. It shifted my mind from just finding distribution channels and buying ads in them to figuring out ways that we could integrate into the actual sales processes of our Dream 100. For example, let's say I find a partner who's getting 1,000 new leads into their funnel every day. Instead of just buying an ad one time to that list, what if my email was sent to every new lead on their email list on day 3? That way, I set up the deal once, but I get the benefit of that integration every day. Now, every day, 1,000 new people get my message. I'm now integrated into my partner's sales process, and as they grow their company, mine grows as well. Integration marketing works beyond just email. We've set up deals where we integrate a pop-up on people's blogs so that every reader the blog gets can potentially join my list. We've set up other deals where we have people add an exit pop to the website so that when people leave their site, a big percentage are sent over to our funnels. There are so many fun and creative things that you can do. Your imagination is your only limitation. As soon as I became aware of this concept, I started looking for these integration opportunities everywhere. I looked for products that people would need immediately before they started using ClickFunnels, things like domain hosting, graphic design, and business licenses. I then figured out ways to set up a partnership with each of these companies. For instance, after a person buys their domain, gets a new logo designed, or gets their business set up, they're introduced to us. We set up many of these deals years ago, and because they're integrated into our partners' distribution channels, tons of customers are driven to us every day without us having to do anything again. Secret 19, cold traffic. Thus far, I've focused on 2 types of traffic: warm traffic, the fans and followers and lists of your Dream 100, and hot traffic, your own list. For most companies, this is all that you will ever need to focus on. I strongly believe that you can build most companies to multiple 8 figures a year just by focusing on warm traffic and then turning it into hot traffic. If you want to scale beyond that, though, you're going to have to master one other type of traffic: cold traffic. In .com Secrets, I called this traffic temperature, and it's a concept that I started to understand after first hearing this amazing quote from the late Eugene Schwartz. If your prospect is aware of your product and has realized it can satisfy his desires, your headline starts with the product. If he is not aware of your product but only of the desire itself, your headline starts with the desire. If he is not yet aware of what he really seeks but is concerned with the general problem, your headline starts with the problem and crystallizes into a specific need. To me, it meant that traffic that was cold needed to be spoken to differently than traffic that was warm or hot, because they weren't even aware that a solution existed, let alone that there was a product to solve their problem. Most of the landing pages, offers, and ads that you've created up to this point are for people who are solution aware or product aware. They know they have a problem. They've tried a bunch of solutions, and you're presenting them with a new opportunity that will get them the results that they want. Because they are already aware of the potential solutions, have done some research, and have probably tried a bunch of your competitors, when you have a chance to hook them and tell them your story, they already have context for the problem that you're trying to solve for them. For example, in my market, many of my customers have a problem. They want to make more money. To solve that problem, they could try any number of solutions. They could set up an e-commerce store, sell things on eBay, learn SEO, master Facebook ads, or do about 100 other things. They're aware of all of the possible solutions, so I show them that my solution, funnels, is a new opportunity that trumps all the others. If they're product aware, they've probably heard of all of my competitors, so I have to convince them that my product is superior, and then they will buy from me. Cold traffic, on the other hand, often isn't even aware that they have a problem. If you remember the 3 core markets, cold traffic is the group of people who are at the 3 core desires level. All they know is that their health, wealth, or relationships isn't good. They don't have any understanding yet of anything beyond that. They haven't been congregated into groups yet, so no one is helping them. If they are aware that they have a problem, they're still in the beginning of their journey and have no idea what to do or where to turn. Anything presented to them at this point has to be filled with a lot of education to get them ready for what you have to offer. Getting something to work in cold traffic will seem difficult, but it's actually as simple as changing your language patterns. To illustrate this, I'll share a test we use to see if something will work well with super cold traffic. Imagine I walk into the food court at the mall and see 300 people sitting at the tables, eating lunch and minding their own business, completely unaware of what I'm doing. If I stood on top of a chair and shouted from the top of my lungs, "Hey, who here would like to grow their companies using sales funnels?" What do you think would happen? You guessed it, they'd probably look at the crazy guy in the chair for a second and instantly go back to eating. Chances are almost no one would raise their hands. If I pulled up that same chair and I changed what I was yelling at the top of my lungs to, "Who here wants to make a money-making website?" I bet half of the food court would raise their hands. Interesting enough, the solution to both of these problems is that they need a funnel. But to the people who are more unaware, my language doesn't make sense to them. The difference in talking to hot, warm, and cold traffic is the language that you use. Funnels doesn't make sense to the masses, so I have to change my language to money-making website to match what they would understand. After I have their hands raised, I can educate them on a certain type of website called a funnel, and I can help them to become solution aware. Finally, after they've warmed up, they'll be more willing to make a purchasing decision. If you create a funnel that converts really well to warm traffic, the followers of your Dream 100, and your hot traffic, your own lists, it might not convert well to cold traffic. You see, no matter how much cold traffic you get, you'll probably go broke before you even get a single customer. You have to create a different type of funnel that speaks to where they are and then warms them up. Let me show you how it works. Step number 1, create your cold traffic customer avatar. The first step in this process is to create a new cold traffic customer avatar. This avatar will be similar to your current dream customer avatar, but cold traffic is much earlier in their journey. They are 6 months to a year or more before they became your dream customers. They know they have a pain in the 3 core desires that you serve: health, wealth, or relationships, but they haven't started moving towards a solution yet. These people can become your dream customers, but right now they are only problem aware. They are unhappy because they know there is a problem, but they're not yet aware of the solutions that are possible, and they're definitely not aware of any products that will solve their problems. They only know what the problem is and the results they want. To identify this cold traffic customer avatar for myself, I had to look deep into my own past. For most of you, if you follow the traditional entrepreneurial journey, this avatar will most likely be you 5 to 10 years ago. Think about it. Most entrepreneurs have struggled with the desire for health, wealth, or relationships, and they went on a journey to get themselves out of the pain. During this journey, they fell in love with their own process of change, and they became obsessed with helping others out of the same pain that they once had. This is how most entrepreneurs find their mission. If that's true for you, then you need to look back in a time where you were struggling with the same problem that your cold market clients are experiencing right now. For me, I think back almost 30 years ago to 12-year-old Rusty. Yes, that's what my parents and all my friends called me back then. For some reason, as a 12-year-old, I had one desire. I wanted to make money. I'm not sure why. I had a great childhood and nothing was lacking, but for some reason, my core desire was for wealth. This desire caused my problem. I didn't have any money. And how did I try to solve this problem? Well, it started with me ordering Don the Priest's course on classified ads from a late night infomercial. I shared this story at length in .com Secrets. It was the first vehicle, submarket, that I learned about, and I was hooked. I saved up my money to try to buy classified ads. Shortly after I was introduced to one of the submarkets, making money with classified ads, I started to become aware of a lot of them. One day I was at the grocery store, I saw a magazine called Small Business Opportunities and begged my mom to buy a copy for me. Inside that magazine were dozens of ways to make money, lots of submarkets, and each had a way to request an information kit to learn more. I called every 1-800 number, requested every kit, and within weeks started getting hundreds of letters and packages in the mail, each offering a new way to help me achieve the result that I thought that I wanted. One kit showed me how to get rich selling gold chains at the mall. The next showed me how to get rich painting glow-in-the-dark stars on people's bedroom ceilings. Others showed how to get rich in real estate, the stock markets, or commodity trading. Because I was only aware of my problem, each message pitched me on the potential solutions for my problems. In other words, different ways to make money. Every day when I came home from school, my parents would have a pile of Rusty's junk mail that I would grab and take into my room. I opened every letter, read every sales pitch, and tried to understand which ones would help me get the result that I thought I wanted. Some of the pitches I would just throw away, and others would keep me up at night as I tried to figure out how I could convince my parents to give me enough money to order that opportunity. Still others were so good that I would mow lawns and do chores or anything else possible to get enough money to purchase their information. Later on in life, it would take me a while to remember what it felt like reading all of those sales pitches. But after I put myself back in those moments, my 12-year-old self became my customer avatar for cold traffic. Now, every time we create an ad, pick our targeting, design our landing pages, and make an offer for cold traffic, I try to go back in time and look through the lens of 12-year-old me. Is this ad something that would make Rusty click, or would I keep scrolling? Is this offer something that would cause Rusty to beg his parents for their credit card, or better yet, force him to earn enough money because he had to have it? Or was it something that he would have just thrown in the trash? So my question for you is this: what is your version of 12-year-old Rusty? What were the things that would have grabbed your attention at the beginning of your journey? What words and phrases would you have used back then to explain what you're doing now? If I would have seen words like funnel or traffic back then, I would have kept flipping through the magazines. Instead, they had used words that described the problem I had and the results I was trying to get in a way that I understood, and that's why they were successful. Step number 2, create a bridge. Marketing is all about creating bridges from what somebody wants and desires to the solution that you provide. In .com Secrets, I shared this image showing the 7 phases of a funnel, where phase 1 is the traffic temperature, and then phase 2 is the pre-frame bridge. As you can see, the warmer the traffic, the smaller the pre-frame bridge needs to be. If your audience knows, trusts, and loves you, the hottest traffic, then your bridge could be as simple as telling them that you have something cool that you think that they should buy. At our last Funnel Hacking Live event, we had 4,500 funnel hackers in the audience, by far my hottest traffic. And I asked them, if I told you to buy something right now, how many of you would trust me enough to just walk to the back of the room without even knowing what it was, but you do it because you believe me? Over 60% of the room shot their hands up in agreement. That is the power of hot traffic, and the reason why the game becomes easier and easier as you focus your efforts on tapping into your Dream 100's hot traffic, which is your warm traffic, and converting into traffic that you own. The traffic that you own becomes your hot traffic. Can you see now why I stress the goal of converting warm traffic that you can earn and control into traffic that you own so much? As you move down the warm traffic bridge, it takes a little longer to bridge the gap between what people already know and believe and what you have to offer. Sometimes that bridge is an email from your Dream 100 endorsing you. Other times it's a pre-sale content video that people watch on Facebook or YouTube, warming them up to you and providing value before you direct them into your funnels. And other times, the funnel alone is structured to be the actual pre-frame bridge that warms them up. The last and the longest bridge is the cold traffic bridge. But how long does it need to be? It all depends on how cold the targeted customers are. The first time I tried to grow past our Dream 100's customers and figure out cold traffic, I took a segment of my customers list and ran some intense data analysis on who our existing customers were. If you want a company to do this for your customer list, go to trafficsecrets.com/resources to find an up-to-date list of the companies that you can hire. When we got back the data, we found a lot of interesting trends, but one that really stuck out was that a huge percentage of our customers at the time were conservative Republicans. The report even referenced a few of the websites that this group spent a lot of time on. Excited to find a new segment that I'd never targeted, I went to these websites as well as other similar sites and found that most of them had an online media kit that allowed me to buy ads in their email newsletters as well as banner ads on their websites. I put in an order to send out an email to 2.3 million people that would direct them into one funnel that converted warm traffic. I was doing the math in my head, and based on what I knew at the time, which was how big their list was, how many clicks I should get, and how my warm traffic funnel normally converted, I figured that this email alone would make me a few $100,000. Once the publisher sent the email, I watched as hundreds of thousands of clicks came to my funnel. That excitement quickly turned into horror, however, as these people almost immediately bounced off and didn't buy. When the campaign ended, we had made about a dozen sales and I had lost over $30,000 from the ad. I was defeated and I swore I would never look at cold traffic again. And then something interesting happened. I had joined these email lists before I paid for the ad because I wanted to see my email when it hit. And each day afterwards, I started seeing how other people who were marketing to these lists were doing it. I started clicking on their ads and slowly I started to funnel hack them. The links didn't take me immediately to their funnel, which didn't make sense to me. Instead, the links took me to pages that looked similar to the site that I had just been on. It looked less like a funnel and more like an article. I read the article and within a few minutes, I saw something I hadn't before. The article was speaking a very different language than I was. It was speaking directly towards the conservative Republican it was targeting, using their language and telling stories about the things that they believed in and cared about. Then within those stories, it started to bridge the gap between what the conservative Republicans believed and what the advertiser was offering. Towards the end of these articles was a link to join a newsletter that would give you more information. I clicked on the link and joined the newsletter. I noticed that for most of these cold traffic bridges, they didn't sell anything to me for a while. I got newsletter number 1 in their email follow-up funnel, which continued to bridge concepts and beliefs with me through stories. Within a few messages, they started to transition and push me into their front-end funnels. At this point, even I was ready to buy. They didn't take people directly from a cold ad into a warm funnel. Instead, they took them through a warming up process to prepare them for the warm funnel. After I saw this, I was ready for round 2. So we spent time trying to figure out what language patterns, words, and phrases should I use to explain what I'm trying to warm people up for? What false beliefs do people have that would keep them from buying when they did see my funnel? What stories did I have that could bridge the gaps and break their false beliefs? What content pieces did I need to create to tell these stories? We then wrote an article landing page which would become our cold traffic pre-frame bridge. When we bought our next solo ad to that list, we sent all the traffic to this article page. From the article page, we direct them to a lead funnel, which captured their email address. And then we built a follow-up funnel that led them to different posts on our blogs, videos on YouTube, and other places where we had strategically placed content to warm them up. Eventually, we introduced them to our front-end offer after we had warmed them up. The results, we were able to finally get cold traffic to work. Typically with warm traffic, we try to break even immediately during the first funnel we direct them towards. But with cold traffic, it takes longer because it's a much longer bridge. With some sources, we were able to break even within a week. But others took 2 or 3 months or longer. That's why it's so essential that if and when you break outside of your Dream 100, you already have a solid value ladder in place with your follow-up funnels and sequences that convert. If you're able to get your offers to convert to cold traffic, then you can buy ads almost anywhere, including buying ads in colder email lists and banner ads on most websites. In order for most companies to scale past 9 figures per year, you need to master cold traffic. To begin with, though, I'd still focus all of your efforts on warm traffic and the Dream 100. I always tell people there's a huge pile of cash sitting in front of you, waiting for you to go and grab it. Don't step over it while trying to go after bigger piles of cash somewhere else. Stop and grab the big pile of cash, your hot and your warm traffic first, and then after you have it all, you can start looking more at the cold traffic channels. Secret 18, your affiliate army. I want to take you back in time to November 2003. My wife had just closed her eyes, and I had finished a homework assignment on my laptop in bed. Before I shut down the laptop for the night, though, I decided to do one last search to hopefully give me some direction on my side hustle. My wife had been working to support us both, and we wanted her to be able to retire from her job and for us to start a family. I spent the last year trying to figure out how to play the business game, but no matter what, everything I had tried had led me to a dead end. I'm still not sure exactly what I typed into Google. All I know is that after a few clicks, I ended up on the front page of an underground marketing forum that was filled with thousands of people who were making money online. I created a free account and instantly got access to a community of people who were doing exactly what I had dreamed of doing. I had no idea that anything like this existed online. I started scrolling through the posts and I saw people discussing the newest Google algorithm changes, what things they were testing, what worked and what didn't. I was eavesdropping on the conversations of internet millionaires who were sharing everything so freely and had no idea that I was even there. For hours, I devoured every post and wrote down every resource. I realized that the answer to every question I had was there, and these people are the ones who were discovering what was working and were sharing it in real time. I had found my people, my tribe. As the clock changed from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., and then to 12 a.m. and 1 a.m., every hour seemed like a few seconds. I was so excited, but my body and eyes were so tired. I've got to read just one more post, I thought, just one more, afraid that perhaps I was in a dream and if I woke up, I might lose access to this exclusive club. I kept scrolling and reading, and that's when I looked over and realized it was 2:47 a.m. Wrestling practice started at 6 a.m. Do I go to sleep now and get just a few hours of sleep? I knew the answer was yes. I needed to sleep or I was going to really struggle to make it through tomorrow. I went to close my laptop, but then I saw it. The question. The golden question. The one that I've been asking in my head over and over again for the past few months. What was the best way to get traffic to a website? I wanted to click on it, but I didn't know if I had the energy to go down the rabbit hole, at least not then. I looked at the question for at least 30 seconds and then decided I had to know. I clicked on the title and it brought me immediately inside of an intense conversation with everyone talking about why their way to drive traffic was the best. Some said SEO, but then all the SEO guys started fighting over which method of SEO was the most effective. Cloaking, doorway pages, link spam, log spam, and about 24 other things that I'd never heard of. Then the PPC guys came out as well. Each had a different strategy that one-upped the person who posted before them. Others talked about email marketing, safe lists, or buying solo ads. My heart raced faster and faster, and every new idea seemed better than the last. And then it happened. The owner of the forum, probably the wealthiest guy who was there, made a comment. It wasn't very long, just 8 words that stopped everyone in their tracks. The ultimate mic drop. These 8 words changed my life. I rely on my own network of affiliates. At first, it didn't really make sense to me. I read it again and again, knowing that if he was one of the best marketers in the group, I knew there was something to it and I needed to figure it out. Then it hit me. He had an affiliate program that had hundreds of affiliates who sold his products for him. Because he gave them a commission after the sale was made, he had no risk. He only paid them if they actually made a sale. I looked at his response again. I rely on my own network of affiliates. I saw his brilliance. Instead of relying on his own efforts to do SEO or PPC, he could have dozens of others ranking pages for him and running ads selling his products. Instead of relying on his own email lists, what if he found 10 or 20 or 100 affiliates who each had lists of tens of thousands of people? Instead of his message getting sent to thousands of people, he could reach millions. The amount of leverage you get when you build an affiliate program and rely on the efforts of other people is huge. It's kind of like building a team and hiring people to do the tasks for you, except that when they're an affiliate, you don't pay them for their work. Instead, you pay them commissions based on the sale. They have the risk and you both share the rewards. That was the epiphany I was looking for. Instead of becoming the best person in the world at driving traffic, I needed to create an opportunity for the top affiliates to make money by promoting my products and services. Then I could focus my efforts on recruiting, training, and paying them. Throughout this book, we spent a lot of time talking about the Dream 100, and this is where it starts. If you've been building out your Dream 100 within each platform, then you have your potential army of affiliates already. This chapter will then focus on 5 steps. Number 1, recruit your army of affiliates. Number 2, make them affiliates. Number 3, give your affiliates a reason to promote. Number 4, train your affiliates to become super affiliates. And number 5, compensate your affiliates. Step number 1, recruit your army of affiliates. If you've been following the Dream 100 process, then you've already created a list of your potential affiliates. If you've been digging your well before you're thirsty, then you've been building relationships with them. If you haven't yet, I recommend going back and starting that process as soon as possible. Every Dream 100 person has their own distribution channel. Some have an email list, others have a following on Facebook or Instagram, others have a podcast with lots of subscribers, and some have more than one of those channels. We've talked about working your way into those audiences as well as buying your way in. Asking your Dream 100 to be an affiliate is blending both of these things together. You have to work your way in to build a relationship and to get people to say yes to promoting. But then you have to pay your way in for each sale they make. When someone is an affiliate, though, it takes the risk off of you. You're no longer buying ads and hoping they convert. Instead, your Dream 100 is promoting you, and you only pay them after they've made the sale. So how do you turn your Dream 100 into an army of affiliates? The first thing you have to do is ask them to be an affiliate, even though asking is oftentimes the hardest part. If you've been digging your well with your Dream 100, and if you have a relationship with them, you should know the projects and ideas that they're working on. In return, they should also know what things you're working on. Tim Ferriss, author of The 4-Hour Workweek, spent over a year getting to know some of the most influential bloggers in the world at the same time he was writing his book. He started digging his well before he was thirsty. When they asked him what he did, he would tell them he was writing a book. After he finished the book and was ready to launch it, he sent out over 1,000 pre-release copies to the bloggers he had met. He also asked them to write reviews of the book on launch day. Most of these people loved his book, so on launch day, a huge percentage of them wrote blog posts about it to their followers. Tim's army of affiliates helped ascend his book into the bestseller status overnight. Every time we have a big launch coming out, we let our affiliates know the launch date and we ask them to block it out on their calendar. In a typical launch, I may ask 100 people to promote. 30 people will usually say yes, yet just 15 or so of them will actually promote. It's just a numbers game, and often it doesn't actually fit into their promotional schedule at the time. Don't take it personally. Just know that the more people you ask, the more likely you'll get the yeses you need to have a good launch. One strategy we often use that was pioneered by Chet Holmes and made famous by Dana Derricks is to send out packages to our Dream 100 telling them about the promotions we have coming up. Each package could be worth thousands, and in some cases, one yes could be worth millions from the right partner. Because of this, we spend a lot of money sending out cool stuff in the mail to recruit affiliates. The key is getting their attention and giving them a reason to promote. As you're recruiting affiliates to sell your product, it is important to understand that there are different types of affiliates, each with different motivations. Some are only concerned by how much money they make and want a high converting funnel, while others are more concerned with whether or not the product is a good fit for their audience. For me, I don't care what their motivation is, I just want to serve their customers, so I want to make sure that they're happy at all costs. Since one yes from one of them could bring in hundreds of your dream customers, it's worth putting in a lot of effort to build these relationships. Step number 2, make them your affiliates. After your Dream 100 has said that they want to be an affiliate, you have to make it official by getting them to join your affiliate program. Inside of ClickFunnels, there's an affiliate platform called Backpack that you can use to add an affiliate program to any funnel inside of your ClickFunnels account. You just need to turn it on for a funnel and it will create pages where your Dream 100 can sign up to become an affiliate. Within the software, it will provide tracking links for your funnel, track their sales, and pay their commissions. We've created an extensive training inside of ClickFunnels on how to set up your affiliate program. Go to trafficsecrets.com/resources to find it. Often your best affiliates will be your customers. I always like to let my customers know that they can actually make money by referring their friends. You can put links to your affiliate sign-up page on your funnels, on your thank you pages, and in your emails. That way, you are helping them to earn commissions on the products they already love and helping them spread your message. Step number 3, give your affiliates a reason to promote. Once someone is an affiliate, you need to give them a reason to promote. They could promote 1 million products, so you need to explain why they should promote your products and, more importantly, why they should promote you now. Usually we're able to get affiliates to promote based on one of 3 things. First, a new launch. Second, their turn in a rolling launch. Or third, something special or new. A new launch. Launching a new product is one of the easiest ways to get affiliates to promote because you can tell them about the new project you've been working on or send them copies of the product in the mail and let them experience what you're going to be selling. We usually roll out 2 or 3 new front-end products each year that we ask affiliates to promote. We set a launch date and start recruiting affiliates 60 to 90 days before each launch. We send out Dream 100 packages, call them on the phone, send emails, and do whatever else we need to do to get them to block out our launch dates on their calendars. The earlier you can ask them to dedicate time to your launch, the better, so that they can make sure they don't have any other promotional conflicts. As we get closer to the launch date, we'll typically put everyone who has agreed to promote into a special Facebook group where we can communicate with them about everything that's happening in the launch. This helps to build a community of affiliates and creates a fun, competitive environment where we share leaderboards and give people multiple reasons to promote during the launch. The rolling launch. A rolling launch is similar to a new launch, but instead of everyone promoting on a single launch date, you let people each have their own turn to do a launch to their list. This is how we initially launched ClickFunnels. Once I knew my webinar converted, instead of having everyone promote it at once, I set up special webinars for each affiliate. I would do 2 to 3 of these a week for a few months. This rolling launch gave us the ability to work with each affiliate to find time in their own promotional calendar that would work. The longevity of a rolling launch is a lot longer. For a typical product launch, there's an opening day and a close cart day. and affiliates who couldn't promote during that time missed out. Also, a huge launch can often lead to too many new customers too fast, which might clog up your customer support. A rolling launch gives you the ability to onboard new customers at a much easier pace. Something special or new. Often I'm recruiting affiliates who don't want to be part of a product launch. They may be SEO marketers, or maybe they're really good at PPC, or they want a higher commission because they're so good. There could be dozens of different reasons, but my goal is to be able to serve their customers. So I'll work with them individually to see what is best for them. I may set up special landing pages, a different offer, a higher commission, or whatever else they need that will get them a good reason to promote for me. Step number 4, train your affiliates to become super affiliates. As you'll soon find, the better the affiliate is, the lazier they often are, and the worse the affiliate is, the more training they'll need. Both of these became problems for us. New affiliates didn't know what to do or how to promote us, and the good affiliates knew how to do it, but they wouldn't promote us unless we made the process very simple for them. Good affiliates make a lot of money and have a lot of people begging for their attention. In both cases, nothing would happen. To solve this problem, we created an affiliate training center that had 2 goals. First, show new affiliates how to promote our products. We train them how to run ads, track their sales, and more. And second, offer copy and paste ads that our super affiliates could grab and quickly edit. We gave them sample email ads, banner ads, copy for Facebook posts, and more. With Backpack, inside of ClickFunnels, you can create an affiliate center. The affiliate center is one of the most powerful tools you have in your traffic arsenal because it's easy to create an affiliate center for each of your funnels. Step number 5, compensate your affiliates. How much should I pay my affiliates? This is the question I get the most and the one that I get hit with the most resistance towards when I tell people my philosophies. While most people are always asking how little they can pay their affiliates, I want to figure out ways I can pay them the most possible. The more you're able to pay your affiliates, the more likely they are to promote you. They're your commission-based sales team, and affiliates who are good have unlimited opportunities to sell anything they want. They don't need you, you need them. When we first launched ClickFunnels, I noticed that most of the other software companies were paying their affiliates 20 to 30% commission on their sales. We launched immediately with a 40% commission rates for our affiliates, and because of that, we were also able to recruit most of their top affiliates. They stopped promoting the other software products and started promoting ours. At the time, I started watching how many top network marketing programs bought cars for their top recruiters. After reviewing our own affiliate program at ClickFunnels, I realized that if one of our affiliates brought in 100 ClickFunnels members at $100 per month, then 5% of those commissions, or $500, would equal enough to cover the lease payment on our dream car. So we added a bonus in our affiliate program. We would pay any affiliate an extra $500 each month to pay for their dream car if they had more than 100 people signed up under them, and $1,000 per month towards their dream car if they had signed up 200 people. Those few things alone help us to get some of the top affiliates in the world to start promoting us. I didn't want to stop there though. I wanted to figure out how to pay them more. Shortly after we launched the ClickFunnels affiliate program, we started launching new front-end funnels that our affiliates could promote. The first one was the .com Secrets book, where people could pay $7.95 to get a copy of the book, and then we would upsell the audiobook and other related courses. We set it up so that affiliates would earn 50% of all sales that came from the funnel, and when they upgraded to ClickFunnels later, we would also pay them their 40% recurring commission on those sales. We did this for the first 3 weeks of the book launch, and then we started to look at our stats. We noticed that for each person who bought the book, we were making about $20 in sales from the upsells. It was also costing us about $20 to give away the book for free from our own Facebook ads. If you remember, we were okay with that because it's a break-even funnel. And we were okay with us losing money as long as we could push them back into ClickFunnels. Then we had an idea. Instead of paying people a percentage of sales in that book funnel, what if we gave them a flat CPA of $20 for each book they sold? We wouldn't make any money, and in some cases we'd actually lose some money, but it would incentivize our affiliates to promote harder. So that's what we did in the last week of the launch. We paid $20 for every free book our affiliates gave away, and our army of affiliates sold tens of thousands of copies of that book. We broke even, our affiliates got paid, and from that promotion alone, we got thousands of new ClickFunnels members for free. As you can see, there are 2 core ways you can pay affiliates. The first is to pay out a percentage of the sale, and the second is to pay them a flat CPA for every sale they make. My rule is I try to pay out 50% of the profit I make in my funnel. For instance, if I have a digital product or a course, I assume my fulfillment costs will be about 20% of the sale. So I split the remaining 80% with the affiliate who brought in the sale. So if I'm selling a physical product and my cost of goods sold are 60%, then I only have 40% profit, and I'll split that with the affiliate right down the middle. If I have a front-end funnel, then I'll usually give 100% or more to the affiliates to really motivate them to fill the front of my value ladder with my dream customers. There have even been times we paid $80 or more on a free book because we knew that within a few weeks of the sale, we would be profitable. I recommend staying at or below 100% commission on any front-end offer until you've mastered your numbers and know the actual lifetime value of your customers and are okay to float them money for a few months while the customers are going through your follow-up funnels. Building a successful affiliate program has brought us more traffic, leads, and sales than any other marketing technique. If you pay your dues with your Dream 100, recruit them to be an affiliate, treat them well, and always figure out more ways to make them money, they will keep your funnels filled with your dream customers. If I turned off all other traffic techniques that we've been using and only use this one, I still have an army of people buying Facebook ads for me, sending out emails for me, ranking websites, and buying ads. Make this a priority and it'll serve you for the rest of your life. Secret 20, Other Growth Hacks. To conclude, I'm going to share some fun ways to get traffic into your funnels. I could keep adding more chapters with more ideas, but at some point this book would just become too big to consume. Instead, I'll use this chapter to help stimulate more fun ideas and growth hacks that you and your team can use to start brainstorming other ways to get traffic into your funnels. My close friend and fellow early marketing pioneer, Mike Filsaime, pioneered a concept over a decade ago he called butterfly marketing. Basically, he believed that tiny changes in your marketing can produce huge results. It is cause and effect applied to marketing online. I'd heard people talk about the butterfly effect when I was in school. I still remember my teacher talking about how something as small as a butterfly flapping its wings in a certain location could cause a tiny, almost imperceptible change in the environment that when combined with other changes in the weather system could be indirectly responsible for a hurricane forming on the other side of the world. But how do butterflies relate back to digital marketing? Mike argues that there are a lot of little things you can do inside your sales funnels that, while seemingly small and insignificant, can have a huge, massive impact after virally compounding over time. Mike spent a lot of time trying to figure out which things you could plug into your sales funnels that would get the people who came into your funnels to refer other people for free, word-of-mouth marketing. To make something truly viral, you have to get past a referral point that Mark Joyner refers to as the copulation rate, or the rate that your viral growth is growing. In other words, if you referred 100 people into your funnel and relied 100% on viral marketing from that point forward, and if those 100 people each referred less than one person, then your growth would quickly die. If they each referred exactly one person, then your viral growth would flatline. However, as soon as each person you referred brought in more than one person, then you would have something that would be truly viral. Now, getting to true copulation rate is very hard, and it's impossible to sustain forever because eventually you'd have everyone in the world. Eventually you hit a saturation point and the viral growth will slow down and eventually stop. I've only had one funnel that hit a true copulation rate of greater than 1. It was a front-end funnel we built to recruit people into a new network marketing company that we were helping to launch. This funnel required people to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and then they got 5 invite codes to invite others into the funnel. After they referred 5 people, they would be given 5 more invite codes. We modeled this based on how Google initially launched Gmail. They gave each Gmail user the ability to invite a limited number of people onto their platform. Invites became so valuable that people were selling them on eBay for over $100 each. Our viral front-end funnel signed up over 1.6 million people in just 6 short weeks. During these 6 weeks, we averaged 3 new signups for every one person who joined the site, and I had a chance to see true viral growth. Unfortunately, the company this funnel was promoting didn't have everything ready for the launch, and they had to delay 3 or 4 times, pushing the launch out to over 9 months later. People got bored and the viral growth slowed to a stop. Now, most of us are probably not going to have the chance to have a site that has true viral growth, and that's okay. There's still plenty of things that you can do inside of your funnels to promote true viral, refer a friend style growth, where you can turn your traffic into more traffic. I'll share with you a few ideas from companies that you know that may give you ideas for things you can weave into your funnels. Dropbox. When users signed up for an account with Dropbox, in their upsell flow, Dropbox offered to give new members more free storage if they linked their Twitter and Facebook accounts and shared information about Dropbox on those accounts. This helped Dropbox grow to over 500 million members worldwide. Facebook. When people first created their Facebook accounts, they were encouraged to add all their contacts so that Facebook could see if these people were already on the site and connect you to them. Then Facebook took all the people who weren't on the site and sent emails inviting them to join Facebook from the new member. Hotmail. In the early years of Hotmail added a signature line to every email that went out that said, P.S. I love you. Get your free email at hotmail.com. That little hack helped them to get to 12 million users in just 18 months. I'd heard stories of some of these famous growth hacking companies, so as we launched ClickFunnels, we started to weave some of these concepts into our sign-up flow. Here are a few of the things that we tested that were successful. ClickFunnels plus Dropbox growth hack. After someone created their ClickFunnels account, we gave them a limited account that only had the ability to create up to 20 funnels. Then we gave them an affiliate link with the opportunity to double their funnels from 20 to 40 when they referred new users to ClickFunnels. This helped our members to bring in more members. ClickFunnels plus Facebook's growth hack. We didn't have the capability to have people import their friends and then send them emails, so we had to be creative to figure out ways that we could model this growth hack. At the time, we were sending a lot of traffic to webinars that would teach people about ClickFunnels. On the webinar, we would present people with an offer to create their free 14-day trial. We had an idea to plug in a tell-a-friend script in that page after somebody registered for the webinar. Once they referred 5 friends to the webinar they just signed up for, we would give them a free copy of one of our best-selling products. We found that the majority of our visitors would refer their friends just so they could get a free copy of the product. Typically, we get about 20% or more of our signups for each webinar from those sign-up referrals. That extra 20% was free traffic that we didn't have to pay for. ClickFunnels plus Hotmail's growth hack. As we were launching ClickFunnels, we knew that people would eventually create millions of pages online. To capitalize on this, we attached a badge at the bottom of each page that says, "This page made with ClickFunnels." The badge was coded with the page owner's affiliate link, which took the viewer to ClickFunnels. Because we made every ClickFunnels member an affiliate when they signed up, every ClickFunnels user had the ability to make an affiliate commission when other people clicked on that badge and signed up for ClickFunnels. We gave people the ability to turn the badge off, but by default, it was turned on. Over the past 5 years that we've had that badge on our members' pages, we've added over 10,000 members and currently make over $1 million per month in recurring revenue. That's over $12 million per year from that one growth hack. Each of these growth hacks that we've implemented into our funnels have been tiny little changes that produce huge results. We've had others that we've tested that didn't have a big enough impact to report back here, but I wanted to tell you the stories of the more successful ones so you'll start noticing them as you're going through other people's sales processes. As a funnel hacker, you should be closely watching the sign-up process through this growth hacking lens. See the creative things that people are doing that you can model inside of your funnels, and then test the ones that you like. This is the marketing game of hunting for buried treasure. Just think, that one tiny badge we placed on our members' pages, almost as an afterthought, pays us over $12 million per year. Each of these little butterflies, growth hacks, or whatever you want to call them, has the ability to change the metrics of your company forever. Start looking at marketing and traffic as a game and keep your eyes open for the next $1 million hack that's right in front of your face. Conclusion, tying it all back together. I know that this book has not been light reading. Unlike most books on traffic that focus on one platform or one strategy, I didn't want to just give you a tactic that only worked today and maybe not tomorrow. I wanted to give you a framework that you could use to get traffic from any platform today, tomorrow, and forever. My goal wasn't to give you a fish. My goal was to teach you how to fish, and I hope I did just that. This book is the final book in my Secrets trilogy. For some of you, this will have been the first book of mine that you've read because traffic was the thing you felt you were missing most in your company. Traffic is just one part of the equation, though. If the traffic you're sending into your funnels from the strategies in this book isn't working, then you typically either have a funnel strategy problem that can be diagnosed and cured with the information inside of .com Secrets, or you have a conversion problem, which can be solved by mastering the concepts inside of Expert Secrets. Using these 3 books together will help you to have a more holistic approach to your online digital marketing strategy. Now that you've finished the book, you're probably asking yourself, what should I do next? This book was created to be like a playbook that you don't just read once, but one that you can reference over and over again. Each concept builds on the other one before it, and after you master it on one platform, you can layer on another platform as you work towards complete conversation domination. For right now, though, this is what I would recommend for you to do while these ideas and concepts are still at the top of your mind. First, decide who you really want to serve. If you really want to fill your funnels with your dream customers, you have to know and understand them better than they understand themselves. Second, pick the platform you want to publish on first. This will probably be the platform that you personally spend the most time on now because you'll understand how to communicate in the unique language of that platform the best. Third, build your Dream 100 list of the people who are already congregating your dream customers on this platform. Fourth, start digging your well with your Dream 100. Figure out ways to serve them and start working your way in. And fifth, at the same time, learn the tactics of how you can buy your way in on that platform. This is where you should start and focus 100% of your energy until your funnel has hit the 2 comma club, meaning it's made at least $1 million. At that point, layer on a second platform and then a third. With every dollar you make online, reinvest a big percentage of the profits back into advertising. Finally, don't stop. Traffic is the lifeblood of any company, and consistent lead flow is the secret to a healthy business. Every day, look at ways you can give yourself a raise. Ask yourself, how can I get more traffic? Who can I connect with on my Dream 100 today? What new integration opportunities are there? Are there new people whom I can add to my Dream 100? How can I get them to become an affiliate? What can I do to incentivize them to promote? How can I get them to promote more often? All these questions stem from my primary question of, how can I give myself a raise every day? Ask that question and then flip through the pages of .com Secrets, Expert Secrets, and this book to find your answers. These playbooks weren't created based on ideas, but rather on battle-tested principles that I discovered after spending over 15 years in the trenches. These are the ideas that stuck and that work consistently. I hope that you can use these secrets to find more of your dream customers and serve them at your highest level. They are waiting for you to find them so you can change their lives. If you focus on that, your business will become the catalyst of change for people in their lives, and that's the real purpose behind business. Thank you for allowing me to serve you through these pages and this series. It's truly been an honor, and I can't wait to see what you do with the frameworks that you've learned. Come hit me up on any of the social media platforms and say hi, and please share with me how these secrets have changed your life. Thanks, Russell Brunson. P.S. Don't forget, you're just one funnel away. Acknowledgements. It was August 17th, 2004, and I was on a family vacation at a little lake with my young bride. It was at a time before smartphones were created, and the internet hadn't made it to the lake yet. I felt very disconnected from the world. It was really nice. I had just started my little business a few months earlier, and I was still trying to figure out what I was even doing. Curious if anyone had emailed me or tried to buy something from me during this trip, I decided I needed to get online and check my email. Late one afternoon, I took a drive to find somewhere that I could access the internet. I drove around the small town and finally found a library that was about to close. There was a sign outside that said they had access to the internet, so I jumped out of my car and I snuck in a few minutes before they asked everyone to leave. I walked over to one of the computers and I logged in to check my email. As I was waiting for it to load, I started to get nervous, hoping that I hadn't missed anything important. When the inbox loaded, I saw about a dozen new messages. Most were ads, none were from customers, and then I saw one email that stood out. The subject line said, "We did it." And the message was from a guy named John Reese, one of the early internet marketing pioneers that I was following. We did what? I wondered as I opened the email. Inside, the email stated, "We broke the record we set out to accomplish." I wasn't sure what record he was talking about, so I continued to read. We set out a goal to make $1 million in a day with the launch of my new product called Traffic Secrets. We spent the last few months creating this launch campaign, and today it went live. In just 18 short hours, we passed our goal of $1 million in sales. I was shocked. I sat back in my chair and I read that sentence over and over. A man, someone who was just a few years older than me, had made more money in a day than I thought was possible for me to make in a lifetime. If he could do that, then what could I do? What was actually possible? Then I looked at the name of his product, Traffic Secrets. About that same moment, the people at the library asked us to leave because they were closing the doors. After leaving the library and for the rest of the week, all I could hear in my head were the words, Traffic Secrets. If he knows how to get enough traffic to his websites to make $1 million in a day, I had to know his secrets. I knew that traffic was the key that I didn't have yet, and that it was the missing ingredient that I needed in my business if I wanted to be successful. That started a journey that I've been on now for over 15 years to learn how to get traffic, or in other words, people, into my websites and funnels. During this process, I've had the chance to learn from so many people that I could never name them all. People like Mark Joyner, who taught me the power of an email list and the strategies for how to grow them. Chet Holmes, who introduced me to the concept of the Dream 100 that became the framework for how we get traffic today. Dan Kennedy and J. Abraham, who taught me the foundations of direct response marketing. And, of course, John Reese, who was the first to teach me his traffic secrets on multiple platforms. Since I started this journey, I've had some amazing partners who have taken these ideas and run with them in different departments of our companies. Brent Peters and later Dave Woodward helped to find, recruit, and train our army of affiliates to drive more traffic into our funnels than all other sources combined. John Parks, who jumped in to learn Facebook ads for us a few years ago and eventually built a huge media buying team with people running paid ads for us on Google, YouTube, Pinterest, Twitter, Snapchat, and more, as well as organic traffic on all of the major platforms. They are testing and innovating these strategies on a scale that few people have ever even dreamed of. Each tactic, every strategy came from conversations I had with other amazing entrepreneurs and marketers. It would be impossible to remember where every idea came from, but I've tried throughout this book to give credit to the original person I learned each concept from to the best of my memory. I also want to thank everyone who helped me to write this book. I don't think people would believe the countless hours that go into a project like this until you embark on one yourself. I want to give a special thanks to Joy Anderson, who helped to edit the book, make sure my thoughts and ideas were clear, kept us on schedule, worked with the designers, and helped take this book across the finish line. Thank you for all the extra time you put in to help make this a masterpiece. I have one last special acknowledgement I want to make. During the Expert Secrets book launch, I decided I was not going to write another book. Literally a few hours later, I got an email from John Reese asking me if I would like to purchase the brand and the domain trafficsecrets.com. My heart jumped, and instantly I knew that this was the final book in the series. It was the last essential set of secrets and frameworks that I needed to arm my entrepreneurs with if they were going to have long-term success with their companies. I quickly told John yes, and a few days later, the domain was in my account and I started to work on this project. I want to thank John for allowing me to keep the Traffic Secrets legacy alive. If he hadn't created a belief in me 15 years ago that all of this was possible, there's no way that I'd be here in this position now sharing these secrets with you. About the author. Russell Brunson started his first online company while he was wrestling in college. Within a year of graduation, he had sold over $1 million of his own products and services from his basement. Over the past 15 years, he's built a following of over 1 million entrepreneurs, sold hundreds of thousands of copies of his books, .com Secrets and Expert Secrets, popularized the concept of sales funnels, and co-founded the software company ClickFunnels, which helps tens of thousands of entrepreneurs quickly get their message out to the marketplace. He lives in Idaho with his family, and you can visit him online at russellbrunson.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.